Russell Crandall. The United States in El Salvador, 1977 to 1992. The civil war between the government of El Salvador and Marxist guerrillas began in 1980 and endured for 12 cruel years. The conflict took roughly 75,000 lives and displaced more than 1 million people in this tiny, impoverished Central American nation of 5 million. Unwilling to tolerate an advance of apparent Soviet and Cuban-backed communism in its backyard, 3 successive U.S. administrations provided more than $6 billion in military and economic aid to the Salvadoran government in order to check the most formidable guerrilla insurgency in Latin America's modern history. This effort was America's largest counterinsurgency campaign after Vietnam and before Iraq and Afghanistan. In addition to formally ending the war, the 1992 peace agreement brokered by the United Nations reduced the Salvadoran military's size and transformed the guerrillas from a Marxist insurgency into a political party. To backers, the U.S. campaign to save El Salvador represented a dramatic success of Cold War U.S. counterinsurgency. The Pentagon even gave it a name, the Salvador Option. Critics, on the other hand, have contended that U.S. support for a bloodthirsty Salvadoran regime resulted in untold violence and a moral black stain for Washington. Despite the important lessons its story holds for understanding U.S. foreign policy past and present, the Salvador Option is largely forgotten today. Relying on thousands of documents from U.S. and Salvadoran archives as well as interviews with participants on both sides of the war, offers a thorough and fair-minded third-way interpretation of the available evidence. If success is defined narrowly, there is little question that the Salvador Option achieved its Cold War strategic objective of checking communism. Much more difficult, however, is to determine what human price this success exacted, a toll suffered almost entirely by Salvadorans. Russell Crandall is a professor of American foreign policy and international politics at Davidson College in North Carolina, where he has received its 2 student-selected teaching awards. His previous books include America's Dirty Wars, Irregular Warfare from 1776 to the War on Terror, the United States and Latin America after the Cold War, Gunboat Democracy, U.S. Interventions in the Dominican Republic, Grenada, and Panama, and Driven by Drugs, U.S. Policy toward Colombia. Interwoven with his academic career, Crandall has held various U.S. government appointments, including the Joint Chiefs of Staff and Office of the Secretary of Defense at the Pentagon, and the National Security Council at the White House. He is a writer for the American Interest magazine, editorial board member at America's Quarterly magazine, and contributing editor and book reviewer for the London-based journal, Survival, Global Politics and Strategy. Introduction. Winning the Cold War is not a pretty thing when you look into it. Jefferson Morley, novelist and Washington Post correspondent, 1992. Unimaginable sight of a sea of black and red guerrilla flags. The civil war between El Salvador's government and Marxist guerrillas began in 1980 and endured for 12 cruel years. Even for Central America's violent ways during the Cold War, the Salvadoran conflict was exceptionally bloody. It took roughly 75,000 lives and displaced more than 1 million people in this tiny, impoverished Central American nation of 5 million. Unwilling to tolerate an advance of apparent Soviet and Cuban-backed communism in its geopolitical backyard in what turned out to be the last phase of the Cold War, 3 successive U.S. presidential administrations provided more than $6 billion in military and economic aid to the Salvadoran government. The goal was to check the most formidable guerrilla insurgency, collectively known as the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front, in Latin America's modern history. This effort was America's largest counterinsurgency and nation-building campaign after Vietnam and before Iraq and Afghanistan. 2. Ada RG-9th Century Castle in Mexico City on January 16, 1992. After a couple years of exhausting and sporadic unled negotiations, the Salvadoran government signed a peace deal with the Marxist rebels. To the surprise of many observers, the 1992 peace pact led to a complete ceasefire and demobilization over the next year that formally ended the Civil War. Equally striking, the agreement reduced the Salvadoran military's size and budget and authorized the guerrillas' transformation from a Marxist insurgency into a democratic political party. Because many of the key measures of the peace agreement involved drastic reforms to the armed forces of El Salvador and state intelligence services as well as the guerrillas' acceptance of the democratic system they had fought against, the Salvadoran peace agreement was dubbed a negotiated revolution. This propitious outcome was even more dramatic in the aftermath of a ferocious guerrilla offensive in late 1989 that led many observers to conclude that the brutal war had no end in sight. In San Salvador in January 1992, foreign correspondents described the theretofore unimaginable sight of a sea of black and red guerrilla flags and supporters filling the main plaza in front of the Metropolitan Cathedral to celebrate the peace accord. Most journalists reminded their readers that although it was now a symbol of peace and reconciliation, the cathedral had been the site of often violent anti-government protests and harsh security force reprisals during the late 1908, leading up to the start of the Civil War. 4 The cathedral itself was adorned with an enormous banner of the murdered Archbishop Oscar Romero, revered around the world for his gospel of nonviolence amid El Salvador's savagery. A few weeks later, in the ceremony to mark the beginning of the ceasefire, guerrilla commanders and army officers together sang the Salvadoran national anthem. Degree registered. Today El Salvador is a whale of a lot better. Given the Salvadoran Civil War's remarkable resolution, it is easy to understand how many concluded that El Salvador appeared to be an American victory in one of the last battles of the Cold War. Washington had spent a decade and large sums in aid to the Salvadoran government to ensure that the Marxist guerrillas did not seize power. But to what degree can the outcome in El Salvador be attributed to American 3. intervention? And what lessons can be learned about the effectiveness and limitations of U.S. intervention in Third World proxy wars during the Cold War? A decade later, these questions became more than the subject of historical interest. In the darkest days of the Iraq War, U.S. policymakers and commentators looked to the lessons of El Salvador to provide a path forward in the face of a vicious insurgency that seemed to be winning. To Vice President Dick Cheney and many others, the U.S. campaign to save El Salvador represented one of the most dramatic successes of Cold War-era U.S. counterinsurgency and nation-building. In this telling of the story, not more than a few dozen U.S. military non-combat advisors in El Salvador at any given time helped professionalize the once hapless Salvadoran military, resulting in reduced human rights abuses and ultimate success on the battlefield against the guerrillas. 7 In addition, Washington aggressively pushed political and economic reforms, including a series of free elections endorsed by the majority of the people, which demonstrated to the world that Marxist insurgents had little support and that the Salvadoran government was legitimate. Economic policies, such as support for bank nationalization and an ambitious land reform program, were surprisingly leftist given that Washington's impetus for becoming involved in El Salvador was to save it from communism. These sorts of reforms, the interpretation goes, are what ultimately forced the guerrillas to seek victory through a political solution because a military victory was no longer possible. Indeed, the campaign in El Salvador was seen as such a success that it became the anti-Vietnam template, using a light U.S. military presence to train the indigenous forces to do the actual fighting while simultaneously legitimizing the local client government through economic reforms and democracy. And the Pentagon even gave it a name, the Salvador Option. This book uses the term Salvador Option as easy shorthand to describe U.S. policy in El Salvador from the late 1970s until the early 1990s when the war officially ended. This is not intended, however, in any way to endorse the U.S. military's subsequent understanding of it as a successful counterinsurgency and nation-building model. Given how successful some observers perceived this model to be, it is not surprising that many military experts believed that the elements of the Salvador Option could be exported to far-flung and 4. seemingly incongruous theaters like Iraq. One of the Iraq War's most visible intellectual advocates, Max Boot, wrote that the Salvador Option was tremendously successful and therefore the model for Washington to follow in Iraq. Boot also attempted to obliquely address some of the controversy over the legacy of U.S. involvement in El Salvador, I can tell you what is not meant by the El Salvador option: death squads. Elliot Cohen, a military historian and State Department official in the George W. Bush administration, agreed, "We did counterinsurgency very well in Salvador." During his October 5, 2004, vice presidential debate with Democratic candidate John Edwards, Cheney responded to a question about the status of the seemingly dire situation in Iraq by referencing the Salvador option. 20 years ago we had a similar situation in El Salvador. We had a guerrilla insurgency controlled roughly a third of the country, 75,000 people dead, and we held free elections. I was there as an observer on behalf of the Congress. The human drive for freedom, the determination of these people to vote, was unbelievable. And the terrorists would come in and shoot up polling places. As soon as they left, the voters would come back and get in line and would not be denied the right to vote. And today El Salvador is a whale of a lot better because we held free elections. The power of that concept is enormous. And it will apply in Afghanistan, and it will apply as well in Iraq. %3. The sick sweet stench of carnal refuse. In contrast to Dick Cheney's rosy interpretation, many critics of the Salvador option told a much less honorable tale, one filled with some of the worst stories of Cold War atrocity and abuse. Plus, from this viewpoint, the United States either knowingly supported or conveniently overlooked the barbaric Salvadoran government's death squads that hunted down innocent civilians. Instead of pushing for a negotiated settlement between the warring factions that could have ended the war soon after it broke out, Washington embraced a military solution that made the violence and suffering worse. Via often nefarious and deceptive means, U.S. officials took what was a domestic and popular insurgency fighting a repressive Washington-backed government and painted it as a Moscow and Havana-manufactured communist insurgency. Any positive outcomes of the Salvador option, they contended, occurred despite U.S. policies. If anything, Washington 5. Took credit for developments that its policies until perhaps the very end of the war in fact had little to do with. They also charged that U.S. officials claiming victory failed to consider that the cost of success was the deaths of 75,000 Salvadorans and an untold level of human suffering. Considering this human toll and the belief that U.S. policies were directly or indirectly responsible, Robert White, former ambassador to El Salvador, called the Salvador option one of the most disgraceful chapters in the history of U.S. foreign policy. Registered not surprisingly, years later these same critics condemned reports of the Pentagon endorsing the Salvador option as a model for Iraq. 7. One of these critics, Christopher Dickey, wrote in 2007. Having watched the slaughter in El Salvador firsthand during the 1980s, having lost many friends and acquaintances to the butchers there, among them nuns, priests, and an archbishop who will someday be sainted, and having been targeted myself, I have something of a personal interest in this notion. I'm not about to forget the bodies lying unclaimed in the streets, the families of the victims too afraid to pick them up lest they become targets as well. When I heard talk of a Salvador option, I can't help but think about Playon, a wasteland of volcanic rock that was one of the killer's favorite dumping grounds. I've never forgotten the sick sweet stench of carnal refuse there, the mutilated corpses half devoured by mongrels and buzzards, the hollow eyes of a human skull peering up through the loose piled rocks, the hair fallen away from the bone like a gruesome halo. In 2005, another writer, Jason Rowe, took issue with Cheney's assertions in the vice presidential debate. As years of continuing abuses attest, the 1984 Salvadoran elections Cheney praises were little more than an attempt to provide window dressing for one of the world's most repressive regimes, giving it a veil of fake democratic respectability. Many opposition leaders were already imprisoned, exiled, or murdered, leaving them unable to mount much of an electoral campaign. Writing in the Catholic magazine America for commemoration of the 25th anniversary of Archbishop Romero's assassination by rightist death squads, Rowe further reflected. To both American Catholics and Americans in general, the witness of these martyrs revealed the dark underbelly of the policies pursued by the United States in Latin America. As the region's poor suffered extreme deprivation and inequality, the United States lent its support to their oppressors, backing the 6. Dirty wars, coups, and human rights abuses of some of the world's most repressive regimes. These sobering realities, to which people like Romero testified, cut through the popular American mythology of the Cold War, in which the United States stood as a beneficent beacon of freedom in a world darkened by the threat of totalitarian communism. It was not the Soviet Union that was on the scene in El Salvador, but the poor. For years, the United States supported a Salvadoran regime that threatened both those in need and those who ministered to them in the name of God *degree. In addition to this criticism that Washington's policies in El Salvador were morally reprehensible, others contended that they simply did not work. An April 2005 editorial in the left-of-center New Republic magazine explained how, contrary to conservative conventional wisdom, U.S. policy in El Salvador was ultimately ineffectual other than contributing to the death of tens of thousands of civilians. According to this school of thought, it was the winding down of the Cold War and the mutual understanding of the Salvadoran military and the Marxist guerrillas that neither side could win outright that was responsible for the ultimate outcome. We must also remember what a massive and controversial role Salvador held in American society at the height of the war in the early to mid-1980s. It divided Congress and the American public into pro and con camps at a time when the wounds of Vietnam had still not healed. Churches and other solidarity groups became mobilized and influential. Indeed, El Salvador was a Rorschach test for seeing where people came out on post-Vietnam foreign policy. Partly because Salvador never became the next Vietnam, the Salvador option, other than receiving a surge of attention at one dire moment in the Iraq War, is mostly forgotten today despite the many important lessons its unfiltered story holds for understanding U.S. foreign policy past and present. The least worst Salvador option. So which Salvador option narrative is right? Dick Cheney's shining model of U.S. steadfast resolve or the critic's moral shame and strategic dud? Given how oppositional these two competing descriptions appear, it would seem that only one or neither could be correct. This book attempts to get beyond these incomplete and rigid polar positions. 7. To better understand the reality of the Salvador option. This third-way interpretation does not aim to simply split the difference between the two conventional narratives, rather, it offers a thorough and fair-minded evaluation based on the available evidence. Washington's lengthy campaign in El Salvador rested on the pervasive belief that sustained U.S. involvement there would bolster moderate civilian and military elements at the expense of the rightist oligarchs and death squads on one side and the Marxist insurgents on the other. For its proponents, this grin-and-bear-it approach, what can be called engagement, was seen as a least worst option compared to a host of unappealing alternatives that included a direct U.S. combat mission or disengagement to leave El Salvador to its own devices. And, by the same token, it was the winding down of the Cold War in 1989-90 that led the Bush administration to seek to disengage from what it increasingly viewed as its Central American ulcer. This is not to say that this engagement was always effective or appropriate morally or strategically, yet understanding its Cold War logic a dichotomous, with a logic axiomatic to most officials during these three presidencies, allows us to put the Salvador option in the necessary historical, ideological, and even psychological context over this protracted period. This book argues that much of the actual implementation of U.S. policy in El Salvador was in fact carried out in a largely ad hoc fashion in country without strategic guidance from Washington. Yet, while the Salvador option was never an actual strategy, if this is defined as a specific plan of action, U.S. involvement occurred within the overarching Cold War-era anti-communist frame of reference that we call containment. Was also squarely part of the post-Vietnam era where even the U.S. military was wary of repeating such a protracted, expensive, and controversial war, which helps explain why Washington opted for the light footprint, counterinsurgency, and nation-building by proxy versus a full-scale campaign. Yet, as we will see, there was much that various key U.S. officials and agencies did not agree on in terms of how the Salvador option should be implemented. Skeptics were not convinced by Washington's self-serving pronouncements to justify raw U.S. ambition, what French leader Charles de Gaulle called power cloaked in idealism. *3 Ambassador White once asked rhetorically about El Salvador, how can a 8 country the size of Massachusetts, where you can see the entire country from 9,000 feet from a helicopter, how can a homegrown revolution in that country threaten the security of the United States? *4 It is a legitimate question, and one that could have applied to numerous cases of American involvement in putative geopolitical sideshows during the Cold War. But the answer in part is that, rightly or wrongly, legions of American policymakers believed that the Salvadors of the world mattered to U.S. global strategic interests, and especially so close to home in the Western Hemisphere. If we define success narrowly, there is little question that the Salvador option achieved its Cold War strategic objectives. Much more difficult, however, is determining at what human price a toll suffered almost entirely by Salvadorans, not Americans. Another key argument is that, contrary to what is sometimes assumed by both supporters and critics alike, U.S. policy in El Salvador was not solely military, even during the relatively hawkish years of the first Reagan administration. In addition, the Carter administration's hastily formulated policy to engage El Salvador but stay well short of a full-scale American commitment endured through the end of the war in 1992. In Pentagon lore, the Salvador option is remembered as a mission where U.S. advisors beat into shape the formerly listless 9-to-5 Salvadoran military. Yet, ironically, the self-imposed and congressionally mandated severe restrictions on U.S. military involvement born out of the fear that El Salvador would become another Vietnam meant that the U.S. military campaign was far less significant than the viceroy-like diplomatic and political role played by a series of American ambassadors and other civilian officials. That is, the real story of the Salvador option is the tremendous significance of the involved U.S. civilian officials, what I label imperial diplomats, when compared to what was in fact a limited U.S. military advisory mission carried out by imperial grunts. It is also the case that U.S. imperial diplomats and imperial grunts, often acting quite independently or extemporaneously, represented more of the totality of the Salvador option than was normally understood. Some leading U.S. officials and private actors and groups did not always cooperate with the engagement, which they viewed as antithetical to their beliefs. In some cases, influential anti-war solidarity organizations circumvented what they viewed as immoral U.S. policies. 9. By protesting and sending humanitarian funds directly to the FMLN. Conservative political circles in Washington that most visibly included Republican Senator Jesse Helms worked directly with hardline conservative politicians, at least one of whom was linked to death squad activity, to encourage them to ignore U.S. pressure on human rights or economic reforms. Public acceptance of U.S. engagement was hindered in the early years by the Reagan administration's often muddled rhetoric describing its Salvador policy, sometimes even by Reagan himself, which implied a more singularly militarized and unyielding approach than what it eventually settled on. Part of this stems from the fact that, on El Salvador at least, Reagan's hardliners were either eventually sidelined or were never as influential as their public bluster suggested. That these same foreign policy hawks successfully pursued a more aggressive approach toward the Marxist-Sandinista regime in Nicaragua has sometimes allowed us to assume that they were equally hawkish on Salvador policy. Make no mistake, the Reagan administration's moderation on El Salvador did not mean that it had somehow abandoned its broader anti-communist ideology or goals of preventing Marxism's spread in Central America. Rather, echoing Carter's conversion to a more hawkish foreign policy in Central America late in his administration, Reagan's Cold Warrior advisors tacked the opposite way, from hardline to moderate, or simply vanished from the debate, and came to see engagement as the most preferable means of achieving its goal of containing communist expansion in Central America. Undemocratic means to save Salvadoran democracy. One of the main critiques of U.S. policy in El Salvador was that throughout the decade Washington intentionally ignored opportunities for honorable and constructive engagement that could have ended the war sooner. In this depiction, epitomized in an opinion piece in the Washington Post in 1992, from the beginning rebel leaders made repeated offers to negotiate only to have the Reagan administration reject them as attempts by guerrillas to shoot their way into power. *degree We will see, though, that the Reagan administration in fact both privately and publicly acknowledged the need for a political solution to the war even in its initial more hardline years. The rub, however, was that Reagan's concept of negotiations, i.e., and peace was drastically different from the concept held by the guerrillas and their supporters inside and outside El Salvador, which made progress virtually impossible. And ultimately, the format of the UN-brokered negotiations that led to the war's dramatic resolution entailed the guerrillas giving up their long-standing demand for power sharing and instead competing for political power through elections, exactly what Washington had insisted on from the beginning as a precondition for a settlement. A related finding is that much of the most controversial involvement came in the political and economic, not military, realm. For example, contrary to what we might otherwise assume, the Central Intelligence Agency's covert operations did in fact attempt to bolster centrist Salvadoran political forces at the expense of what at the time could be considered the country's death squad or oligarchic right. Parts of the U.S. foreign policy bureaucracy even repeatedly resorted to undemocratic means to save Salvadoran democracy. Thus, America's century-old paternalism in the Western Hemisphere was alive and well in El Salvador, but in a way that unexpectedly promoted moderation over rightist and leftist ideology and violence. Another point of consideration is whether it could indeed be the case that Washington's decision to engage El Salvador meant that while the Salvadoran military never totally eliminated its abusive ways, U.S. involvement helped to dampen its reflexive and deeply held authoritarian tendencies. A related element in the Salvador option story is that over the course of the 1980s, the growing dependence on U.S. assistance combined with first episodic but then more sustained pressure on human rights helped belatedly tear the reformist elements within the Salvadoran military away from the oligarchy's most intransigent actors. Despite what it at times appeared to be, engagement was never solely about defeating the FMLN militarily but rather preventing it from taking over the country, as the ideologically aligned Marxist insurgents had successfully accomplished in neighboring Nicaragua in 1979. As one U.S. diplomat pithily put it during the war's early years, the U.S. campaign was to save the economy, stop the violence, have the elections and ride into the sunset. *7 It is important also to understand that the Salvador option was not solely an American story. Too often the undeniably deep U.S. involvement is given credit for either causing or hindering peace too. And democracy in El Salvador when in fact other indigenous or exogenous factors were at play. Take, for example, the negotiated peace settlement. Washington's actions and efforts aside, the end of the Cold War helped sap the guerrillas' once ironclad Marxist revolutionary ideology and by extension their ability to seize power through war. Also, some of the rebels' once stalwart allies, namely, the Marxist regimes in Nicaragua and Cuba, were either out of office or out of cash. Yet, it is misleading to somehow conclude that these factors operated independently of Washington's substantial influence in El Salvador. Related to this, observers have fallen into the trap of giving Washington all the credit for the things that went well in El Salvador and none of the blame when they went wrong, and vice versa. Paradoxically, the Salvador option's biggest threats came not from the Marxist rebels, as we would have certainly suspected at the outset, but from several high-profile atrocities committed by the very military Washington was backing. Indeed, crimes of the Salvadoran security forces like the 1980 rape and killing of 4 American church women, the 1981 massacre of hundreds of civilians in the mountain hamlet of El Mazote, and the 1989 murder of 6 Jesuit priests did far more political damage to the Salvador option than any rebel military offensive. These sorts of heinous acts that resonated sharply with Americans reinforced the criticism that the United States was backing a bloodthirsty government and military Vietnam redux in their estimation, and the very opposite of the Salvador option's central premise that U.S. training and aid was making the dire situation better. Considerations for our story. The remarkable story of U.S. Cold War counterinsurgency and nation-building in its geopolitical backyard has been seriously understudied and poorly understood. Much of the existing analysis and understanding of U.S. policy in El Salvador actually focuses on the acerbic and well-publicized policy disagreements in Washington and tends to disregard the large-scale counterinsurgency and democracy-building effort carried out in the country. Time and again, we will see U.S. officials contend that evidence indicated the situation was improving and thus U.S. policy was 12. Working. Critics looked at the same evidence and concluded the opposite. Further complicating this glass half full/half empty dilemma, both sides often looked at different evidence to make their cases. In studying what was a many-layered political, ideological, and military war, the use of rigid ideological lenses inclined toward confirmation bias often made understanding the Salvador option especially complicated both then and now. If journalists wrote the first draft of history in El Salvador, then this story might be the second but certainly not definitive account. For example, scholars still do not have access to top-secret U.S. Department of Defense files that remain classified. We also do not know the full extent of U.S. anti-guerrilla and Cuba/Nicaragua pro-guerrilla covert involvement in the war. Yet, this book benefits from tens of thousands of pages of declassified CIA, State Department, and White House documents and a sizable number of Salvadoran sources. To be sure, it is impossible to escape all of my ideological and methodological biases, and any claim of full objectivity would be simple pretense, but I nonetheless attempt to provide an unvarnished examination of this influential but poorly understood chapter in U.S. Cold War foreign policy. I assume that all of the relevant actors, both Salvadoran and foreign, individual and collective, have a reasonable sense of agency and were thus capable of committing both good and bad. I also attempt to apply a scholarly dose of skepticism to all actors' rhetoric, knowing full well that, like us, they were capable of saying one thing and thinking or doing another. As is almost always the case, details and evidence matter to getting a more accurate story. Readers versed on the broad outlines of U.S. foreign policy in Latin America during the Cold War may wish to skim chapters 3 and 4, which are otherwise essential to the lay reader in terms of broader historical context. The same logic goes for the brief chapters on U.S. involvement in Guatemala and Nicaragua, key context in what constitutes the trinity of U.S. Cold War involvement in Central America, but also not necessary if one is solely interested in the Salvador case. Farabundo Martí, La Matanza and a Stolen Election. Cuando la historia no se puede escribir con la pluma, hay que escribirla con el fusil. Agustin Farabundo Martí, Salvadoran communist, 1930s. Coffee growers should not anguish over the situation in El Salvador today, there was a similar one in 1932, and it was solved then, it can be now. Representative of the Frente Unido Cafetalero, March 19807. El Salvador, the smallest and most densely populated country in Central America, presents a classic setting for social and political unrest. U.S. Department of State Bulletin, January 19803. El Salvador's history has revolved around its scarcest commodity, land. From the time the Spanish conquistadors arrived in the early 16th century and through the turbulent decades of the late 20th century, rural land and agriculture lay at the core of the country's tumultuous and deeply inequitable social and economic history. El Salvador's searing legacy of unequal distribution can be linked back to the Spanish colonial system whereby land ownership was vested in the crown. The land now known as modern El Salvador was ruled before the Spanish conquest by an assortment of indigenous civilizations, including the Aztec and Maya. The local Papil nation was active in the area at the time of Spanish exploration in 1524. Lacking precious T5. 16. Metals and mineral resources, El Salvador was a backwater in Spain's colonial empire. Under the formal administration of the Captaincy General of Guatemala during this time, local landowners held de facto sway. 4 Along with the rest of Central America, in 1821 El Salvador declared its independence from Spain. It was initially incorporated into newly independent Mexico and then joined the United Provinces of Central America, a failed attempt to create a federal republic modeled on the United States. In 1841, El Salvador declared itself an independent country. The smallest country in Central America, El Salvador's early independence was marked by considerable political tumult. Filled with large plantations owned by a tiny elite, El Salvador's first key cash crop was indigo. Between the 1870s and 1930s, however, another export crop replaced the ebbing indigo, coffee. The new crop provided enormous profits that only served to reinforce the oligarchy's grip on the rural economy. The coffee industry grew more than 1,000% between 1880 and 1914, providing over half the government's revenue during these years. Most histories contend that the priorities of the coffee industry dictated a shift in the mission of the embryonic armed forces from defense of the national territory to the maintenance of internal order. The formation of the National Guard in 1912 epitomizes this evolution as it became responsible for providing security on the coffee estates. In fact, most coffee plantations enjoyed the services of their own guard units posted on the grounds. Estate owners ensured the continued loyalty of the guardsmen by routinely compensating regional commanders registered in this sense. Suppression of rural dissent was subtle and institutionalized. His lover was the struggle. During the 1920s, a young Salvadoran intellectual from a wealthy family named Agustin Farabundo Martí Rodriguez, the namesake of the guerrillas who would take up arms decades later, worked tirelessly to organize Salvadoran workers. Often wearing a red star as his lapel pin, the redoubtable Martí earned the ire of El Salvador's oligarchy and military, who saw him exactly as he was, a communist rabble-rouser. Martí was educated at the University of El Salvador, commonly called the National University, where he was deeply influenced by 17. Karl Marx and other communist writers. He was an original member of the Central American Socialist Party, founded in Guatemala in 1925. Arrested repeatedly and ultimately exiled to Guatemala, the man known as El Negro for his dark complexion even spent some time in New York City, where he worked with anti-imperialism groups and met relatives of Nicaraguan freedom fighter Augusto Sandino, who later gained fame fighting U.S. Marines in the mountains of his native country. Martí and Sandino apparently fell out over the latter's unwillingness to incorporate more Marxist elements into his nationalist crusade against the American occupation of Nicaragua. When Martí attempted to teach communism to Sandino, the Nicaraguan stopped him. "If you think that you will seduce me with your ideas, do me a favor and don't stay here one more minute. I am not a communist." Martí's ethic in the name of revolution was legendary. According to Salvadoran communist and Martí contemporary Miguel Marmol, Martí didn't know a wife or children. His lover was the struggle. "I knew him well. He was a practical man, a dedicated revolutionary man. It was right out here, in the back of this house, where they executed him." Dedicated Marxist ideologues, such as Martí and Marmol, would set a precedent for the future insurgency in El Salvador in the 1970s and 80s. While Marmol was never a key wartime guerrilla leader, he was nonetheless one of the revolution's initial ideological founders. A shoemaker, fisherman, union leader, and founding member of the Communist Party of El Salvador, Marmol was born into poverty in 1905. By the age of 13 he became a soldier, but abuses by the military turned him into a leftist militant. Marmol recalled his ascetic life committed to revolution. "I was leading strikes in February of 1921 when I was 16. Our youths were in the struggle. There were no sports for us, no movies, nothing but the progress of the movement." In a surprising democratic moment in 1931, a wealthy landowner with populist instincts, Arturo Araujo, ascended to the presidency as part of the Labor Party despite opposition from distrusting coffee growers. 3. With coffee export prices plunging as the Great Depression's contagion reached Latin America, Araujo's popularity plummeted and even his support from the 18. impoverished rural farmers eased. In office only 9 months, Araujo was ousted by his sitting vice president, General Maximiliano Hernández Martínez, in a December 1931 coup. While personally drawn to the fascist models of Nazi Germany and Mussolini's Italy, Martínez supported the Allied war effort during World War II, a move that won him favor in Washington. The conservative landowning class came to love him for his fervent anti-communism, but it also looked askance at Martínez's humble origins and routine admonitions that poverty needed to be addressed so that communism would not flourish. In fact, Contrary to his mano dura historical legacy, Martinez promoted some modest social reforms, including a government welfare program. In addition to being a tyrant with a populist tinge, Martinez was also quite odd. He was nicknamed El Brujo for his belief in telepathy and reincarnation, and once remarked, "It is a greater crime to kill an ant than a man, for when a man dies he becomes reincarnated, while an ant dies forever." 1 degree. Despite Martinez's dubious beginnings, the military effectively controlled the country for the next half-century until a revolution-like event occurred in 1979. Returning to El Salvador in the early 1930s, the revolutionary Marti's objective had moved from organization to revolt, which led to the first communist insurrection in the Western Hemisphere. 7 supporters contended that the PCS was formally established in 1930 in order to participate in the electoral system, but that the government's refusal to recognize its victories in the January 1932 municipal and legislative elections prompted the shift to armed conflict. T registered the deep discontent sparked by the plunge in coffee prices led a growing number of Salvadorans to embrace Marxist organizations like the PCS or the Anti-Imperialist League. Martí lived in the mountains of western El Salvador, where he was able to rally El Salvador's multitude of impoverished farmers to rise up against their exploitive masters. The January 1932 revolt was in part fomented by Communist Party militants attempting to take advantage of indigenous peasant unrest in the country's western provinces. It was also the first communist revolution in Latin America. Some scholars believe that the legacy of what came to be known as the La Matanza was unrivaled over the next half-century. Indeed, the 19-hole political labyrinth of El Salvador can be explained only in reference to the traumatic experience of the uprising and the Matanza. As it unfolded, peasants armed with machetes and rusty shotguns began to attack municipalities of the country's depression-plagued coffee-growing region. The rebellion did not gain much traction in San Salvador as communist leaders had been rounded up during the first hours of the uprising. With their operation lasting just a few days, the rebels controlled only scattered towns and provincial cities. In some instances, the poorly organized rebels took over villages, killing dozens of political opponents in the process. Having come to power just 6 weeks earlier in a coup, Martinez crushed the embryonic revolt by unleashing his military against the largely defenseless, mostly landless farmers who were even more vulnerable with the plunge in coffee prices. Martinez ordered General José Tomás Calderón to lead the repression that only lasted around a week, killing an estimated 20,000 to 30,000 Salvadorans. The unenviable task of burying the dead was left to local officials. Fearing future trouble that the Salvadoran leftists could cause, Hernández Martinez had Martí arrested and subsequently executed by a firing squad. 3 In only 3 days, the rebellion had been almost entirely quashed. In the revolt's aftermath, the military promoted the creation of paramilitary militia civic guards that functioned like brotherhoods, holding fascist ceremonies and unleashing unrelenting terror on the population. 4 Communist conspirators were hunted down in San Salvador and elsewhere and executed in droves, leaving the nascent party in tatters. A chilling thought from one of La Matanza's proponents captures the impetus of these events: communism is a tree shaken by the wind. The moving tree causes the seeds to fall, the same wind carries the seed to other places. The seed falls on fertile soil. To be done with communism, it is necessary to make the ground sterile. 5 Another saying attributed to the disturbing social calculus of the era was "Muerto el perro, se acabó la rabia." As part of the initiative to prevent future communist uprisings, in the aftermath of La Matanza 18 rebellion leaders were put before firing squads. Marmol survived to tell the story. He recalled the bullets hitting his body and then lying still in his blood and another man's. 20. Gore. The firing squad shot 7 times. The 4th shot got me in the chest, and the 7th got me in the head. I fell. But minutes later I was still alive. The blood was in my mouth and made me want to cough. As some soldiers examined the bodies to kill the survivors, one of Marmol's dying companions shouted, "Long live the Communist Party!" Another shouted, Death to Gen. Hernandez Martinez. Asterisk. But Marmol remained quiet. His captors left Marmol for dead, but he lived on to bedevil strong military dictatorships for another 50 years. If it had not been for the clumsy firing squad, Marmol likely would have been just another forgotten victim of La Matanza slaughter. Registered for Martinez and his fellow military officers. The lesson from La Matanza was simple: never again tolerate communist agitation. Another outcome was that the Salvadoran military and oligarchy were inclined to see the peasant rebellion as a result of an international communist conspiracy rather than a symptom of domestic poverty and desperation. This resulted in the tendency for rightist elements to label all forms of social and political reform as thinly veiled communism. What is so hard to decipher is whether they knew this was not the case but acted as they did to facilitate their desire to quell peaceful social reform in the country. Paradoxically, soon after the massacre ebbed, Martinez wooed the masses, especially in the tumultuous western provinces, with promises of reform and protection from vengeful local elites. 3° after he was ousted from power in 1944, Martinez fled to Honduras, where 12 years later the former strongman was stabbed to death by his driver, the son of one of many thousands of Salvadorans Hernandez Martinez had caused to be murdered. 3. Martinez's downfall led other military leaders to take his place officially under the military-dominated and far from democratic Revolutionary Party of Democratic Unification, an electoral vehicle it used to legitimize its rule through presidential elections every 5 years. Contrary to the lasting stereotype that the military simply did the landed oligarchy's bidding during these years, these military regimes implemented both Martinez-style reform and repression. 3 In 1960, though, reformist officers once again seized power and established a civilian military junta that included Dr. Fabio Castillo, 2i, a strident supporter of the Cuban Revolution a year earlier. However, this democratic sprout did not last, as the junta was removed in a counter-coup. In 1962, the ruling military party became the National Conciliation Party and the ostensibly liberal anti-communist Colonel Julio Rivera was elected. Deeply rattled by Cuba's stunning revolution and a perception that Havana was now exporting revolution in the hemisphere, the John F. Kennedy administration praised Rivera as a loyal ally in the fight against communist subversion. 33. These thugs brutalized any peasant who challenged them. As was true of most of its Central American neighbors, El Salvador's stability rested on a powerful alliance between the country's oligarchies and its military. Both of these groups feared another 1932-like rural uprising that would lead to their demise. For that reason, they organized rural paramilitary groups, the most notorious of which was known as the Nationalist Democratic Organization, created in 1962. Known by the Spanish acronym for Order, ORDEN relied on retired military officers and roughly 60,000 recruited conservative peasants. As a pro-government, military-sanctioned civilian force, ORDEN's primary purpose was to afford the government a disciplined organization in the countryside that could teach the peasants the fundamentals of democracy, indoctrinate them against the dangers of communism, and provide social services and assistance to the poor. 34 A 1979 classified U.S. State Department report indicates that many peasants joined the group because it protected them from arrest and allowed them to carry weapons. A sign of machismo. The presidential-run intelligence outfit Salvadoran National Security Agency helped consolidate an era of military hegemony in El Salvador, sowing terror selectively among alleged subversives identified by the intelligence services. Through both ORDEN and ANSEL, the military's domination over civilian society was consolidated through official and unofficial repression. 3°. 22. An American diplomat active in the 1970s and 80s described this dynamic. The right maintained control. In rural areas a local power structure developed. In many places what most resembled a gang of thugs developed, perhaps aided and paid by the large landowners. These local enforcers were loosely organized on a national basis in something called ORDEN. These thugs brutalized any peasant who challenged them or the landowners. Sometimes the thugs were members of the local police, but in many cases they were on a volunteer auxiliary police or military, usually with some link to the military but not on any military organization chart. The main role of ORDEN at the national level appears to have been to keep the various local ORDEN groups from fighting each other. Point 3. Here is how the CIA explained the rural justice to Salvador option-era policymakers in a 1985 report. Control over society was handled by the military government and civilian elites largely through paramilitary constabulary forces, regular army units, and numerous official and private vigilante organizations. The historical record shows that, given the inherent weakness of the formal judicial process, these security bodies would often function at the local level as judge, jury, and executioner of individuals perceived to be criminals or subversives. Point 3 *. El Salvador's traditional security forces as well as the Treasury Police and National Guard enforced the law through repression and exclusion. And in addition to their politicization that resulted in defending conservative policies, these insular agencies were simply not very good at policing. Point 3. That is, they had very poor investigative training and lacked the most basic skills for protecting, recording, and using evidence. They also depended heavily on extrajudicial confessionals extracted by torture and abuse to gain convictions. Point 4. Part of El Salvador's social dilemma resulted from the demographic boom underway in the decades after World War II. The Massachusetts-sized country's population in 1950 was 2 million and jumped to 3.5 million by 1970. A decade later the country housed 4.5 million citizens, making it the most densely populated country in the Americas at that time. Neighboring Honduras increasingly served as a safety valve for El Salvador's exploding and largely impoverished population, a phenomenon that strained bilateral relations. 23. In 1969, after 2 World Cup qualifying soccer matches in June, boiling tensions erupted in war 2 weeks later. While the fighting only lasted hours, it represented a victory for El Salvador, especially for the military officers who cast themselves as the heroes of the invasion. Point 4 *. Where were you guys 10 years ago? During the late 1950s and 60s, sustained economic growth that included light manufacturing helped spark urbanization and expand the size of the once pitifully small Salvadoran middle class. Yet, poverty, unemployment, and political disenfranchisement continued to tear at Salvadoran society. Point 4 * During the 1960s, new political organizations began to test El Salvador's long repressive political system. Deeply influenced by the Catholic Church's powerful teachings on social justice, the Christian Democratic Party emerged as a vocal advocate for reform. The 1972 presidential elections proved to be a watershed as the Christian Democratic leader and former 3-term San Salvador Mayor José Napoleon Duarte and his Democratic Socialist vice presidential running mate, Guillermo Ungo, campaigned on an umbrella ticket under the National Opposition Union against the military's hand-picked PCN candidate, Colonel Arturo Molina. 43 Interestingly, Duarte had entered politics because he was worried that the oligarchy's reactionary policies were making a communist revolt more likely, exactly what John F. Kennedy had feared. Seeing how easily the Notre Dame University-educated Duarte had taken the rural and urban vote, the military ordered a news blackout immediately after the polls had closed. 3 days later the regime's official election board announced that Molina had in fact been elected president. Duarte described the fraud in a 1981 interview. "We knew that the official party would try to cheat us, and they did, but they made a miscalculation. They had brought in polling experts, just like you have in the United States. The experts said that we would get about 200,000 votes, so they figured they're cheating on that basis. They thought 300,000 would give them a great victory. But we got 324,000, so they just took 9,000 away from us and gave it to themselves. When my people found out what happened, they gathered in the streets. One word from me, and they 24 would have burned down the city, but I told them, I believe in democracy. I don't believe in turmoil or violent solutions. You must be patient." Number 4. Implicated in an aborted coup by officers sympathetic to the cheated opposition, Duarte unwisely made a radio broadcast calling for support of an attempted pro-democracy coup in May 1972 that had failed. Duarte was quickly arrested and tortured before ending up in exile in Venezuela for the next 7 years. Colonel Armando Molina emerged as the victor from the 1972 vote and in fact implemented a mild land reform measure and a renewed push for industrialization that would lessen the country's chronic reliance on landed estate agriculture. Interestingly, Molina also used Orden to rally the rural peasantry in his favor. 47 Yet, Molina's successor, General Carlos Humberto Romero, would prove far more repressive. 4 Romero's designation as the official military candidate in the rigged 1977 elections signaled the end of Molina's progressive programs. Romero's oppression earned him a bad reputation both locally and abroad, and as he began to lose his grip on power he called for a national dialogue that could bring back democracy. 4 But the desperate attempts at mollification proved too little, too late, as Romero antagonized both military elements and the increasingly mobilizing leftist opposition. In 1982, Duarte remarked to a group of foreign correspondents who had arrived to cover national elections, "Where were you guys years ago?" Indeed, one must wonder how differently El Salvador's history would have turned out if the reformist Duarte had been able to govern legitimately before the country turned into a bloodbath later in the 1970s. For many on the left, any possibility of peaceful reform ended with the 1972 fraudulent elections, even if the event did not receive much attention outside of El Salvador. One future guerrilla leader quipped that the dictatorship had shut the space for participation. 5 Another guerrilla stated a quarter-century later that after 1972 she concluded, "Either we take the struggle into the open on the mountains, or they'll kill us here in the city." 5 The United States in Latin America will not be able to hurt us if all of Latin America is in flames. Cuban revolutionary Fidel Castro. Latin America reminds me of an active volcano. Nikita Khrushchev, Soviet Premier, 19,607. Examining the evolution of the Cold War is essential in grasping the ideological and geopolitical factors that underline the sustained American engagement in El Salvador in 1980. El Salvador was an unexpected locale for deep U.S. involvement during the Cold War since, unlike many of its neighbors, it was not seen as especially prone to a victorious Marxist revolution until the late 1970s. By the early 1980s, though, El Salvador had seemingly overnight become the most likely candidate for America's next Vietnam. While it never ended up becoming the American tragedy that unfolded in Vietnam, El Salvador nonetheless shared many characteristics with the Southeast Asian country, at least from the standpoint of U.S. involvement. In both instances, the United States attempted to guard against what it believed was a looming expansion of global communism. What is clear is that America's strategic and political debacle in Vietnam that officially ended in 1975 strongly influenced how the United States engaged El Salvador. America approached the country with a hefty dose of caution, given the palpable fears that El Salvador could be one 26 more slippery slope, resulting in a militarily maximalist, yet strategically and morally dubious, U.S.-led effort to hold the line against communism. But before we can fully appreciate the United States in El Salvador in the 1970s and 80s, we must first turn to two broader historical threads: the emergence of the United States Big Stick in the first half of the 20th century, when the U.S. reserved the right to intervene in the affairs of a country it deemed in disarray, and successive Cold War presidential administrations, which strove to achieve victory over communism through counterinsurgency and economic and political development. Rise of the Big Stick. After easily defeating in Cuba what by this time was a sclerotic Spanish Empire, in 1898, over the following decades the United States intervened frequently in political and economic affairs, often to combat chronic instability, as Spanish-American War veteran and President Theodore Roosevelt would characterize it while in office. The swollen confidence following the victory over Spain, as well as its own emerging economic and military muscle, drove U.S. leaders to continue to broaden their nation's influence over the region. In May 1904, Roosevelt's former Secretary of War Elihu Root expanded on this strategic thinking that came to be known as the Roosevelt Corollary: any country whose people conduct themselves well can count upon our hearty friendliness. If a nation shows that it knows how to act with decency in industrial and political matters, if it keeps order and pays its obligations, then it fear no interference from the United States. 3. Unlike the Monroe Doctrine from almost a century earlier that simply told European imperial powers to stay out of the hemisphere, Washington now reserved the right to intervene in the internal affairs of recalcitrant countries to address instability. But many nations in the Caribbean basin did not heed Root's call, leading Roosevelt and successive presidents to act. At times this entailed not simply diplomatic or economic pressures but, echoing the 1898 war with Spain over Cuba, actual American boots on the ground. Indeed, Washington had discovered that military force was an effective way to determine outcomes in a region increasingly under its dominion. The United States in Latin America. 27. For the next 3 decades, barely a year went by when the United States was not conducting some sort of intervention in a Central American or Caribbean country, although El Salvador was one that never made that dubious list. Despite what is sometimes assumed, these big stick interventions ranged widely in both scope and duration. Haiti, Nicaragua, Cuba, Honduras, the Dominican Republic, and Mexico were all on the receiving end of American interventionism that involved Washington dispatching diplomatic and military forces to supervise elections, build infrastructure, enforce debt payments, quell insurrections, and hold elections. It is safe to say, though, that U.S. occupations did not lead to the lasting political and economic institutions they had sought to establish. Part of this failure might have been the instability endemic in these societies before the big stick arrived to take care of matters. Many interventions initially took on a familiar shape: large-scale deployments of U.S. forces for short periods of time, followed by short-term occupations that addressed the political and economic issues in a manner favorable to Washington. In part influenced by its self-generated image of a selfless promoter of liberty and not an old-world imperial power, the United States often departed after these short-term objectives were accomplished. After 1912, though, the occupations were more sustained. And in some instances, such as the occupation of Nicaragua in the 1920s and into the 1930s, the United States failed to achieve its objectives, and it was U.S. domestic political pressure more than another easy big stick success that precipitated the withdrawals. In office from 1913 to 1921, President Woodrow Wilson's missionary zeal led him to detest colonial rule, yet he wound up readily employing military forces. In fact, Wilson intervened more often and his occupations ended up lasting much longer than his two predecessors, William Howard Taft and Theodore Roosevelt. To be sure, Wilson wanted democracy and stability, or as he put it in 1913, to teach the South American republics to elect good men. In a speech in Mobile, Alabama, before the Southern Commercial Congress in October 1913, Wilson promised that the United States will never again seek one additional foot of territory by conquest. 28. She must regard it as one of the duties of friendship to see that from no quarter are material interests made superior to human liberty and national opportunity. For but when confronted with repeated cases of instability right off America's shores, Wilson put security and the advancement of democracy before non-intervention, a prioritization that led him to several interventions in Mexico and the Caribbean basin. In a sense, Wilson was acting in a manner consistent with future Cold War presidents, such as John F. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan, who also prioritized national security despite their lofty rhetoric of freedom. This sort of Wilsonian rhetoric was on display on March 10, 1983, when President Reagan made a speech on Central America at a trade association's annual meeting. Thousands of people have already died and, unless the conflict is ended democratically, millions more could be affected throughout the hemisphere. The people of El Salvador have proved they want democracy. But if guerrilla violence succeeds, they won't get it. 5. If there is a constant geopolitical and ideological thread linking Theodore Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson in the Big Stick era and John F. Kennedy and Ronald Reagan during the Cold War, perhaps it is that these presidents did not want to establish colonies in the Caribbean basin or even deeply meddle unless it was necessary to ensure America's strategic interests. When they did meddle, the intervention was done through diplomatic jawboning, dangling of loans to pliant governments, siding with one group of political elites against another, and by arming and training indigenous constabularies. A good neighbor. By the end of the 1920s, America's priorities had shifted significantly since the dawn of the Big Stick era in 1898. Following the carnage of World War I, anti-imperialism and isolationism had become increasingly popular among the American public and by extension their elected governments. Thus, these at times costly or poorly understood interventions were increasingly scrutinized. As satirist Will Rogers put it, "Why are we in Nicaragua and what the hell are we doing there?" Registered the Great Depression that began in 1929 further forced Washington, the United States in Latin America 29, to look inward to find ways to reform its shattered economic institutions. It was a ripe time for a less intrusive strategy in the Caribbean basin and Latin America more broadly, a development that led to the era of the good neighbor. Although the beginnings of this relatively non-interventionist phase began in the late 1920s when Herbert Hoover was still in the White House, President Franklin Roosevelt is largely credited for creating the formal good neighbor policy. Upon taking office in 1933, Roosevelt and his advisors remained committed to the goal of non-intervention, a position aided by the lack of immediate security threats in Latin America. At his inaugural address on March 4, 1933, Roosevelt stated, "In the field of world policy, I would dedicate this nation to the policy of the good neighbor, the neighbor who resolutely respects himself and, because he does so, respects the rights of others, the neighbor who respects his obligations and respects the sanctity of his agreements in and with the world of neighbors." Registered the good neighbor policy emphasized trade, cooperation, and, most important, non-intervention in the hemisphere over unilateral military intervention and occupation. It broadly defined U.S. policy in the Caribbean basin for the next 2 decades. Roosevelt's first move in the direction of non-intervention was completing the withdrawal of American troops from Nicaragua in 1933. He did not, however, switch to entirely Pacific means to achieve his policy goals. For example, later that year, widespread instability and protest broke out in Cuba and Roosevelt came close to using U.S. troops to address the problem. As the 1930s progressed, the Roosevelt administration eyed the gathering threat of Nazism and fascism, which appeared to be spreading to Latin America. Paradoxically, the onset of World War II reinforced a softer American approach toward its backyard. Washington needed allies in its war against fascism, and Latin America's proximity made it the logical place to look for them. With the advent of the good neighbor policy, the United States appeared to finally set aside the big stick as a way of achieving its desired results in its neighboring countries. Yet, non-intervention contributed at times to political vacuums in these banana republics, often the ones like Nicaragua and the Dominican Republic, where the United States conducted sustained interventions where 30 unaccountable and venal strongmen emerged. That is, for America simply being a good neighbor did not ensure that the neighborhood was democratic or just. Quacks like a duck. Soon after World War II, the United States found itself inextricably involved in a global struggle against Soviet-backed communism. Urged on by a Truman administration eager to bolster anti-communist pillars close to home, in 1947 all 21 independent hemispheric nations established a mutual defense treaty known as the Rio Pact and created the Organization of American States a year later. After a whirlwind tour of the region in 1950, the storied American diplomat George Kennan offered a pessimistic assessment of the fight against communism in Latin America. Assessing the communist foe as a vicious one, Kennan argued that the United States should act forcefully. But where do not exist, and where the concepts and traditions of popular government are too weak to absorb successfully the intensity of the communist attack, then we must concede that harsh governmental measures of repression may be the only answer, that these measures may have to proceed from regimes whose origins and methods would not stand the test of American concepts of democratic procedure, and that such regimes and such methods may be preferable alternatives, and indeed the only alternatives, to further communist successes. Degree. The good neighbor era might have ended following Kennan's visit to Latin America. His dire warnings of communist expansion resonated in a Washington increasingly terrified of communism's seemingly inexorable spread across the globe. The expansion took over North Korea, East Germany, and several nations in Eastern Europe shortly after World War II. Communist victories followed in populist China in 1949 and in North Vietnam in 1954. It was only a matter of time, U.S. officials believed, before Latin America would be under siege. The first real instance of the big stick in its Cold War, anti-communist form took place in Guatemala. President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate Republican, initially looked to pursue many of the same multilateral policies as Harry S. Truman had done. While his Secretary of State John F. Dulles contended that the United States did not. The United States in Latin America support interference in the internal affairs of any republic, Eisenhower was clear that the administration would not tolerate the presence of political institutions which serve alien masters. Diplomat Richard Patterson set a benchmark for intervention with his quacks like a duck test, whereby regimes that resembled the Soviet Union ideologically but were not openly pro-Soviet still represented a significant security threat to the United States. Eisenhower's fear about leftist governments in the Caribbean basin came to a head after the election of President Jacobo Arbenz in Guatemala in 1950. While Arbenz himself was not a communist, at least not publicly, his advocacy of land reform, his nationalization of economic interests, his voting with the Soviet bloc in the United Nations, and the number of Guatemalan communists in the inner circle of his government greatly worried a Washington sick with anti-communist fever. The last straw for U.S. officials was Arbenz's decision to procure weapons from communist Czechoslovakia. By then, Arbenz was a communist duck and had to go. Because it was a covert operation conducted largely by local proxy forces, the American-backed coup in Guatemala provides an interesting twist on the traditional U.S. big stick interventions in Latin America. In this case, a small group of anti-Arbenz fighters led by Colonel Carlos Castillo Armas entered the country from Honduras. Backed by CIA bombing and psychological operations, and benefiting from the refusal of the Guatemalan army to support the government against the U.S.-backed rebels, on June 17, 1954, Arbenz resigned from his post and went into exile. Not surprisingly, the new military government was neither democratic nor reformist, but it satisfied Washington's demand for strict anti-communism. Given the precipitous way Arbenz had fallen and Washington's ability to keep its hands clean from conducting regime change in its backyard, Eisenhower was inclined to believe that such success could easily be replicated elsewhere. Washington's intervention by proxy in Guatemala proved to be deeply unpopular in Latin America. Despite American disavowal, governments across the region complained bitterly about what they contended was thinly veiled Yankee interventionism. In a visit to Venezuela in 1958, Vice President Richard Nixon's motorcade was pelted by irate crowds throwing stones at the representative from the American Empire. 32. The most dangerous area of the world. Latin America, somewhat surprisingly, became a major issue for John F. Kennedy as he ran for president in 1960. Before he defeated Nixon in November of that year, the stunning success of Fidel Castro's overthrow of Cuban strongman Fulgencio Batista irrevocably altered the geopolitical landscape in Latin America. Now the American backyard contained a pro-communist regime aligned with Moscow that sat roughly 90 miles from America's shores. Kennedy deftly used his predecessor's alleged weak approach to Latin America, noting that Eisenhower had failed to prevent Castro's rise to power. Calling Latin America the most dangerous area of the world, Kennedy believed that his first priority was to check the anti-U.S. revolutionary tide in the region and secure the United States against external threats. While attempting to show deference to Roosevelt's good neighbor policy, the young president announced that if any Latin country be driven by repression into the arms of the communists, our attitude of non-intervention would change overnight. *4 Kennedy used his first State of the Union address on January 30, 1961, to reinforce his view that the United States could not tolerate another Cuba. Communist agents seeking to exploit that region's peaceful revolution of hope have established a base on Cuba, only 90 miles from our shores. Our objection with Cuba is not over the people's drive for a better life. Our objection is to their domination by foreign and domestic tyrannies. Cuban social and economic reform should be encouraged. Questions of economic and trade policy can always be negotiated. But communist domination in this hemisphere can never be negotiated. 5. In April 1961, only 3 months after taking office, the inexperienced president was dealt the humiliating setback of the failed Bay of Pigs mission. The CIA-led covert operation to overthrow Fidel Castro was originally hatched in the final months of the Eisenhower administration. Like the overthrow of Arbenz in 1954, the Bay of Pigs was an example of attempted regime change by proxy rather than the direct military adventures of earlier times. Washington supported and financed the operation, but the ranks consisted of Cuban exiles. Contrary to what Kennedy had expected, Castro held much stronger. The United States in Latin America. 33. Support on the island and government officials had estimated, and his well-trained troops easily defeated the invading forces. Foucault theory. The unexpected ease with which the Cuban revolutionaries overthrew U.S. backed strongman Fulgencio Batista in 1959 led them to conclude that the same thing could and should be done in other countries in Latin America. Revolutionary hero Fidel Castro told the crowds gathered at a rally in Havana on January 21, 1959, that the time had come to liberate the hemisphere. How much America and the peoples of our hemisphere need a revolution like the one that has taken place in Cuba. How much America needs an example like this in all its nations. How much it needs for the millionaires who have become rich by stealing the people's money to lose everything they have stolen. How much America needs for the war criminals in the countries of our hemisphere to be shot. Registered. In what certainly frustrated American policymakers for the next 3 decades, Fidel Castro was unwilling to stop his efforts after such a stunning success in Cuba even if he was not yet a full-blown communist. Rather, the Cuban ruler quickly embraced a policy of exporting Cuban-style revolutions to Latin America. By the mid-1960s, Cuba had consolidated its communist regime in Havana, and Cuba-inspired focus insurrections had emerged across the region, most extensively in the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, and Guatemala. The doctrine held that a general revolution could be prompted by small, quick-striking guerrilla vanguards that created a focus of discontent with the status quo. Influenced by Chinese Communist revolutionary Mao Zedong's writings from 3 decades earlier, Che Guevara and fellow Cuban leaders believed that other revolutionaries could simply follow a straightforward textbook that could teach them how to become successful revolutionaries. In fact, by 1960 Che had authored a tome entitled Guerrilla Warfare that became requisite reading for budding revolutionaries across the hemisphere. 7 Che believed that a hardcore of 30 to 50 men enough to initiate armed revolution in any Latin American country. Based on the experience in Cuba, he 34. Highlighted 3 strategies for a successful revolutionary war. First, Che contended that this small band of committed fighters could take revolution into their own hands, providing the spark for mass revolt rather than waiting for another precipitating event to occur. Second, he posited that popular forces could win against a regular army. Guerrilla warfare, waged with the support of civilians, could bring a conventional army to its knees by wearing down its ability and its resolve to fight. Third, he maintained that in the Latin American context, the best place to center subversive activity was in the countryside, where, due to often horrible working conditions and a skewed distribution of land, class contradictions are at their most violent. These 3 tenets constituted the heart of Foucault theory. While Moscow was somewhat hesitant about exporting armed revolution lest it provoke Washington in its own backyard, Havana was bent on creating, As Che Guevara wrote in 1967, many Vietnams in the Americas degree in a 1959 article, Guevara wrote that the guerrilla is fundamentally an agrarian revolutionary. He interprets the desires of the great peasant masses to be owners of land, owners of their own means of production, of their livestock, of all that for which they have fought for years, for that which constitutes their life and will also be their cemetery. Che dismissed social reform through the ballot box as hopelessly naive. Washington and its corporate cronies would never allow real reform to take hold. One only had to look to leftist President Jacobo Arbenz' ouster in 1954 by the CIA to realize that the Yankees would not tolerate an outcome that did not ensure their military and economic control of the region. The only effective path to social justice and equality, then, was violent revolution. In hindsight, we now know that FOCO warfare was a relatively short-lived and unsuccessful footnote in the history of war. One of Che's fundamental miscalculations was a failure to ascribe the stunning success of the Cuban revolt to factors largely exclusive to Cuba. The storied Cuban revolutionaries were fighting against the widely hated and illegitimate tyrant Batista, which made it infinitely easier to win over the support of both rural and urban populations. In other countries in Latin America where Cuba-style FOCOs were attempted, the governments in power typically were partially democratic and legitimate. Nonetheless, given the level of repression in Latin America, the very fuel of FOCO, it is surprising that almost none of the insurgencies. The United States in Latin America 35. In these countries succeeded, largely because of the failure of the population to rise up with the rebels in a general insurrection, as had taken place in Cuba. The miscalculations seem especially stark because the Cuban revolutionaries did realize that their victory had come far faster and far easier than the leftist takeovers in China in 1949 and Russia in 1917. That its proponents expected Latin America to go the way of Cuba, and not of these other two examples, demonstrates how far removed FOCO theory was from the particular social, economic, and nationalistic contexts of different Latin American countries. Another dimension in which FOCO theory erred was in its overestimation of the importance of the countryside. Much of the success of later leftist revolutions in Latin America came when the insurgents threatened major metropolitan areas, as when the Sandinistas seized León and Managua in Nicaragua, or when the FMLN took positions in the mountains around San Salvador in the summer of 1983. Granted, FOCO did acknowledge the crucial role of urban universities as hotbeds of anti-regime sentiment that could then be channeled to the broader society. Indeed, these FOCOist revolutionaries expected that many newly sensitized university students would flee the cities for the hills and mountains to start revolutions. Often, as in the early stages of the Sandinista revolution in Nicaragua in the 1970s and throughout the Salvadoran Marxist insurgency the following decade, when these vanguard intellectuals, the notorious guerrilla universitaria, did head for the countryside, the result was often their dismal failure and death at the hands of counterinsurgency forces. 4. This hemisphere intends to remain the master of its own house. It was perhaps inevitable that Cuba would be at the center of this dramatic scaling up of low-impact counterinsurgency. A classified secret U.S. government intelligence report published in 1961 highlighted the perception of Cuba's key role as an incubator for revolution in the region. Castro's Cuba has become to much of the Latin American community a living example of the radical breakup of traditional social and economic patterns. For many of these who seek to upset the status quo in their own countries, Havana has developed into the mecca of revolutionary inspiration and conspiracy. Castro's shadow looms large because social and economic conditions throughout Latin America invite opposition to ruling authority and encourage agitation for radical change. Indeed, by 1962 Cuba had become the primary source of manpower and resources for igniting insurgencies throughout the Western Hemisphere. As stated in a 1964 State Department report, the primary danger we face in Castro is the impact the very existence of his regime has upon the leftist movement in many Latin American countries. The simple fact is that Castro represents a successful defiance of the U.S., a negation of our whole hemispheric policy of almost a century and a half. In principle, The core of the U.S. response to guerrilla insurgencies during the Cold War involved three wide-ranging objectives for client countries: democratization, economic development, and security. This three-pronged approach began during the Kennedy administration and endured as the primary model in U.S. policy, military doctrine, and practice, although U.S. responses at different times often emphasized one objective over the others. Most of the time security was the priority, but this is not to say that the pro-democracy and economic modernization goals were cut out of the picture. The Kennedy administration believed that America's mission included robust support for democracy across the globe. Americans had to oppose the powerful destructive forces, challenging the universal values that for centuries have inspired men of goodwill in all parts of the world. 3. The hallmark of Kennedy's peace revolution strategy was the Alliance for Progress, a planned 10-year program of massive economic investment and assistance to promote sorely needed political, social, and economic reform in Latin America. The idea was 38. That the funds would help the Latin Americans implement better tax schemes, promote massive land reform efforts, and give the poor and disenfranchised a stake in these reformist governments. For Kennedy, the alliance would allow us again to transform into a vast crucible of revolutionary ideas and efforts. For in Kennedy's wording in his inaugural address on January 1961. To our sister republics south of our border, we offer a special pledge to convert our good words into good deeds in a new alliance for progress to assist free men and free governments in casting off the chains of poverty. But this peaceful revolution of hope cannot become the prey of hostile powers. Let all our neighbors know that we shall join with them to oppose aggression or subversion anywhere in the Americas. And let every other power know that this hemisphere intends to remain the master of its own house. 5. While still idealistic, at their core Kennedy's democracy-building initiatives were primarily about using non-coercive methods to stop communism. As part of the spirit of the Alliance for Progress, the Kennedy administration also did not oppose socially progressive non-communist reformers, such as Romulo Betancourt in Venezuela and José Figueres in Costa Rica. Despite his efforts, the alliance failed to produce the democratic, stable Latin America that Kennedy had hoped for. This failure resulted from a number of political and economic factors, not least of which was that the number of reformist leaders with whom Kennedy could work remained small. Most countries had few democratic institutions and were often ruled by militaries. The political imperative of anti-communism undermined what was hoped to be the Marshall Plan for the Americas. Kennedy often found it necessary to support stable regimes, which were at times repressive, to ensure that communism did not advance. Whatever chance of success Kennedy's revolutionary dream had for Latin America was cut short by his assassination in Dallas, Texas, in November 1963. Vice President Lyndon B. Johnson assumed the presidency, and at first his ascension seemed to have little effect on Latin America, as anti-communism continued to dominate policy making. Yet under the surface, a major shift had occurred. Despite his public affinity for impoverished peoples, Johnson had little interest in Latin America, focusing mostly on events in Asia. Moreover, even though many of Kennedy's key advisors remained in the Johnson 39 administration, the idealism from the Kennedy years had largely dissipated. For example, the conservative pragmatist Thomas Mann took charge of Latin America policy and competed for influence with Kennedy's more liberal advisors, such as Arthur Schlesinger Jr., and encouraged Johnson to move away from the Alliance for Progress. But events in the Dominican Republic prevented Johnson from completely ignoring Latin America and the Caribbean basin more specifically. In April 1965, Johnson ordered more than 20,000 American troops into the capital city of Santo Domingo. The intervention, the first instance of American boots on the grounds in the Caribbean since the 1930s, appeared to signify a shift back to the traditional big stick. Yet, Johnson's only real concern for a country as seemingly irrelevant as the Dominican Republic centered on the strategic imperative of keeping communists out of America's backyard. Maintain internal security. Deeply influenced by the unfolding efforts to counter communist insurgency in Southeast Asia, Kennedy had ordered U.S. civilian and military officials to embark on a significant effort to train Latin American military and police forces so that they could defend American allies from communist subversion. The administration increased military aid to Latin America, and by 1963 these levels were almost 50% higher than the assistance levels of the Eisenhower years. Starting in 1961, the Kennedy administration also placed special forces groups in vulnerable Latin American countries, such as Guatemala and Colombia. Some of these groups, such as the 8th SFG led by Colonel B.J. Pinkerton, had previously conducted clandestine operations in Laos. Throughout the 1960s and 70s, hundreds of U.S. military officers were deployed in the region to teach their Latin American colleagues how to combat internal and external subversion. The United States also began training Latin American military officers and soldiers at U.S. institutions, such as the School of the Americas in the Panama Canal Zone. Here they were instructed in organizational command, counterinsurgency tactics, covert and psychological operations, military intelligence, and interrogation techniques. Registered between 1962 and 1970, roughly 22,000 military men were trained in such schools, 9,000 in 1962 alone. 7 Another 100,000 police officers were 40. Given American training in their home countries. Secretary of Defense Robert A. McNamara announced that U.S. trained Latin American military leaders had an obligation to maintain internal security and to combat domestic subversion. Washington also established military assistance advisory groups to be stationed throughout the region. Then if a Latin American country came to be considered hot, SFGs were dispatched to help with all sorts of counterinsurgency work, civil affairs, psychological operations, intelligence, and interrogation. These deployments of combat-seasoned Green Berets and embassy-based MAAGs were often almost identical to the counterinsurgency models being tested at the same time in Vietnam. However, this new American counterinsurgency strategy brought its own problems. Whatever its counterinsurgent efficacy might have been, U.S. training and materiel often served to bolster abusive Latin American militaries and governments. Whether the U.S. approach to Latin America after the mid-1960s made bad situations better or worse is an open debate, but there is no question that it became irrevocably associated with militaries that often used internal security as an excuse to terrorize civilian populations and stifle the very type of reform that Kennedy and others embraced so passionately during these Cold War years. An ambassador recalls. Murat Williams served as the American ambassador to El Salvador from 1961 to 1964 and recalled in an interview decades later his telephone conversation with President John F. Kennedy soon before starting his new posting. Ambassador, I am glad that you are going to El Salvador. That is our number one problem. Williams assumed that Kennedy was referring not simply to El Salvador but also to Latin America or Central America. Whether he meant El Salvador or the region more broadly, Kennedy's marching orders to Williams further reveal how seriously the United States took instability in its geopolitical backyard. As would be the case 2 decades later, although on a much larger scale, U.S. led efforts to push social and economic reform in El Salvador in the 1960s ran into opposition from the oligarchy. A. Rhodes. 41. Scholar and career diplomat, Ambassador Williams often infuriated the Salvadoran oligarchy who considered him a communist sympathizer just as they would view subsequent ambassadors like Robert White and Thomas Pickering in the 1980s. Here is how Williams recalled the injustices that resulted in the communist-led revolt in 1932. El Salvador's problems are deeply rooted in centuries-old injustice. A very few people own the great majority of land, of the wealth of the country. They were protecting that position by the military, which was well under their control. There had been in 1932 in El Salvador a big uprising, which was attributed to the communists, which was called the Communist Conspiracy to overthrow the country. Well, I don't believe Moscow, itself, was necessarily behind this revolt, but it did not take Moscow to tell the Salvadoran peasants of 1932 that they were hungry. They were hungry and they did rise up and demand a better life. That created a very strong fear among the wealthy people of El Salvador that once again there might be an explosion from the unrest of the peasants. In a July 1980 letter to the magazine Christianity Today, former Ambassador Williams described how the Kennedy administration's change in attitude in El Salvador in the early 1960s was so great that a renowned Salvadoran economist told him, "The 14 families are alarmed. They have always depended on the army, the church, and the American legation. You make them afraid." Some American diplomats were not pleased with the shift from development to security under Johnson. According to Williams, Mr. Johnson's policy of using a strong arm resulted in building up the military missions, which I had been opposed to, and ultimately as the years passed it meant more and more American advisors taking part. From the standpoint of the people of those countries, certainly those people in El Salvador, they look upon us as their enemy. For Williams also recounted how he had maintained a low-level aerial photograph of San Salvador in his office in the U.S. Embassy. Williams pointed out to all of his visitors the image's alarming juxtaposition of the palatial residences of the oligarchy and the cardboard box slums, teeming with El Salvador's poor. For Williams, the photograph suggested that an explosion was inevitable without social reforms. Williams contrasted this urgency with the caution of some of his State Department colleagues. One former U.S. ambassador to El Salvador told him, 42. Murat, you are making a mistake. You should cultivate better relations with the families. After all, they have the power. For Williams, though, American goals were way too much influenced by wealthy families. 7. An unabashed supporter of Kennedy's Alliance for Progress, Williams believed that actual reform was at hand during these brief years. His sense was that El Salvador was exceptionally fortunate given that Kennedy and other social reformers were in charge in Washington. Moreover, their new military president Julio Rivera, elected for a 5-year term in 1962 after leading a coup in 1961, supported progressive reforms. Registered Time magazine noted in 1962 that El Salvador was one of the alliance's shiniest reforms under the prodding of a reform-minded military man, Colonel Julio Rivera. It added that Rivera was loosening the control of the 14, a group of land and banking families who have ruled the country since Spanish colonial days. In fact, Kennedy and Rivera knew each other and got along well. Some believed that Rivera's reformist zeal might have stemmed from his stint as a young officer studying at the Protestant college in the provincial city of Santa Ana, where he came under the influences of a remarkable American woman Baptist missionary to whom he often referred. Thus it is possible that more Alliance for Progress-style reforms might have precluded the civil war that erupted the following decade. Murat Williams, for one, strongly believed that one key cause of the war was the blindness of U.S. policymakers to power of the forces that demanded social change. However, even though El Salvador was the site of the first communist uprising with the Farabundo Martí-led communist revolt in 1932, by the 1960s and 70s U.S. officials did not consider El Salvador a likely spot for a formidable Marxist revolution. What is readily apparent from reading the oral histories of American diplomats serving in El Salvador at the time is that there was a real difference of opinion on whether the United States should be a reformist or status quo power. Williams expressed frustration that U.S. diplomats were inclined toward the latter option. U.S. policy was too much influenced by the wealthy families. The wealthy families scared too many U.S. policymakers into believing that there was a real danger of communism there. I think U.S. policymakers took the short-term view of believing in oppression rather than in positive economic. 43. Development, the elimination of social injustice. As for American military personnel based at the U.S. Embassy, Williams recalled, I don't think they were negative. I just think there were too many of them. Washington began providing military assistance to El Salvador beginning in the 1930s, but, contrary to Williams's recollection, the amounts were not especially significant. In 1970, for example, the U.S. military mission totaled 17 personnel. The U.S. government provided less than $17 million from 1946 to 1979, an amount that put El Salvador at the bottom of the Central American countries in terms of U.S. assistance. In fact, the Salvadoran regime under Romero rejected the aid in 1977 in response to the Carter administration's criticisms of the government's record on human rights for TTs as if you were a bull. During the 1980s and afterward, critical depictions of U.S. involvement circulated in the media. For instance, the editors of Progressive magazine in 1984 wrote the following: "The rising level of political violence in El Salvador and the increasing military involvement of the United States began making front-page headlines in this country about 5 years ago. But, the Central Intelligence Agency and the Pentagon set their intervention in motion much earlier. They have been actively aiding official terror in El Salvador for more than 2 decades, often in violation of U.S. law, always in violation of Washington's pious rhetoric calling for an end to the violence. 5. The allegations about U.S. complicity in the rising tide of violence were given credence by evidence that came from Death Squad leader Colonel José Alberto Medrano, who revealed his close ties with President Johnson and the CIA during hours of interviews by foreign journalists in the early 1980s. Medrano described how he traveled frequently to the United States to consult with the CIA during the tense years of the Cold War, when Washington was using economic development and counterinsurgency to stem another Cuba in its own hemisphere. In July 1968, he even received a medal from President Johnson, reportedly in recognition of your exceptional service merits. According to Medrano, Johnson told him, "I know everything about you, Medrano. 44. You're doing a good job. I know your pedigree. It's as if you were a bull." 27. Were U.S. training and doctrine intended to create and bolster intelligence and security agencies, or were they meant to encourage death squads? Elements of the former unquestionably ended up in the latter, but it is harder to determine whether this is what the U.S. government wanted. What Medrano had done to merit such accolades from the American president was, he recalled, to establish a rural network whose function was to indoctrinate the campesinos with respect to the advantages of a democratic system and the disadvantages of a communist system. Registered ORDEN had the double missions of preventing communism and compiling information on individuals considered suspicious. Medrano indicated that you could discover a communist by his way of speaking. Generally, they criticize Yankee imperialism, speak against the oligarchy, against the military. We can discover them easily. Once the individuals were identified, the information would be passed to ORDEN's central office where roughly 100 people worked. From there the intelligence would end up at the presidential spy agency ANSEL where, according to Medrano, we would study it and pass it to the president, who took the respective measures. He added, "In this revolutionary war, the enemy comes from our people. We don't provide them with the Geneva Protocol. They are traitors to the country. What are the soldiers supposed to do? When they find them, they kill them." 3 Medrano would subsequently publicly reveal that ORDEN and ANSEL were suggested by the Department of State, the CIA, and Green Berets during the time of Kennedy. "We formed those specialized agencies to combat international terrorism. We were preparing the team to combat communism." 3. Medrano also contended that Arthur Simons, the U.S. colonel in charge of the Green Berets at the time, was key to the creation of ORDEN. 32 ORDEN's size meant that 1 in 50 Salvadorans nationwide was a government snitch or enforcer, usually helping to repress members of their own social class. 33 Out of the rural networks emerged one of the most infamous death squads, Mano Blanca. The short-lived 1979 reformist junta abolished ORDEN and ANSEL because of their gross human 45. rights abuses. 34 Death Squad mastermind Roberto D'Aubuisson publicly denounced the junta's move, indicating that while ORDEN had ceased to function in name, its principles are alive and well and are serving the fatherland via a new political organization that he led. 35 Some historians contend that ORDEN was one case where such training and fortification directly led to the emergence of a dense, Central America-wide network of death squad paramilitaries. 3° Indeed, the death squads that subsequently appeared were essentially appendages of the very intelligence systems that Washington helped create or fortified. 37 Orden and Ansel unquestionably became part of the death squad fabric that began to ravage El Salvador by the late 1970s. It is also the case that the United States played a hand in the creation of these two organizations. Yet, it is far more difficult to determine from the available evidence whether this very U.S. involvement is what led these groups to morph into shadowy death squads. As we will see, there were other key developments and factors that influenced the formation and spread of what soon became wanton state-sponsored killing of suspected leftist subversives. A divided nation. Military traditions, democratic third way, and liberation theology. Third world, that the church would discover what it really was and what it really had to do. Enrique Krauze, Mexican historian. The rebels spared no effort to impress the American visitors, providing ample meals of steak, fresh orange juice and baked bread, as well as beds, a video television screen and trucks for transportation. A well-known revolutionary priest, Miguel Ventura, offered a mass in the bullet-pocked local church. A rebel chorus sang hymns of liberation theology. The first song began, "Christ, Christ Jesus, identify yourself with us. Have solidarity with us, not with the oppressor class, with us." James Lemoyne, New York Times correspondent, reporting from guerrilla-controlled territory, 198.5*. Once you had to be a colonel to get rich, now even the lower ranks steal. Joaquin Ventura, retired Salvadoran Army captain, December 19,893. Los 14. The decades leading up to the Civil War were a tumultuous time that upended El Salvador's relatively predictable and stable political climate. To give a full sense of this harrowing story, this chapter addresses several key actors and movements that emerged on the left, right, and center of Salvadoran politics and society in the 1960s and 70s. It seems 46. 47. Appropriate to begin with the power that stood the test of time in this tiny Central American country, the oligarchy. When foreign journalists during the war years wrote about the Salvadoran oligarchy, they almost invariably used the term Los 14 for the 14 families that were said to rule the country. The revolutionary left also described the oligarchs in such terms. According to one guerrilla leader interviewed in Havana in 1980, some 14 families own most of the land in El Salvador. These families are also linked to North American capital through the interests they have in the American-controlled industries. For while the term Los 14 was widely used, there were in fact around clans that were the effective owners of Salvadoran industries and land. But even that number was suspect, as some contended that it was in fact much larger, even if a tiny fraction compared to the country's total population. According to Jorge Sol Castellanos, a 66-year-old businessman and minister of the economy, it's different from an aristocracy, which we also have. It's an oligarchy because these families own and run almost everything that makes money in El Salvador. Coffee gave birth to the oligarchy in the late Roth century, and economic growth has revolved around them ever since. 5. In 1961, a civil-military junta enacted taxes and agrarian reforms in an attempt to relieve rampant inequality in El Salvador. In the view of the oligarchs, the reforms were soak-the-rich moves in design and intent, were badly thought out and, finally, that the people most affected were not consulted before the reforms were decreed. Registered with an ancestry of wealth and power, it was hard for the oligarchy to accept any interference of their socio-economic prestige. Up until this time, they had enjoyed limitless influence under the laws of the nation, but due to these reforms the traditionally close ties between the wealthy class and the government strained almost to the breaking point. 7. Despite this threat to their sovereignty, the oligarchs continued to enjoy their wealth and power throughout the 1960s and 70s. A 1963 New York Times article titled "Oligarchy Strong" analyzes the power dynamics in El Salvador, with Los 14 holding much of the clout. In few Latin nations is an economic oligarchy more deeply entrenched than in El Salvador, where a small number of families control a top-heavy share of the country's wealth and exploit most of its 2.7 million people. Registered at this time, President Julio Rivera was in the midst of pushing for an income tax of at least 65%, the highest in Latin America. While some members of the oligarchy accepted the fact that times were changing, others were reluctant to relinquish the reins. Among those fighting reform was Tomás Regalado, who criticized any attempt at amending the status quo. "I think you Americans should stop building schools under the alliance. Our economy is not strong enough yet to support such social projects." Regalado, like others in his position, strongly believed that their power and influence was crucial for the growth of the country. The Salvadoran oligarchy considered itself the architects of El Salvador, whose industriousness allowed them to create something out of nothing in this tiny, overpopulated Central American country. "Our entrepreneurial spirit is the country's only natural resource," a wealthy matron commented. "Without us the country will sink into the grave." Degree by the 1970s, the rise of a generation of younger priests in the Catholic Church transformed what was once the staunchest defender of the oligarchy into an organization that denounced the rightists as exploiters and murderers. While actual numbers aren't apparent, in response some oligarchs joined Protestant churches despite their Roman Catholic upbringing. The rift between the Catholic Church and the oligarchs was exemplified by Archbishop Oscar Romero's murder in 1980. In response to a question about his murder, one businessman stated, "How could the army tolerate a man in his position telling the soldiers not to obey orders, lay down their guns, rather than shoot?" Remarkably, after a century of unchallenged, highly profitable rule, by the early 1980s El Salvador's close-knit oligarchy hit hard times. This was a result of the disintegration of the antique fabric of social relations that had bolstered its control for such a long time. Under the pressure of the revolutionary struggle, an increasingly hostile Roman Catholic Church, and a U.S. government pushing despised economic reforms, the oligarchy began to crumble. 3. A Salvadoran Third Way. During the decades of the 1960s and 70s, the Christian Democratic Party rose up as a unique 49. Integration of both leftist and rightist ideals, making it a moderate voice in El Salvador's struggle to find its political identity. The conflict was not a binary one between the rightist oligarchy and military on one side, and the Marxist revolutionaries on the other. Christian democracy emerged as a significant and controversial third way in Salvadoran society. Its impact on the course of the war is undeniable, no matter how much proponents of hyper-anti-communism or Marxist revolution denied its legitimacy throughout the war. The rise of the Christian Democrats in Latin America in the 1960s began as an attempt to provide a democratic alternative to the seemingly inexorable march of armed Marxist revolutions throughout Latin America in the heady aftermath of Cuba's successful insurrection in 1959. The movement seemed to come out of thin air. Although the oldest parties, those in Uruguay and Chile, were of an earlier origin, most of the Christian democratic parties were founded in the years following World War II. By 1964, the year of the first Christian democratic election victories in El Salvador, there were similar parties in 16 of the 20 Latin American republics. Eduardo Free's 1964 election victory in Chile made him the first modern Christian democratic president in the region. For many supporters, Free's victory signaled a new era in Latin America, where political power would humanely promote wide-scale social welfare and not simply preserve the prerequisites of the rich. Even some revolutionaries who found communism reprehensible embraced the Christian democratic gospel, which was readily backed by the New Frontier progressive reformers in the Kennedy administration. Given its name and sectarian ties, many observers mistakenly concluded that Christian democracy was a political wing of the Roman Catholic Church in these countries. While formally politically independent, Christian democracy gained much of its philosophical structure from the Church's social doctrine, especially as seen through Pope Leo XIII's encyclical Rerum Novarum in 1891. While criticizing both Marxism and laissez-faire capitalism, Leo acknowledged the overlap between socialism and the teachings of the gospel. Nevertheless, he did not endorse the violent revolution that some Marxists in Europe and around the world were promoting in this era of heightened social divisions and labor unrest. Unlike the communists, though, Leo described private property as a natural right, although it needed to be held in a 50. Socially just way. He endorsed the rights of workers while also touting the preservation of such traditional social institutions as the church and family. More than 30 years later, Pope Pius XI reinforced Leo's teachings in his Quadragesimo Anno, another condemnation of unregulated capitalism and support of workers' organizations. Registered revolution. The word revolution often appeared in the political literature of the nascent PDC in El Salvador. In fact, in 1966 the PDC declared that revolution in the country was unavoidable. Yet, this would be a peaceful, Christian revolution marked by a drastic structural change of society, but categorically not the violent, materialist revolution espoused by the Marxists and their supporters. For many of the Christian democratic leaders, change was essential for a better society, but it could not be done hastily, as the Marxists desired. PDC leader José Napoleón Duarte likened the Christian Democrats to a chain reaction in a nuclear reactor. There would be great energy, but it would be controlled and predictable. 7 In an interview in 1981, as head of the ruling government junta, Duarte described his embrace of Christian democracy in 1960. I began comparing what was being said with what I believed and with what I saw around me. In this country, which then had a population of 3 million, fewer than 100,000 had any privileges at all. There were fewer than 2,000 teachers in the entire country. From that time I decided to form a political force to look for a solution to the country's problems. That force turned out to be the Christian Democratic Party. Its model was the reformist capitalist parties of that name in Western Europe. You must realize that until then there were no political solutions, no real political parties in El Salvador, only coups d'état. The Christian Democrats represented an electoral solution. All the political intellectuals said we were crazy, but we decided to take part in the elections of 1962 against the whole machinery of government. They got 450,000 votes, we got 37,700. Something like that. We didn't give up. We kept working and in 1964 tried again. We won 37 mayor's offices, including San Salvador, which I won by 500 votes. Registered. Later in this same interview, Duarte recalled his time as mayor of San Salvador in the 1960s and how difficult it was to pursue meaningful reform past an entrenched oligarchy. A close-up look at his country's NE. Financial statements revealed to Duarte that one of the richest families in the country, the Regalado Duigias family, had failed to pay both their garbage and water taxes for the last 30 years. Duarte took it upon himself and the PDC to collect this tax money from other wealthy families like Duigias, who had defaulted on their dues. This, of course, created a rift between Duarte and the oligarchs. When I was running for my second term, Tomás Regalado invited me to his house. I had never been there before. No one I knew had. 3 of 4 of the richest men in the city were there. They gave me a big drink, and we talked for a while. Then Don Tomás asked me to come upstairs with him. He said he wanted to show me a painting, but what he wanted to do was to talk to me about how I could serve them, the oligarchs. How much did I want to resign and take a job with them? Whatever I needed they would give me. They would ask only one thing, that I drop out of politics. I said, thank you for the offer, but no. I left the house and I never went back. The PDC's insistence that the old barriers to reform needed to be removed elicited fears and suspicions among the oligarchy. Degree what, the right asked, actually distinguished the Christian Democrats from the communists who sought total revolution? And even if the Christian Democrats were entirely peaceful and democratic, wasn't it likely that the communists at some point would simply push them out? Rightist fears aside, the PDC espoused anti-communist rhetoric, criticizing leftist uprisings in neighboring countries. At the party's first national convention in San Salvador in 1961, the Christian Democrats condemned the Cuban Revolution as a betrayal of the Cuban people's fight for liberation and warned of the threat of Soviet domination in the Caribbean. Not surprisingly, the radical left denounced the PDC for rejecting communism, which kept the Christian Democrats squarely in the middle of rightist and radical leftist contempt. While firmly anti-communist, the Salvadoran PDC also repudiated U.S. colonialism, denouncing the United States' controversial intervention in the Dominican Republic that supporters had believed necessary to prevent a potential communist victory. The PDC's middle ground stance effectively made it the Salvadoran Third Way, or as a New York Times article from October 1965 put it, the party that offered a growing organizational strength and a reformist ideology that few other political groups in Latin America offer as an alternative. 52. The unofficial war tax. While the Christian Democrats became a reformist response to the extreme inequality in El Salvador, other groups began to take matters into their own hands in their resistance of the oligarchy. A clandestine leftist revolutionary organization calling itself El Grupo kidnapped the young progressive businessman Escobedo Regalado Duenas on February 1971. The incoming U.S. ambassador Henry Cato recalled the episode in an interview decades later. There had been one murder before I arrived. The son of a wealthy family, a very progressive, liberal-minded young businessman, had been kidnapped, ransom demanded. Ransom offered a large amount. I can't remember the amount, but it was a lot. But apparently the kidnappers panicked and shot him and killed him, left his body in a bag by the side of the road. That was the first hint that there was serious trouble to come. Regalado's body was found a week later with 2.45 mm caliber bullet shots to his head. Regalado had apparently been killed before the multi-million-dollar ransom was collected, although some claimed it had been paid. El Grupo was made up of university students, some connected to the Salvadoran Communist Party. In time, El Grupo would constitute part of the guerrilla movement united in late 1980 as the Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front. For his many admirers, and especially in conservative business circles, Regalado represented one of the most dynamic and dedicated advocates for Salvadoran industry and culture. In the aftermath of the Regalado murder, kidnappings for ransom and hit-and-run attacks on government buildings and other targets became increasingly common in San Salvador. Many of the groups taking credit for most of these operations were radical spin-offs of El Grupo. Over the next years, roughly $50 million was surrendered to kidnappers, almost all of whom were on the revolutionary left. 74. Clyde Taylor, an economic officer in the U.S. Embassy in the mid-1970s, recalled the serious threat facing these tycoons. It was frightening to see how the devolution occurred, how fast it occurred. 2 weeks after we left, the first Salvadoran official I met, who was a little young and president of the Tourist Institute, was kidnapped. He came from a very wealthy commercial family. I think the ransom was $1 million. 53. Something like that. The family paid it, and they got a cadaver. 2 weeks later, the foreign minister was kidnapped. The family put up, I believe, $13,000,000, and they got a cadaver. So you could see you were dealing with people who didn't even take the usual approach to kidnapping. And so the sense of class conflict, the insecurity, arose very quickly, and things went downhill very quickly. 5. One Salvadoran oligarch described how he attempted to get his kidnapped younger brother released. After months of negotiations, we handed over $4 million in cash. Luckily we didn't have to mortgage any farms to raise it. Now we don't expect any more trouble. We've paid our taxes. Yet this being El Salvador, it was never apparent if the kidnappers were guerrillas, common criminals, or moonlighting military officers, who also extracted their war tax from the oligarchs. Registered 20 years later, some demobilizing guerrilla leaders reflected on their past kidnapping ways, including the beating and summary murder of Regalado. "We did some awful things," said one. "We were very young and very ideological back then. To us, Regalado was an oligarch, an enemy of the people who deserved to die. We now recognize that was a mistake, but that's what happened." 7. The manner of Regalado's killing helped convince the country's hardline businessmen to support retaliatory operations that grew into the planned massacre of thousands of guerrillas, their supporters, and the multitudes of Salvadorans who were somewhere in between. Registered in short, Salvadorans saw death squads as revenge. Many conservative Salvadorans considered February 11, 1971 the day Regalado was kidnapped as the effective beginning of El Salvador's 20-year war. Even after the 1992 peace agreement had been signed, one businessman whose close relative was killed by guerrillas in the early 1970s was not optimistic about the future. "I doubt anyone will shake their hands when they return to the capital. They will have to be careful that someone does not shoot them." Asterisk. For the Salvadoran right, the Regalado episode was equivalent to the left's reaction to the murder of Archbishop Oscar Romero in March 1980, something from which there could be no turning back. Preferential option for the poor. In accordance with Pope John XXIII and Pope Paul VI's Vatican II, the Catholic Church began to increase its 54. Focus on human rights and social justice. Part of the impetus for this shift was the assessment that violent revolution was inevitable in some of the world's most impoverished countries if social inequities were not addressed. The Church also began to identify economic development as a key element of social justice. In the view of many Catholic leaders, poverty itself was an affront to humanity and God. The movement that emerged from this initial concern with social justice in the Vatican II became, as Peruvian priest Gustavo Gutierrez dubbed it, liberation theology. While the Vatican leadership later criticized liberation theology for its politically activist orientation, the movement gained currency among Latin American theologians. Essentially, it argued that God has a special preference for the marginalized and posited the Christian figure of Jesus as the liberator of humanity from injustice and oppression. In 1968, the Second General Conference of Latin American Bishops took place in Medellin, Colombia. The seminal gathering reflected the growing influence of liberation theology within the Church, especially among bishops in Latin America. One of the central topics of discussion at the conference was the idea that violence should be classified into various types, and that some were worse than others. For many adherents, the worst form of violence was institutional violence, which was composed of the structural conditions of poverty and injustice. To correct this violence, the Church needed to focus more aggressively on the excluded and downtrodden in society. While firmly rooted in Catholic social teachings, liberation theology was also influenced by the Marxist views of Latin America's inequalities, views that had become pervasive following the Cuban Revolution. The cause of all our problems is the oligarchy. While both Marxism and liberation theology were core philosophical undercurrents in the Latin American revolutions in the latter half of the 20th century, it would be a mistake to consider them indistinguishable. Liberation theology subscribers were not necessarily Marxists and vice versa. A more productive way to understand the two is to see liberation theology as a set of observations and principles that overlapped with Marxism's secular diagnosis of the 55 same problems. The outcome, however, is that the principles of liberation theology often appeared indistinguishable from Marxist rhetoric, especially for those predisposed to make this connection. Both liberation theology and Marxist groups contended that Latin American society was highly unjust and exploitative. And both believed that lasting justice could come only through radical social and economic change. The following description by Archbishop Romero reflects the outlook that liberation theologians and Marxists shared on the root of El Salvador's ills. The cause of all of our problems is the oligarchy. It prevents the peasant and worker unionization since it considers it dangerous to its economic interests. So the repression against the people is transformed into a necessity in order to increase profit margins. This is the root of the structural violence in our country. 3. While Marxist and liberation theologians viewed El Salvador through the same lens, their approach to rectifying the country's injustices differed. Marxists tended to believe that this change required armed revolution. The liberation theologians, on the other hand, were inclined to hold that change should come from nonviolent forms of protest. Yet, at least to some extent, liberation theology's interpretations and prescriptions provided religious sanction for violent revolution. And the guerrillas were certainly smart enough to realize that the church's endorsement of their view of the social order helped to bolster the legitimacy of the rebels as political actors. As one would expect, the line between Marxist revolution and liberation theology was not always sharply drawn, if it existed at all. Some priests were sympathetic to the guerrillas, whether implicitly or explicitly. Others were avowed Marxists, though in fact, many Marxist priests refrained from advocating violence. A critical question is how much each group influenced the other. According to Umberto Belli, in his book Christians Under Fire, in practice the revolutionary Christians do not preach to Marxists in order to attract them to Jesus Christ, but to Christians in order to attract them to Marx. The conversion of Christians to Marxism is indeed the main evangelical thrust. 3. As military and rightist violence increased in the 1960s, a certain proportion of liberation theology adherents concluded that the preferred, peaceful road to revolution had been ruthlessly closed. The only option left, they believed, was to join the guerrillas in the mountains and do with 56. Solidarity and succor and even at times the barrel of a gun what had seemed impossible through civil protest. The system caused this. The radical transformation of the church in El Salvador inspired by liberation theology took root in the 1960s with the establishment throughout the countryside of a variety of community-level organizations, or base communities, dedicated to economic and social welfare. During the 1970s these base communities continued to grow in response to persistent socio-economic inequalities. 3. Working in the urban shanty towns and countryside, energized theologians promoted the conscientization of the masses, a clear notification that their hunger, underemployment, and desperation were not God's will or the result of their own failures. 33. This pastoral work included the discussion of biblical passages, which were related to the daily lives of the community members and implemented in some form of social action. 34. Sister Joan Petrick was a North American Maryknoll nun who worked in El Salvador in the 1970s, as she recalled. When I first arrived in Tamanac, every time a child died the family would say, "It's the will of God." But after the people became involved in the Christian communities, that attitude began to change. They began to say, "The system caused this." 35. And now when a worker or a campesino concluded that the system had caused the misery, the options for fighting back included the still clandestine guerrilla groups and their supporters. One resident outside the town of Tierra Blanca recounted the organizing efforts in the 1970s. I studied pastoral work for several months at the centers and went to seminars in Jiquilisco, San Marcos Lempa, El Triunfo, and Coyolito. Worked as a catechist for 10 years. But the rich were killing people, so I joined the BPR in 1976 as a way to fight back. 3 degrees. Another activist interviewed after the war ended in 1992 described his evolution. Here there were people working for the emergence of the Frente. It is correct to mention the Catholic Church and the University of the Campesinos. Strategically, they taught with the Bible in hand, but in truth the purpose was to orient us to our own reality. These people moved about under the cover of the church itself. They were the beginnings. 57. Of the FMLN. 37. Indeed, the FMLN relied upon 2 main sources for its guerrilla fighters and rearguard supporters, the Communist Party and these religious activists radicalized through liberation theology. 3 Yet, while these 2 campesinos and thousands more like them might well have joined an armed Marxist insurgency, most guerrilla fighters remained Catholics who understood revolution in the language of religion. In the end, religion in El Salvador became both an agent and a victim of what one observer called the civil what's corrosion. 3. Christians are not afraid of combat. The rigged 1977 election that resulted in the victory of strongman Carlos Humberto Romero marked the beginning of more systematic attacks on what the right considered the church-led agitation and subversion. The right also perceived the priests as overseeing the intellectual formation of a new generation of communist youth in the Jesuit-run Universidad Centroamericana José Simeón Cafias. Over a 2-year period, all 7 of the country's bishops had signed pastoral letters denouncing human rights violations, revealing the Church's level of public opposition. Having concluded that the Church had reversed its traditional role and was supporting the communists, the right began to target subversives that included priests, nuns, the Archbishop himself, and anyone associated with the left wing of the Church. It began with a series of arrests and expulsions of foreign priests belonging to the Jesuit, Maryknoll, and Benedictine orders. 4 Over the course of the entire war, death squads killed at least 17 priests and nuns. 4 Around this time the White Warriors Union Death Squad issued the flyer "Be Patriotic, Kill a Priest." 43 The group also presented to the press its war bulletin #6 in which it accused 46 Jesuits of terrorism and ordered them to depart the country. After that date their death would be immediate and systematic. 44 These sorts of blatant threats caused the new Archbishop of San Salvador, Oscar Romero, and his fellow bishops to boycott the inauguration of President Romero on July 1, 1977. The violence also drew foreign attention, particularly in U.S. Catholic communities. Rattled by 58. The negative press reports, General Romero ordered a reduction in the anti-church operations and even placed soldiers in Jesuit residences and made an ostentatious pledge for their safety. 45 Even General Romero seemed to understand that El Salvador was becoming known for killing priests. As a contemporary writer observed, this reputation ill became the only country in the world named after Christ. After the moderate Oscar Romero became Archbishop of San Salvador in 1977, he began to speak out against rightist violence. 47 For Romero, the fear of Marxism keeps many from confronting the oppressive reality of liberal capitalism. Before the danger of a system clearly marked by sin, they forget to denounce and combat the reality implanted by another system equally marked by sin. 4 The Salvadoran. 46. Archbishop even argued that the oppressive conditions made certain forms of violence acceptable. Christians are not afraid of combat, they know how to fight, but they prefer the language of peace. However, when a dictatorship seriously violates human rights and attacks the common good of the nation, when it becomes unbearable and closes all channels of dialogue, when this happens, the Church speaks of the legitimate right of insurrectional violence. 4. From priesthood to insurrection. Rogelio Poncel, a tall Belgian Roman Catholic priest who had been in El Salvador since 1970, had been a fierce critic in a Salvadoran Catholic church that he believed had refused to condemn social injustices. By the end of the decade Poncel had become intimately involved with leftist movements, including the guerrillas. The firebrand Poncel even attacked Archbishop Romero for being overly cautious in the face of government repression. Poncel was in hiding by 1980, then he joined Joaquin Villalobos's rebel faction in mountainous Morazan. On Christmas Day 3 years ago, Poncel recalled in a 1984 interview, "After a bomb exploded in our rectory, I realized I had only one option left if I wanted to stay in El Salvador. I traveled that day to northern Morazan." 5 Poncel described his years providing spiritual comfort to rebels linked to Villalobos's People's Revolutionary Army, one of the key FMLN military factions. He revealed how he had met up with the guerrillas on Christmas Day of 59. 1980, just a few weeks before the rebels launched their failed January 1981 final offensive. He remained with the guerrillas until the war ended a dozen years later. Here is how he justified his pastoral work within an organization committed to violent revolution. The Bible confronts the established order. It must be seen from the point of view of the poor, and Christ was poor. A Christian, a priest, must of necessity be a revolutionary. How can we conform what we preach with a system that oppresses and exploits? 5. Although Poncel saw many reasons for taking a violent stance, he did not carry a weapon, but he admired those who did. The priest had 60. ministered to hundreds of people killed in the massacre in El Mazote and some surrounding villages by Salvadoran army troops. "It made me want to pick up a gun," he commented, "but the comrades told me there were lots of fighters but not very many priests." Poncel stayed with the ERP until the peace treaty was signed, and as of 2010 was based in a church in the town of Perkin, in the mountain department of Morazan, which served as the ERP space during the war years. Military officers as a caste. As El Salvador's conflict began to escalate, the role and influence of the armed forces in the country began to expand. Like many of its Latin American counterparts, the phase was traditionally split between those geared to defend national territory and those maintaining internal order. The first group included the Navy and Air Force, each with only a couple hundred men, and the Army, which was roughly 23,000 men strong in 1983, and grew to 55,000 by the end of the war. The second group included the National Guard and National Police, both with at least 3,000 men, and the Treasury Police with half that number. To provide readers with some necessary background on the institutions and episodes lurking under the surface of El Salvador's protracted war, foreign correspondents often wrote about the infamous graduating classes of the Army's Military Academy III. Writing for the Atlantic Monthly magazine in 1983, reporter Shirley Christian described firsthand the notorious Military Academy Capitan General Gerardo Barrios, named after a Salvadoran commander who headed the effort to defeat American filibuster William Walker in the Roth century. Christian described a place of waxed tile floors, fresh paint, tropical flower beds, and polite cadets. 54. Another journalist on the same campus 6 years later wrote, "At first glance, could be the athletic complex of a large Midwestern university. Instead of trophies, there are polished brass shells and the seals of Army units. Along one wall, the framed face of each academy commandante stares implacably from behind his pane of glass. Prussian and Chilean officers dominated during the early years, then came Americans, and finally Salvadorans." The reporter also observed a 61 plaque that commemorated the 100th anniversary of the school's 1936 class, the very soldiers who fought alongside Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez to suppress the Farabundo Martí-led communist rebellion that left roughly 20,000 to 30,000 peasants dead. 55. In 1944, rival officers ousted Martinez and so started the 35-year coup cycle that until this decade defined Salvadoran politics. It also gave the military academy its nickname School of the Presidents, given how many of its graduates ended up running the country. 5. The military academy was a place where the instructors talk of rewards that come with loyal service to the nation. And the cadets learned that the welfare of the army and the welfare of the fatherland are indistinguishable. 57. Contrary to what was often assumed, the cadets came largely from lower middle-class families who often struggled to pay for their children's high school education in the hopes that they would pass the rigorous entrance examinations for the tuition-free Gerardo Barrios. Becoming an officer was the best way to rise socially for an intelligent, earnest young man lacking family means. This ascension would never put him in the same social circles as the Salvadoran aristocracy, but it at least provided the imprimatur of respectability in a country where that was denied to all but a few. And while many entered the academy, few finished. Cadets were forced to endure marches, beatings, and other ordeals intended to trim the class to a hardened core of officers. In one telling, the soft boys from the good families went first, followed by the scholars, those most able to succeed outside the military. This left the survivors cloistered in the academy, isolated from a civilian world they are taught to view as decadent, amoral, and corrupt. 5. Now around 1/4 the size of the entering class, unbreakable alliances had formed among the survivors. 5. As Shirley Christian wrote about the graduates, though their paths may cross only occasionally in the years during which they move to seniority and power, none forgets his classmates. Together they comprised what Salvadorans called a tanda. While literally translated as round, a better word might be caste, each graduating class a subcaste of the larger caste. Having produced officers for over 30 years, the Tandas were notorious for their insularity and willingness to tolerate abuses by members of their ranks. Degree Tanda officers would often serve as godparents to one another's children. For one observer, if among 62. Figure 5.2. Graduating Military Academy cadets in full uniform, 1983. American military advisors believed that the Salvadoran Military Academy's insular culture helped perpetuate a rotten phase leadership core based on nepotism and fear rather than excellence and merit. This perceived dysfunction is one reason why the United States wanted to train Salvadoran soldiers away from the corrupting influences, an effort with mixed results. Photo and permission by Susan Micella / Magnum Photos. Them there proved to be embarrassing incompetence, not to mention murderers, rapists, and thieves. Then those men were shielded by their classmates, and defended ferociously. Degree. And if a class member deviated too much from this hard-to-define line, he could wind up drumming on a desk in a cubbyhole at a Salvadoran embassy in some country that hardly knows El Salvador exists. The corrupt nature of the Tandas was one reason the U.S. military was so eager to train the Salvadoran soldiers outside of this perverted system. According to one theory behind their corruption, each Tanda sent its most capable officers toward the brigade commands. There, relatively unobstructed, they could accumulate material wealth through routine graft. This money could then be shared with allied Tandas in an effort to guarantee each clique enough firepower to survive changes at the 63. Top. Degree *. As one American diplomat recalled in 1989, when I left in 1977, corruption was so prevalent, it was just about inconceivable that an officer would rise to a senior level without being corrupt. Degree Most of the officers who wielded great power during the Civil War in the 1980s graduated in classes of 1 to 2 dozen men in the late 1950s and 60s. In addition to presidents, some would become ministers of defense or heads of the armed forces. The graduates often received additional training at the Army's own School of Command or in the United States and other anti-communist countries like Taiwan, Argentina, and Chile. By Salvadoran law, a professional military career lasted 30 years from the day a young man entered the academy, which meant that graduates usually retired before they were 50. Throughout the 1970s, military officers not only controlled the presidency, but through the National Conciliation Party, had a virtual monopoly on the country's discourse. Degree 4. Looking forward in our story, American involvement in the Civil War increased over the 1980s. U.S. advisors encouraged a rapid expansion of the officer corps, hoping this would dilute institutional corruption by weakening the power of each Tanda. In the previous decade, 600 Salvadoran officers had commanded 15,000 troops. Now more than 1,000 new officers were pulled from the enlisted ranks and trained by Americans in the United States and Panama, a large group given the small number of U.S. advisors allowed in El Salvador at the time. Graduates of these quickie officer candidate schools, the expectation was, would flood the army with new professional leaders and thus begin to eliminate the corrupt, incestuous patterns of the past. Yet, despite these efforts, the Tanda-based patronage system remained alive and well. As one officer commented late in the war, "You're seeing second lieutenants with BMWs." In fact, one reporter concluded that by the end of the 1980s, the Tammany Hall-style rituals become even more refined. Registered 5. The armed forces made up one component in this complex conflict. As we have seen, key actors in the 1960s and 70s emerged across the broad span of Salvadoran politics. In this jumble of ideologies, as with all political identities, the divide stemmed from each faction contending that their approach would best serve the interests of El Salvador. 64. Add to this the rampant violence from the death squads, kidnappings, mass poverty, and a general hunger for power, and passions quickly swelled, making it harder for groups to meet somewhere in the middle and igniting the impetus for civil war. Guerrillas are born. The aristocratic dominance was in fact a marriage between the military and the aristocracy, so that the military arranged to provide the president and the aristocracy the direction and money. So you had an insurgency and a reform movement coming out of a tremendous thirst for change. American ambassador to El Salvador **. We know very little about who exactly is out there in the hills. We know that they receive arms through Nicaragua. But beyond that I don't know very much. U.S. diplomat official, San Salvador, 19,827. The insurgency was a many-headed thing, as most of these things were. You had the hardcore real communists and you had the other guys who were land reformers and maybe naive to go along with the really tough guys but who wanted change and who felt that the only way to change that system was to do it through violence. Roger Fontaine, Reagan administration official. The revolution had begun. At the time of the fraudulent presidential election in 1972 that denied the presidency to José Napoleón Duarte, the only guerrilla organization was the Popular Forces of Liberation, which limited their operations to kidnappings. Thus, while there were formidable Cuba-style focos next 65, 66 door in Guatemala and Nicaragua, for most of the 1970s El Salvador was devoid of these insurgent forces at least in their more formal role as armed guerrilla groups. A dozen young communists, including former seminarian Salvador Cayetano Carpio, founded the FPL in 1970 as a breakaway revolutionary faction of the Communist Party. Carpio went on to become the group's top commander. The doctrinaire Carpio enjoyed being referred to as the Ho Chi Minh of Central America. While other radicals were focused on an insurrection-style effort similar to the successful Cuban Revolution in 1959, Carpio opted for a hostile prolonged struggle in order to win a war of attrition against the despised military. By 1980, the FPL had swelled to around 2,000 troops operating in the single mountain province of Quetzaltenango, a locale where they remained for the war's duration. For Carpio, El Salvador's revolution would have to be Marxist-Leninist and represent the triumph of the worker-campesino alliance. And this paradise would have to come through a prolonged popular war of low-intensity fighting by well-trained militia units. 4 Deeply influenced by the 1932 massacre, Carpio's revolt would actually stem from the lower classes as opposed to university students. Interestingly, the son of a poor shoemaker and future member of a union of bread bakers, Carpio was one of the few FMLN leaders born into poverty. The FPL's main revolutionary activity during the 1970s was to use its clandestine cells of highly disciplined operatives to carry out selective bombings and kidnappings, and increasingly the executions of important rightist politicians and businessmen. In the summer of 1977, for example, within a span of weeks the FPL executed the military regime's 87-year-old foreign minister, ex-military president Colonel Osman Aguirre, the two senior military commanders in Quetzaltenango, and Dr. Carlos Alfaro Castillo, a large landowner and university rector. A year later, when all the guerrilla groups were combining to launch one raid per week, over 2 weeks the FPL killed 6 policemen, attacked the U.S. Embassy, blew up an electricity plant, destroyed the Bayer factory in San Miguel, and planted more than 40 bombs in San Salvador. The revolution had begun. In a sense, at least initially, these political military fronts that became guerrilla groups were not always fully distinguishable from mass organizations active in the same years. Another arm of the imperialist police. Another critical element in the emerging revolutionary left in the fateful decade of the 1970s was the PCS under Shafiq Crandall, a Salvadoran whose parents had emigrated from Palestine and become successful merchants. In 1980, the PCS determined that it needed to join the armed struggle or risk being left out of the Marxist revolution. Led by Crandall, the Communists' guerrilla group was formed in 1980 as the Armed Forces of Liberation. Crandall served as a valued conduit to the Soviet Union over the course of the war. Following the peace agreement in 1992, Crandall maneuvered to become one of the FMLN's top politicians, eventually running for president on the FMLN ticket in 2004. He was Secretary General of the PCS from 1973 to 1994, a remarkable 2-decade tenure that included the entire internal war, government and paramilitary repression and repeated electoral fraud, especially in the 1972 presidential election, had radicalized many on the left, Swelling guerrilla ranks. The second large guerrilla group to emerge that same terrible year was the People's Revolutionary Army, comprised of radicalized converts from the disillusioned ranks of the relatively centrist Christian Democrats. The group inducted vaunted essayist and revolutionary poet Roque Dalton into its leadership ranks. Eventually, though, the renowned communist poet and two other guerrillas were accused of working as CIA spies. Following a kangaroo trial in 1975, they were convicted of treason and were subsequently executed. While the negative response to Dalton's summary execution from other revolutionary factions was categorically critical, Fidel Castro denounced the ERP as another arm of the imperialist police. The episode eased the way for Joaquin Villalobos to assume leadership of the teetering group. The son of a middle-class family who had studied economics before joining the guerrillas, the young and brilliant Villalobos opted for a Cuba-style FOCO strategy hatched from the isolated and underpopulated mountain province of Morazan to promote a rapid revolution through popular insurrection. In his words, who would have thought that, with a few attacks on some barracks, Somoza would have fallen? And the same was true in Cuba. You have to seize the moment. For most of the war, the ERP remained based in Morazan, and under Villalobos's command it became the most powerful military element within the FMLN, Latin America's largest and most formidable Marxist insurgency during the Cold War. The dramatic overthrow of Nicaragua's Somoza in 1979 only served to fuel Villalobos's preference for spontaneous insurrection over the Maoist-supported protracted warfare strategy. As early as 1980, the ERP conducted extraordinary raids that indicated to both San Salvador as well as the other FMLN components that it could achieve greater than its weight on the battlefield. As both the FPL and ERP continued to grow in strength, several offshoot insurgent groups such as the Armed Forces of National Resistance that broke away from the ERP in 1975 after the Dalton execution also began to organize, although they never rivaled these two organizations. The FARN was known for its political targets, such as its kidnapping in early December 1978 of Japanese, Dutch, and British businessmen, brazen and lucrative acts that provided the revenue to maintain its clandestine operations. After the death of its leader Escobedo Jovel in a suspicious plane crash, the FARN made an awkward reconciliation with Villalobos's ERP. Although they shared the same enemy, the relationship between these incipient guerrilla groups was always complex. Through Managua in an old taxi. In October 1979, guerrilla leader Ana Guadalupe Martinez was in an old Nicaraguan taxi in Managua on her way to the Cuban embassy. Martinez needed to speak with Cuban officials to convince them to incorporate her guerrilla group, the ERP, into the secret negotiations unfolding in Havana to unite the fractious Salvadoran rebel groups. For months the Cuban government had been mediating these discussions, in which it considered the other guerrilla factions to be more formidable and thus more deserving of Cuban training and 70. Material. Following the ERP's murder of wayward communist poet Roque Dalton, Havana had severed ties with the fledgling Salvadoran rebel group. Yet some ERP members had fought alongside the Sandinistas to help overthrow Somoza, a move that did not hurt Martinez's pitch to the Cubans, for the young Salvadoran revolutionary eventually arrived in Cuba, where she continued to make her case. Her first meeting was with Manuel Pifierro, better known as Barbaroja for his red beard, the Cuban most actively involved in Havana's revolutionary efforts in Latin America. 5. The roots of the Salvadoran insurgents were mostly domestic, not externally pushed by Moscow, Havana, or post-1979 Managua. The FPL and ERP were also intense rivals, which explains why they had not naturally merged into one coordinated insurgency. Within days of seizing power in Managua in 1979, Sandinista leader Tomás Borga hosted the first of a series of meetings with the Carpio-led FPL to discuss support for the revolution in El Salvador. That same year and months before the reformist coup of October 1979, Havana was brokering talks among the Salvadoran insurgent groups *. Registered. Interestingly, The Carter administration released a classified report in July 1979 that Havana had apparently concluded by the fall of 1978 that prospects for revolutionary upheaval in Central America over the next decade or so had markedly improved. Various Salvadoran guerrilla leaders supposedly met with Fidel Castro in Cuba in the following year to address the guerrillas' impasse. Castro was apparently more concerned about the Sandinista survival in Nicaragua than the internal jealousies of the Salvadoran revolutionaries. Eager to resolve their divisions and similar to the provisions he had established before arming the disparate Nicaraguan insurgents, Castro apparently made Cuban military and political support conditional on a united Salvadoran guerrilla front, which led to the creation in October 1980 of the FMLN. Registered by the end of 1980, in addition to their 6,000 to 8,000 guerrilla fighters, the United FMLN claimed over 1 million sympathizers, including 100,000 militia members. The latter provided food, storage, refuge, intelligence, and rearguard support in military operations. A circulating rumor was that in one of the meetings in Cuba, Barbaroja symbolically placed a machine gun on the negotiating table and told the Salvadoran rebels, "It's yours if you are together." Degree in a 2007 interview with historian Andrea Ofate, Villalobos responded to a question about the veracity of this episode by commenting with a smirk, "We weren't idiots, it was blatantly clear that Cuba wanted us to unite and that if we did we could count on the island's full backing. There was no need for such insinuations, Cuba's stance was explicit." Over the course of the war, Havana never sent combat troops to fight alongside its Salvadoran comrades as it had in Africa in the 1970s, but it did provide significant logistical, intelligence, strategic, and military assistance to the FMLN. Yet, this largesse over the course of the war did not mean that the Salvadoran guerrillas were financially dependent on Havana. Instead, the FMLN's kidnappings for ransom, bank robberies, war taxes in territory it held, and funds from sympathetic political groups in the United States and Western Europe kept the money flowing. All told, the group accumulated hundreds of millions of dollars to fund the insurgency. 3. While the FMLN was not financially dependent on Havana, Cuba's influence in uniting the various groups under the FMLN, and both the ideological and weapons support from the Eastern Bloc, brings up the key question of whether the guerrilla movement originated internally or was created by foreign support and ideology. On the one hand, few dispute that domestic grievances and antipathies in El Salvador drove the conflict. But dogmatic Marxist ideology added fuel to the swelling conflagration. As the U.S. National Intelligence Estimate summed up the rising tide of insurgencies in a 1964 report, "Backwardness is not in itself a spur to revolution, but rising consciousness of deprivation is." 4. Aside from Salvadoran Communist Party leaders like Crandall who maintained close ties with the Russians, the FMLN leadership dealt with Havana and not the Soviet Union. 5. As one FMLN commander reflected, the USSR never understood revolutionary movements in Central America, they never understood Che Guevara and they never understood us. The initiative in Cuba's relations with the FALN was Cuban and the Soviets stayed out of it and let the Cubans do their thing. Degree in an indication of how polarized the issue of Soviet involvement was both then and now. Contrast this perspective with the writings of 72. Commentator Peter Kremp in the conservative magazine The Spectator in July 1982. In Central America, as in Africa, Cuba has been acting as Russia's satellite. There has been turbulence in Central America since Mayan times. It has been perpetuated by the wide gap between rich and poor and the indifference of the former, until recently, to the plight of the latter. What the Cubans have done is to exploit genuine grievances, hinder as much as possible any attempts at reform, and work to unite the various guerrilla organizations and coordinate their activities to serve Cuban, and therefore Russian, ambitions. 7. Proof and speculation of Soviet ties to revolutionary efforts in Central America, and more specifically to the insurgent forces in El Salvador, would become a continuous narrative throughout the decade-long conflict. Fidel is a commander, a military man, a man of war. Cuban aid in the immediate months after the FMLN's creation came in the form of training camps established on the Caribbean island nation where guerrilla soldiers received special operations training. In one instance, elite troops from Villalobos's ERP received training for 45 days in Cuba in preparation for a commando attack on the Ilopango Air Base, outside of San Salvador, in February 1982. This raid destroyed 6 A-1B helicopters, 3 C-47 planes, and 5 French-built Ouragan aircraft, and damaged 5 other aircraft. 70% of the Phase Air Force * registered in the preparation for this attack. The Cubans used a Viet Cong military tactic and built a facsimile of the base to ensure a successful raid. Fidel Castro was apparently most interested in the military aspects of the FMLN's operations, a preference that explained his deepening relationship with the also military-minded Villalobos. Villalobos recounted, "Fidel is a commander, a military man, a man of war. He likes war strategy much more than the political and ideological aspects of revolution." Villalobos also claimed that Castro would make a surprise appearance to meet him on all of his trips to Cuba. All told, the two revolutionaries met numerous times, poring over maps of El Salvador and developing military strategies. This continued right up to the FMLN's military offensive in late 1989. Villalobos contended that he received $500,000 from Castro to finance the 1981-73 final offensive and almost double that for the November 1989 offensive in San Salvador. He added that every time he received Cuban funds, Castro would remind him, "Remember that people in Cuba don't have toothpaste," or "Remember that we suffer economic limitations on the island." For Villalobos, it was as though with every payment, he was giving me a part of his soul. 3° Considering how fractured these disparate groups were during the prior decade, the Havana-led creation of the FMLN was an enormously significant achievement. It is likely that the combination of the intensified operations decimating the phase ranks, euphoria over the Marxist revolution in Nicaragua, and intense Cuban pressure combined to unite the factions. 31 Soon the world would understand the Salvadoran guerrillas to be the FMLN, yet on the ground and certainly in military operations the various groups routinely fought separately. In the January 1981 final offensive, 4-1, the FARN did not participate and the ERP refused to share its weapons. 3 Amazingly, this factionalism would last for years following the end of the war in late 1992 when the FMLN would become a political party contesting local and national elections. After their fateful visit to Cuba to seal the guerrilla alliance, most of the now united Salvadoran guerrilla leaders headed to Managua to meet with Sandinista officials who offered them a headquarters and all measures of security in Nicaragua. 33 Shafiq Handel, by contrast, departed Havana for Moscow where he met with Mikhail Kutikin, an official of the Soviet Party Central Committee. The Soviets instructed Handel to travel to Vietnam to seek arms from this anti-imperialist nation. In Vietnam, Handel met with Le Duan, the Secretary General of the Vietnamese Communist Party, and other high-ranking and military officials. Hanoi offered a first contribution of 60 tons of arms, sufficient to arm an entire combat battalion. Overwhelmingly, the equipment was of American Vietnam War-era manufacture, including 1,620 M16 automatic rifles and 1,500,000 rounds of ammunition. 34 Handel also visited the German Democratic Republic, Czechoslovakia, Bulgaria, and Hungary. The East Germans promised Handel that they would divert medical supplies already en route to Nicaragua as well as train Salvadoran guerrillas. Because they did not possess suitable Western arms that would allow the FMLN to maintain. 74. Plausible deniability about the weapon's true source. East Germany and Hungary raised the possibility of exchanging Soviet bloc for Western manufactured arms with Ethiopia or Angola. Solely a political alliance. Another key development in April 1980 was the creation of the leftist political entity, Democratic Revolutionary Front, which came to serve as the incipient FMLN's political wing. 3° The FDR consisted of an amalgamation of mass organizations like the Popular Revolutionary Bloc as well as scores of trade unions, church persons, students, smaller leftist political parties, and the national and Catholic universities. It became the largest political movement in the country. 37 Many of the FDR's leadership had served in the Christian Democratic-led junta government, including FDR President Guillermo Ungo. The charismatic socialist Ruben Zamora was also one of its key members. 3 Registered throughout the war, the FDR played an instrumental role as the FMLN's international mouthpiece. Zamora and Ungo made numerous trips to the rest of Latin America, Europe, and the United States to advocate radical social reform in El Salvador. In fact, only a few months after their formal alliance with the FMLN, FDR delegations toured Europe and Latin America in what was considered a successful effort to secure international sympathy and political support for the group. The FDR's main contention was that the successive democratic governments in the 1980s were in fact not representations of the people's will, an argument that played especially well with the leftist Mexican government and social democratic parties of Western Europe. In July 1981, for example, newly elected French socialist President François Mitterrand supported the Salvadoran insurgency. "It's a question of people refusing to submit to misery and humiliation," he said. 2 days later, the French Socialist Party pledged to the FDR delegation all possible support for the struggle. On the other end of the ideological spectrum, conservative observers in the United States contended that the FDR was a thinly veiled propaganda organization whose principal function was to throw the cloak of respectability, especially abroad, over the violent activities of the guerrillas. 75. Within weeks of the FDR's official link to the FMLN in late November 1980, the FDR national leadership was holding a nighttime meeting at a Jesuit high school in the capital when the building was surrounded by armed men in civilian dress. The next day, the mutilated bodies of 6 FDR leaders, including dissident landowner and FDR President Enrique Alvarez, were discovered at Ilopango, right outside San Salvador. 4 The death squad, General Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Anti-Communist Brigade, took credit for the attack, having just 2 weeks earlier announced its intention to eliminate communist thieves and prostitutes. 43. Part 2. Jimmy Carter. 7. In Guatemala, the duty of a revolutionary is to make revolution. Che Guevara, 1962. There are some indications that Fidel Castro is planning to increase his support of the Guatemalan insurgency, perhaps to the point of dispatching a small force of guerrillas now undergoing training in Cuba. USS. Classified Intelligence Report, 1960s. If you are with us, we'll feed you, if not, we'll kill you. Guatemalan General Rios Montt. This chapter explores in particular depth the significant but chilling case of Marxist insurgency and military counterinsurgency in Guatemala and the American reaction to it. This episode is especially salient as Guatemala's internal war, unlike the war in El Salvador, took place largely without U.S. involvement. It thus provides an interesting historical counterfactual in terms of what could have happened in El Salvador had the United States not gotten involved. More specifically, starting during the Carter administration in the late 1970s, Washington lost influence over the Guatemalan state, especially the military. Contrary to what is often assumed, the Guatemalan government suspended American military assistance, not the other way around. This unprecedented act ensured that U.S. military trainers and materiel did not enter into Guatemala, as was the case in El Salvador. 79. 80. Yet, the absence of American advisors did not prevent the Guatemalan military from launching a genocidal, scorched earth counterinsurgency campaign against Marxist guerrillas or, more specifically, against the civilian and desperately poor Mayan population believed to be supporting these guerrillas. 6 years after the CIA hatched Operation LB success in 1954, junior army officers in Guatemala attempted a coup against the ruling authoritarian regime headed by General José Miguel Ramón Echegaray, who had taken power after Washington-backed strongman Castillo Armas had been murdered. Interestingly, the revolting officers were upset that the CIA was using Guatemala to train anti-Castro Cuban exiles for the Bay of Pigs operation. When the uprising foundered, a few of these officers retreated to the hills to organize a guerrilla insurgency, which they believed would be the surest avenue to radical social and economic change. Not surprisingly, they soon established contact with Havana. This incipient insurgent group became the Havana-backed Revolutionary Movement November 13, founded in 1960 with its base in the mountainous Orient in and around villages, such as Zacapa, whose names would become synonymous with the campaign of terror and atrocity that the country's unfolding conflict would produce. This group became the nexus of the insurgent forces that engaged in armed insurrection against the Guatemalan government for the next 4 decades. In addition to MR-13, which soon integrated into the Guatemalan Labor Party, a motley alphabet soup of revolutionary acronyms, such as Guerrilla Army of the Poor, the Revolutionary Organization of Armed People, and the Rebel Armed Forces comprised the total guerrilla force attempting to spark another Cuba in Guatemala. Over the next several decades, all sorts of communists, workers, activists, and other leftists joined these guerrilla bands. The groups often conducted economic sabotage and targeted government buildings and officials for assassination or kidnapping. By the late 1960s, the Marxist insurgents began bolder operations, including the 1968 killing of U.S. Ambassador John Gordon Maine after he resisted a kidnapping attempt. That same year, insurgents also killed 81. 2 U.S. Embassy military attaches in the capital of Guatemala City. 2 years later, rebels assassinated the West German ambassador when the Germans rejected their demands of $700,000 in ransom and the release of 25 political prisoners. Carlos Arana assumed the presidency in 1970 and, supported by American military advisors, further escalated the counter-insurgent pressure against the disparate Cuban-inspired guerrilla groups. The Death Squads. In 1966, Guatemalan troops entered Zacapa, hunting for MR-13 fighters. Quickly and meticulously, soldiers eliminated approximately 400 guerrillas. They also killed more than 1,000 villagers. Following the operation, each member of the involved brigade received a Zacapa badge as an honorary military decoration. Tragically, the Zacapa massacre foreshadowed what became a horribly long and bloody counterinsurgency war. When the war formally ended in 1996, an estimated 200,000 Guatemalans had been killed out of a population of fewer than 1 million. And in a firm indication of the Guatemalan army's scorched earth strategy, 95% of the deaths came at the hands of the country's security forces. During these years, dozens of paramilitary terrorist groups, or death squads, went into action to eradicate what the Guatemalan state considered a scourge of leftist subversion. Operating under such names as the White Hand, the Purple Rose, or the New Anti-Communist Organization, the groups would often distribute leaflets bearing the names and sometimes the photographs of their prospective victims, whose corpses and those of many others were later found grotesquely mutilated, deceased men with their eyes gouged out, their testicles in their mouths, without hands or tongues, and female victims with their breasts cut off. The brutality shocked Guatemalans and the international community, and it prompted Guatemala's Catholic bishops to write in 1967. We cannot remain indifferent while entire towns are decimated, while each day leaves new widows and orphans who are victims of mysterious struggles and vendettas, while men are seized in their houses by unknown kidnappers and detained in unknown places or are vilely murdered, their bodies appearing later horribly disfigured and profaned. 82. Scorched communists. By the 1960s, Latin America was awash in FOCO guerrilla insurgencies. Yet Washington considered Guatemala to be the hottest case, or at least the one for which a Cuba-like outcome was most likely. For example, a secret U.S. intelligence report predicted that it was Guatemala where the short-term opportunities for the insurgents now seem the most promising because of the weaknesses of the government rather than the strength of the insurgents, who are few in numbers and divided by factional rivalry. In response, the Pentagon deployed special forces teams to serve as military trainers and advisors. Between 1966 and 1968, more than 1,000 Green Berets served in the country, attempting to teach their Guatemalan counterparts the ins and outs of counterinsurgency warfare. All told, 28 American soldiers died during their deployments, mostly in skirmishes with guerrillas. Yet American efforts did not lead to the defeat of the Marxist rebels. Instead, new groups, such as the Cuban-inspired EGP, organized themselves to continue armed revolution in the country. By the early 1970s, the Green Berets had helped to develop the Guatemalan army into a much more serious counterinsurgency force, one increasingly able to stem guerrilla advances in the country. Yet U.S. military operatives on the ground had little sense of the strategy behind the army's efforts other than to stop communism. One young American advisor, who later became a U.S. Army general, stated in a later interview with the author, "We did not have a strategy. We had little or no leverage on the Guatemalans. Our approach of our advisory effort was tactical rather than even operational or strategic. The guerrillas are really bad and will potentially be good. That was about as strategic as we got." The Cold War's domino thesis: it was a different era, and perhaps the results, the absence of a strategic content to our security assistance. Point 7. This absence of strategy had a number of important consequences for the situation in Guatemala and for American interests. One was that the country remained unstable, with the guerrillas attempting all sorts of bold missions, such as targeting foreign ambassadors. Another consequence, which American policymakers and military advisors did not fully realize, was that Washington was helping to create a sort of 83 Frankenstein military in Guatemala. Guatemalan commanders were happy to have U.S. supplies, but they resisted advice and training. A CIA report in 1970 labeled the government led by Carlos Arana, of Zacapa massacre infamy, to be the most extreme and unyielding in the hemisphere. The client government in the fight against communist insurgents was becoming an embarrassment for American policymakers. The consequence of this drift is that the United States became half involved in Guatemala, not deep enough to significantly influence the increasing bloodthirsty counterinsurgency campaigns, but also just enough to be sullied by the long-standing association with this repressive regime. Adding to this sense of the misalignment of U.S. and Guatemalan aims was the brutality of the Guatemalan government and paramilitary factions. In a candid confidential to his superiors written in 1968, American diplomat Viren P. Vaki worried about counter-terror in Guatemala because it was indiscriminate. "We cannot rationalize that fact away," he wrote confidentially. "The official squads are guilty of atrocities. Interrogations are brutal, torture is used and bodies are mutilated." Vaki saw this as a serious political and moral problem for U.S. objectives. One can easily see there how counter-terror has blurred the question of communist insurgency and is converting it into an issue of morality and justice. We are associated with this tactic in the minds of many people, and whether it is right or wrong so to associate us is rapidly becoming irrelevant. Have our values been so twisted by our adversary concept of politics in the hemisphere? Is it conceivable that we are so obsessed with insurgency that we are prepared to rationalize murder as an acceptable counterinsurgency weapon, registered? Given the Guatemalan army's growing barbarity, it is perhaps not surprising that its commanders, for their part, were not eager to have American officials scrutinizing their actions. In one stark example of how Guatemalan and American expectations diverged, when the Carter administration threatened to cut off military aid to Guatemala to protest its human rights abuses, Guatemalan officials preemptively rejected the aid even before Carter was able to suspend it. The country's foreign minister told American diplomats at the time, Guatemalans had to protect their vital interests, and that meant breaking out of 84 Washington's orbit if necessary. At the same time, Guatemalan generals and the conservative business class heaped scorn on Carter for having gone soft on communism and abandoning the United States' natural ideological ally in Guatemala. Degree A U.S. Senate report in 1971 summarized U.S. policies in Guatemala from 1954 to 1970 and revealed that what seemed like an appropriate counterinsurgency response in the 1960s had turned into a major headache because of the actions of the Guatemalan military. The report noted the wisdom of the adage that it's easier to get into a bear trap than to get out. Guatemala's counterinsurgency war had always been bloody. But in the late 1970s, it became something much more horrific. In fact, by the time the final peace accords emerged in 1996, a United Nations report labeled the Guatemalan security forces' actions genocidal, given that the killing was directed so much toward the country's indigenous Mayan population. In only 2 years in the early 1980s, 100,000 Guatemalans were killed, mostly as part of the ruthless counterinsurgency campaign. The brunt of this widespread killing came in the late 1970s and early 80s when the Guatemalan army adopted the even more aggressive strategy to fighting the guerrillas. Whereas before, the Zapaka strategy had involved relatively isolated incidents, now it had become institutional military doctrine. As is often the case, the army's logic was simple: eliminate the civilian support for the guerrillas and they will wither away. In the early 1980s, rebel fighters organized the National Revolutionary Union to bring together the various guerrilla groups under one command. General Fernando Romero Lucas Garcia, who had become president in 1978, responded with harsh measures, including the escalation of the rapid counterinsurgency campaign that disproportionately targeted the Mayan indigenous population. Critics alleged that Lucas Garcia ordered the deaths of more than 75 political leaders as well as thousands of other extrajudicial executions. Despite the military onslaught, the now united URNG rebels remained resilient, considerably stronger than they had been during the previous 2 decades. In fact, they were able to levy war taxes and issue travel passes just outside the capital. Then, in March 1982, junior military officers demanding an end to electoral fraud and corruption led a coup against Lucas Garcia and his hand-picked successor, General Angel Aníbal Guevara. The coup leaders asked retired General Efren Rios Montt, now an evangelical 86 pastor, to lead a 3-member military junta that subsequently annulled the 1965 Constitution and dissolved Congress. Despite implementing a smattering of human rights reforms, cleaning up the notoriously corrupt Guatemalan state bureaucracy, he helped publicize his campaign by requiring public officials to wear pins that said, "I don't steal, don't lie, don't abuse," and bringing some indigenous political figures into his government. Rios Montt remained committed to using a heavy hand to quell the insurgency. For Montt, the conflict was total, and victory would come at any cost. "I must do what I must. We here are fighting the Third World War." In late 1982, Rios Montt famously denied accusations that his government was conducting a dirty war. "We have no scorched earth policy, we have a policy of scorched communists." Rios Montt soon declared a state of siege and launched an assault on the URNG. One major problem the military faced was that the guerrillas, who occupied villages and towns throughout rural Guatemala, would often flee before the army attacked, leaving the local villagers to bear the brunt of the violence. Cold-blooded counterinsurgency logic was at play. Don't target the fish but instead take away the sea. Hundreds of Mayan villages simply vanished. Beheadings, garroteings, immolations, and summary massacres were conducted throughout the alleged guerrilla strongholds. Trademark for Rios Montt also wanted to bring the predominantly Mayan rural population more fully under state control. In a program known as Beans and Guns, the government established resettlement strategic hamlets to relocate Mayan peasants away from guerrilla influence. Once again, resettlement became an integral component of a harsh counterinsurgency strategy. As one American official noted, those who are perceived to support the government are rewarded with food for work, housing if they have been displaced, and other forms of government largesse. Those perceived not to be in support of the government are met with whatever force is considered necessary. 5. Another critical element in Rios Montt's plan was the establishment of self-defense patrols. In this effort, local villagers received food, water, employment, and health care if they worked on local militia patrols. In the end, roughly 1 million. 87. At JE. Figure 7.2. Comalapa, 2003. Forensic anthropologists exhumed the remains inside a mass grave at a former Guatemalan military base near Comalapa, Guatemala, September 7, 2003. The Guatemalan military employed a scorched earth strategy aimed at eliminating a variety of Marxist insurgencies during the 1960s, 70s, and 80s. The strategy targeted the country's majority but politically and economically marginalized Mayan Indian population, who were accused of training guerrilla bands and enabling the small Cuba-inspired insurrection. Photo and permission by Victor J. Blue. Peasants from 850 villages served in the PACs. Rios Montt was clear about this strategy: if we close our eyes, increase the number of soldiers and policemen, and we attack the subversives, we can do it. Security does not consist of arms, tanks, and airplanes. This is not even 5% of the requirement for a national security policy. Security lies in the relationship between the state and the people. This turned out to be very successful counterinsurgency policy, for the PACs eventually helped to eliminate the URNG as a guerrilla force. Interestingly, the hawkish Reagan administration hesitated before restoring military assistance to the Guatemalan military, even though many top officials sympathized with Rios Montt's predicament. 788. Administration officials might not have been thrilled with the Guatemalan military's indiscriminate operations, but they were also fearful of another Nicaragua following the successful Cuban-inspired Marxist revolution in 1979. The irony, though, was that the Guatemalan army's scorched earth successes helped to ensure that Washington would not become more deeply involved in this horribly violent counterinsurgent war. On August 8, 1983, Rios Montt was ousted by his own Minister of Defense, who contended that religious fanatics were ruining the country. With a new constitution promulgated in 1985, elections ensued and Vinicio Cerezo, a Christian Democrat, was elected and became the country's first civilian president in 16 years. To the dismay of many human rights activists and families of victims, Cerezo granted amnesty to members of the army that gave them immunity from prosecution for former human rights abuses. Contrary to what is often assumed, Guatemala's counterinsurgency was at its dirtiest precisely when American influence was at its lowest point since the overthrow of Arbenz in 1954. This fact does not free the United States from any culpability in Guatemala's tragic internal war and repression. If anything, it reinforces the simple but often overlooked reality that local client governments and militaries do not necessarily hold the same objectives as U.S. policymakers. This misalignment of aims has proven to be one of the major obstacles in U.S. counterinsurgency experience since the middle of the 20th century. In this case, the Guatemalan state adopted a by any means necessary approach to winning the war, one that went far beyond what Washington believed appropriate. As a result, the hallmark of U.S. action in Guatemala became almost the opposite of what it had been in the 1950s. The United States adopted a low-impact counterinsurgency support strategy, which had an analog in the counterfoco operations against Cuban-style revolutions across Latin America. This approach became a central feature of U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine after Vietnam and until the turn of the century, and the lessons of Guatemala influenced the character of subsequent counterinsurgency interventions. But perhaps most important, the United States learned that low-impact involvement does not always work. Guatemala's 30-year war was by far the longest in the Western Hemisphere's history, and the fact that it ultimately averted a communist overthrow may have been more a result of the Guatemalan government's brutality and the eventual collapse of global communism than of American efforts. Mass organizations. We're not talking about pragmatic Sandinistas. This is a Pol Pot left. El Salvador News Gazette, April 27, 1980. The largest of the three peasant worker student coalitions, has grown to 30,000 members in the past 4 years despite, or because of, frequent repression. Alan Riding, New York Times correspondent, 1979 *. Guerrilla Universitaria. Travel writer Paul Theroux was visiting El Salvador in the late 1970s to deliver a lecture at the National University in San Salvador on little-known books by famous American authors. With the literary event concluded, it occurred to him that he had nothing more to do in San Salvador. He then had a question for his local hosts that no one seemed to have a good answer for: why was there a mural of Marx, Engels, and Lenin in the university during the rule of a right-wing dictatorship? Theroux had visited the National University at a time when it was actually open. In 1972, the military regime forcibly closed it using tanks and artillery and kept it shuttered until 1974. In 1980, the military/civilian junta once again moved troops onto the campus, leaving dozens dead and offices and classrooms destroyed. The government did not open the university for 4 years. 91. American novelist and literary journalist Joan Didion described the state of the campus after visiting in 1982. A few classes were being held in storefronts around San Salvador, but no one other than an occasional reporter had been allowed to enter the campus since the day the troops came in. Those reporters allowed to look had described walls still splashed with the spray-painted slogans left by the students, floors littered with tangled computer tape and with copies of what the National Guardsmen in charge characterized as subversive pamphlets, for example, a reprint of an article on inherited enzyme deficiency from the New England Journal of Medicine. 4. Another foreign correspondent described the government's justification for closing the university. It claimed, with some plausibility, that it was a recruiting and training ground for rebels. Some of us sneaked onto campus soon after the closure and found some classroom blackboards still covered with diagrams for bomb making. 5. The paradoxes that Theroux and Didion experienced lay at the heart of El Salvador's emerging ideological and eventually armed insurrection. As was the case on campuses throughout Latin America at the time, the National University was a hotbed of ideological and political indoctrination and organizing. And contrary to what even the most astute observer might have assumed, these universities often continued to enroll students, opening the eyes of future generations of students to communism and revolution despite being active in a country ruled by military dictatorship. While it makes sense that the military regime loathed the National University during the 1970s, the Christian Democratic-led junta also eyed the institution warily. One might see the National University as part of what has been called guerrilla universitaria, the post-Cuban Revolution phenomenon whereby Latin American students, often from relatively privileged backgrounds, embraced revolution in the urban, at times prestigious universities. Degree from there, it was an easy jump to the mountainous countryside hills to put the revolution into practice. Countless numbers of these well-educated students guerrillas would be eliminated by counterinsurgency sweeps or incarcerated and tortured in prisons. There were 3 principal breeding grounds for the armed revolution in El Salvador: labor, 92, unions, Christian-based communities, and academia, universities and, in some cases, even high schools. Indeed, various coalitions of students, peasants, and political parties formed the basis of radical agitation in the 1970s. The National University was the movement's effective and symbolic coordinating center during the years it was actually open. Organizaciones de masas. The decade of the 1970s marked a turning point for El Salvador's left. Disillusioned and frustrated members of the PCS believed that the party was ineffectively addressing the problems of the country. Some of these differences stemmed from disparate views on strategy. For a successful revolution, the PCS deemed it necessary to ally with reformist elements in power, seeing insurgency as a last resort registered, but an emerging line of thinking held that effective revolution would come with the coordination of mass movements and political military organizations. This new divide between the old-line communists and a vocal minority faction of firebrand revolutionaries would define the uprisings of the 1970s. During this decade, young activists came together, determined to undertake both mass organization and armed struggle. The 3 main mass organizations established in the 1970s were the Popular Revolutionary Bloc, the Unified Popular Action Front, and the Popular Leagues of February 28. No formal alliances or agreements were signed between mass organizations and armed groups. In the case of the BPR, The mass organization formed on its own and subsequently established a relationship with the FPL. For others, the guerrilla group formed the mass organization, as happened with the ERP, which served as the military arm of the LP-28. Each of the umbrella mass organizations had a similar structure, with seemingly no centralized command. And while each one comprised various combinations of students, labor unions, peasants, and other groups committed to nonviolent or violent agitation, each mass organization had a stronghold on one of these groups, the BPR with the peasants, the FAPU with the urban working class, and the LP-28 with the students. 93. The BPR and its Brazo Armado. The BPR was formed shortly after a student uprising went awry and security forces shot and killed 20 students on July 30, 1975. In response, 70 mourners from various organizations gathered at the San Salvador Cathedral, a meeting that led to the creation of the BPR. Students, teachers, professors, slum dwellers, workers, and peasants all came together under the umbrella of the BPR, which, with 60,000 to 80,000 people, would emerge as the largest organization by the end of the 1970s. 5 At the time of its founding, several members of the BPR were closely linked to key leaders of the FPL. For instance, Melida Anaya Montes, Comandante Ana Maria, was a part of the FPL leadership in 1974 until transferring her masterly profession to the BPR. Registered. Facundo Guardado, who served as the Secretary General of the BPR, was also a covered leader for the FPL. 7 While never having a formal alliance, the two organizations were considered closely linked. The FPL-BPR relationship highlights the difficulty for even the most astute observers to accurately define the ties between guerrillas and the emerging mass organizations during this tumultuous decade in El Salvador. Some members of these groups were directly tied to guerrilla groups, others simply shared a general ideology of radical socialist transformation but did not embrace the armed revolution. The line between the mass organizations and the armed groups that would emerge more fully in the late 1970s was often blurry or non-existent. Registered. Even the terminology to describe the FPL and BRP relationship varies widely, further emphasizing the murky connection between the two. A 1982 article in the New York Times, reflecting on the rise of the FPL during the 1970s, characterized the BPR as the guerrillas' front organization. In other instances, the FPL has been described as the BPR's Brazo Armado, or the BPR as an autonomous movement with complex origins and covert ties to the FPL. *degree. Other words used to depict their relationship varied from formal terms such as alliance, to looser descriptors such as closely tied or linked. While there were certainly BPR members who acted as advocates for the FPL, some members in the BPR dissociated themselves from the guerrillas, so it would be more accurate to describe this relationship in more nuanced terms. For instance, Julio Enrique Flores, a 23-year-old 94 teacher and BPR member who had been a former leader in the FPL, stated in 1979, "We recognized the fundamental instrument for revolution is the armed struggle, but that is not our role. We have no links to the guerrillas, we are not a clandestine organization." At the same time, Flores condoned violence. "Popular violence must inevitably grow, but we must never lose the mass nature of the bloc. TT was necessary to create a broad class alliance." While the BPR was the largest and most powerful of the leftist organizations, other mass organizations like FAPU and LP-28 also had their respective military arms. Unlike the BPR, FAPU and LP-28 were established by their corresponding guerrilla groups. In 1974, FAPU was formed to organize grassroots mobilizations on behalf of the national resistance. In the eyes of the resistance militants, the Salvadoran military regime was in the process of escalating fascism, and in order to defeat it, it was necessary to create a broad class alliance, represented by the FAPU. It's important to note that FAPU was the first of its kind, created before the BPR and much earlier than the LP-28. Its origins can be traced back to the impetus of Fermín Cienfuegos, who in 1970 had gone from being an active member of the student movement to becoming a member of the shadowy outfit known as El Grupo, a group that as much as any other defined the guerrilla universitaria era. With its small number of fighters receiving support from Castro's Cuba, El Grupo became one of the first revolutionary cells to carry out political military operations. Over the next several years, Cienfuegos became the leader of the RN. Here is how this former university student described the armed struggle. Sooner or later the forces of change will take power in El Salvador. There is something which keeps imperialism from opening its eyes to the march of history. It is the steadfast, narrow bond that it inevitably maintains with the oppressive and exploitative forces of the dependent capitalist countries. This makes imperialism the number one public enemy of humanity. The march of history never stops. El Salvador will win. 23. Similar to the RN and the FPL, the ERP believed that revolution was an all-encompassing goal, which 95. Could be reached via the collaboration of both an armed faction and organized local protests. According to the ERP, as with the rest of the insurgent groups, these protests were driven by the rampant poverty and injustice that plagued the region at the time. As Ana Guadalupe Martinez, second in command of the ERP, reflected, I believe that did not begin as a guerrilla struggle, but as a social struggle. Because in its beginning, the basis and the strength for development into an armed struggle came from the activities of the unions, the teachers, the university youth, but most of all the teachers' struggle. *4 In February 1977, the ERP created LP28, named after a massacre that killed dissidents gathered at Plaza Libertad to protest the election of General Romero in what José Napoleón Duarte had deemed the most blatant fraud that El Salvador has ever known. 5. Poder Popular Local. As a mass organization, the BPR's main responsibility was to organize Poder Popular Local. These councils would in turn coordinate strikes and protests for a variety of issues, including higher wages and land redistribution. In response to the BPR's growing popularity, a priest in 1978 concluded, the success of the bloc is that it addresses itself to real needs and immediate issues rather than offering long-term solutions. It campaigns for increased wages or a lowering of the price of fertilizer or seeds. *7 For instance, in November 1977, 1,500 BPR members seized the Labor Ministry headquarters for 3 days, holding 86 workers in the building hostage. The hostages were promptly released after the ministry signed an agreement that it would look into wage increases for farm laborers. Registered FAPU and LP28, similar to the BPR, also organized protests to contest government policies or voice their support for their guerrilla comrades in the mountains. While neither FAPU nor LP28 garnered as much support as the BPR, they did enough to make headlines and stir unrest. In 1975, FAPU demonstrators in San Salvador, including discreetly armed militants, were gunned down during a mass protest, one of the most repressive responses to protesters in the country's history. 3 years later, on February 5, 1980, the LP28 made news when 20 members of the mass organization took the Spanish embassy without a fight, holding the Spanish ambassador and 8 others hostage. And 96. Figure 8.1. San Salvador, 1979. Bodies of executed civilians in and around San Salvador, 1979. The mass movement organizations that erupted throughout the 1970s, the tiempos de locura that preceded the formal civil war, posed a severe threat to military and oligarchic rule in El Salvador. Image and permission by Susan Micella/Magnum Photos. Demanding the release of 4 LP28 members who had been arrested a few days earlier. Given the rise of numerous leftist factions, it was very difficult to discern between a more civic nonviolent mass organization, such as a labor union, versus a mass group that adhered to all of the same revolutionary ideologies and goals as the rebels in the hills but abstained from openly using arms or wearing uniforms. And the more the security forces repressed and effectively neutered the mass movements, the more these adherents were inclined to join the armed revolution. For instance, a Catholic woman from Tierra Blanca who had worked closely with BPR joined its military arm, the FPL, after 3 catechists had been killed by security forces. 3*. 97. In April 1979, San Salvador's Archbishop Romero warned of the group's growing militancy. When I returned from Rome, I found the bombs in the cathedral. Our popular groups have been taken over by the far left. They want the church to support everything, not only justice but all their strategies. 33. 1 month later, on May 9, 1979, 150 peaceful protesters demanding the release of 5 of their leaders were caught on film. Carrying red and yellow flowers symbolizing the colors of the BPR, they were recorded seizing the Metropolitan Cathedral in San Salvador. Suddenly, government security forces opened fire, leaving more than 22 dead. 34. A 23-year-old mechanic, Andres Flores, recalled how security forces mowed us down like chickens. 35. In response to the repression that followed these protests, a radical leader of the mass organizations described their goals. Our objective is to unite the people in a revolutionary movement. The enemy has tried to destroy our movement by killing and wounding hundreds of people. People have been shot, bombed, and burned to death. Many have been brutally tortured, and an unknown number have simply disappeared. But none of this has stopped the popular demonstrations. We are committed to a protracted revolutionary struggle. Our aim is to create a people's revolutionary government which will build socialism, a socialism based on a firm alliance of workers and peasants. 3°. In short, the population was being radicalized through 2 simultaneous developments. The guerrilla groups were encouraging mass-based organizations to take to the streets and protest at the same time that repression from the military government and paramilitaries was radicalizing members of the mass organizations. The 2 superpowers had no direct impact on the beginning of our revolution. In the years leading up to the first final offensive in early 1981, mass organizations continued to coordinate large-scale protests in the major cities, especially San Salvador. For instance, on January 22, 1980, 100,000 citizens marched in the capital to commemorate the 1932 massacre almost a half-century earlier. 37 For a while, it seemed as though these aggressive marches would spark some sort of wider uprising against the Christian Democratic junta. Yet the popular movements 98 never turned into the urban shock troops that many guerrilla leaders camped in the mountains hoped they would become. Sadly for the revolutionary left, there would not be another urban insurrection as had been the case in neighboring Nicaragua. As Christian Democrat scion José Napoleón Duarte later commented, the left was counting on a broad-based uprising, not a guerrilla victory. At that time, the tiny guerrilla cells had no hope of defeating the army. They were capable only of destabilizing the government. 3*. The clandestine revolutionary groups understood that it was better for the popular groups to organize and agitate in their stead since this looked less like armed revolution and more like civic disobedience against a repressive regime. The international media coverage of El Salvador at the time focused on the security forces' repression against what appeared to be civilian opposition. 3. At times this depiction was accurate in what was unequivocal repression of peaceful protests and political activity. At other times, though, the reality was more nuanced and more closely resembled an undeclared civil war fought in the streets of San Salvador and other cities. Further complicating the matter, in 1977 the military government passed a law that removed most impediments to government violence against civilians. The regime could now legally declare a broader set of actions as subversive. Some of what the military repressed was indeed leftist subversion, but much of it was not. For the military regime and its allied death squads, such distinctions were far less important than ensuring that the scourge of communist agitation did not lead to another Nicaragua. According to one guerrilla commander,
During this stage we on the armed left adopted a deliberate strategy of avoiding, insofar as possible, armed confrontations with the army. 4 degree The problem with this strategy, though, is that the guerrillas created enough violence to provoke the ultra-conservative right into unleashing the death squads that by the end of the 1970s had largely decimated the left's urban revolutionary networks. In this interpretation, these revolutionary mass organizations, most visibly the 60,000 to 80,000 members of the BPR, represented the first failed attempt at leftist revolution. 4 The inability of the mass organizations and guerrillas to spark a broader uprising led to the adoption of general war, beginning with the first final offensive in the 1980s. 4 Moreover, the popular movement's ability to organize effectively was stymied by internal divisions and incessant death squad repression from emerging paramilitary death squads and government security forces. Both during and after the war, guerrilla commanders publicly insisted that their armed struggle did not begin in 1981 with the final offensive. Rather, it had started during the early 1970s when the mass movements played a key role in this diverse political opposition. According to one commander, although the armed conflict began in 1971, the same year in which the war in Nicaragua to overthrow the Somoza dictatorship began in earnest, it was different from the others. In the case of El Salvador, unlike in Nicaragua, the two superpowers had no direct influence on the beginning of our revolution in the decade of the 1970s. True, the two superpowers, locked as they were in a Cold War, later played roles on both sides of our conflict, but they did not at the start of it. 43. A key related element that must be confronted is the extent to which the military arm of the mass organizations instigated violence in the 1970s that triggered the death squad rampages. The depiction is sometimes of an El Salvador in the 1970s where an increasingly vocal and mobilized but still nonviolent and democratic left was targeted and summarily decimated by the death squads. What might complicate this interpretation is that former leftist militants and guerrillas revealed then and now that as early as 1970, they were in fact initiating violent acts in what they considered a mostly urban revolution, such as bombings, killing police officers, and kidnapping political figures and businessmen. 44 And while mass organizations supported nonviolent protest, the fact remained that they had strong links to the guerrillas. Popular, democratic, and anti-oligarchic. The mass movements received a jolt in early 1980, the very moment when these groups were further uniting, following Archbishop Oscar Romero's call for the Salvadoran people to back these groups to help preserve the liberation process. For the right, Romero's endorsement of the mass organizations only reinforced their belief that sympathizers within the church were inseparable from the guerrillas, proving 2. Figure 8.2. San Salvador, 1979. Collecting contributions for families of the disappeared in front of the Metropolitan Cathedral. Salvadorans suspected of subversive activity were often targeted for rightist repression in what was El Salvador's undeclared urban dirty war that began before the formal guerrilla offensive in early 1981. Image and permission by Susan Micella/Magnum Photos. That, by extension, liberation theology priests like Romero were nothing more than thinly veiled communists. 5 In early 1980, the mass organizations united to form the Revolutionary Coordinating Committee of the Masses. The CRM's manifesto called for nationalized housing, land reforms, and literacy campaigns, all as part of a revolution that would be popular, democratic, and anti-oligarchic. 4 The successful overthrow of Nicaragua's Somoza, an effort that involved similar urban opposition groups in addition to more traditional guerrilla factions, motivated the CRM, and in turn Marxist leftists, to be more confrontational. This was El Salvador's Tiempos de Locura, the season of madness between Somoza's ouster in July 1979 and the failed guerrilla offensive in January 1981. 47 The CRM also played a key role in the mass marches during the funeral of Archbishop Ioi Romero that, on March 24, 1980, erupted into bloodshed and mutual recriminations,
when each side had provoked the other *, registered the October 1979 coup that saw progressive military officers depose the hated General Romero was supposed to put an end to tiempos de locura via the implementation of broad reform. Yet this attempt might have simply been too little, too late, given the hatred and polarization between the anti-communist right and the Marxist left. Although there were peaceful protesters, the two extreme sides had embraced violence against each other as the way for each to defend and expand its political goals, making it harder to legitimize or make room for a moderate voice. It is worth wondering if reconciliation and moderation could have won out had the reformist coup taken place, say, a year earlier. Yet at this point there had been no example of a strongman Somoza falling to prompt the young Salvadoran officers to oust their own strongman Romero *. Can a Nicaraguan-type crisis happen again? And, if so, what are we doing now to prevent similar crises? The simple answer is that it can happen again, and is likely to in El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. The conditions that gave rise to the crisis in Nicaragua exist in these countries, only in a more advanced state. In a few years, if we don't address the underlying problems in Central America, the Nicaraguan crisis of 1978 will seem easy in comparison. Robert Pastor, White House aide, writing to National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, October 23, 1978. The advancement of human rights is more than an ideal. It, too, is an interest. Peaceful gains for freedom are also steps toward stability abroad, and greater security for America. Cyrus Vance, Secretary of State, March 27, 19807. He may be an SOB, but he's our SOB. President Franklin Roosevelt describing dictator Rafael Trujillo of the Dominican Republic. The painful debacle in Vietnam that officially ended in 1975 led many Americans to conclude that the United States should avoid fighting in faraway jungles and swamps alongside dubious local allies in the name of defeating global communism. Growing inflation sparked by Vietnam War spending and the first oil shock in 1973, and the searing Watergate domestic political scandal that brought down Richard Nixon's presidency were two of many other factors that weakened the 102. 103. American public's confidence in their government's competence and honesty. Most notably in the 1975 hearings chaired by Democratic Senator Frank Church, congressional revelations about the CIA's involvement in seemingly morally dubious covert operations that unseated sitting governments in countries from Iran to Chile only further weakened Americans' self-given identity as a beacon of freedom and transparency. The United States endured a period of imperial presidency following World War II when anti-communism fears inclined Congress to defer to presidential prerogatives in places like Vietnam. Now, by contrast, it was as if an imperial Congress sought to use its powers to check the executive branch. One way Congress attempted to redress these excesses was to focus on the internal nature of regimes receiving American aid, especially military. The thinking was that if America stopped indulging abusive and often dictatorial governments and leaders with lavish amounts of military aid while overlooking their tyranny, there would be far fewer negative consequences later, especially communist revolutions that exploited this tyranny and desperation among the masses. 5 To this end, and relying on the power of the purse to influence foreign policy run by the executive branch, a reform-minded Congress passed a variety of human rights acts in an effort to correct what was believed to have led to the Vietnam disaster. 2 amendments to the Foreign Assistance Act of 1961 became the basis for linking human rights to American foreign aid laws. Sponsored by Iowa Democratic Congressman Tom Harkin and passed by Congress in 1975, Section 116 stated that no economic aid could go to countries engaged in gross violations of human rights, including torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, prolonged detention without charges, or other flagrant denial of the right to life, liberty, and the security of person, unless the aid would directly benefit the people in need. Section 502 prohibited military aid to countries engaged in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights, unless the President determined that such aid was vital to U.S. national security. Registered. The language of the ban on military aid indicated Congress's willingness to grant the executive branch flexibility in implementing these human rights obligations. Of course, the key question would be to 104. Define the criteria that would determine whether such aid was in fact vital to America's national security. In an effort to bolster oversight over what were seen as controversial executive branch covert operations, the Senate created a permanent Select Committee on Intelligence in May 1976. The House established its own oversight committee the following year. Because we know that democracy works. Jimmy Carter entered the White House in 1977 believing that he had a clear mission to reorient America's foreign policy around fundamental values of human rights, transparency, and self-determination. A polymath with strong and public religious convictions, the incoming Carter argued that previous administrations had been willing to adopt the flawed and erroneous principles and tactics of our adversaries. The best way to remedy this fateful mistake, he believed, was to lead by example, not solely by force. Registered. Carter explained the logic behind his position at a commencement address in Notre Dame University in May 1977, because we know that democracy works, we can reject the arguments of those rulers who deny human rights to their people. We are confident that democracy's example will be compelling, and so we seek to bring that example closer to those from whom in the past few years we have been separated and who are not yet convinced about the advantages of our kind of life. In his commencement, in part known to history for his often misunderstood reference to an inordinate fear of communism, Carter injected an element of optimism into his human rights as good foreign policy doctrine. Being confident of our own future, we are now free of that inordinate fear of communism which once led us to embrace any dictator who joined us in that fear. I'm glad that that's being changed. For too many years, we've been willing to adopt the flawed and erroneous principles and tactics of our adversaries, sometimes abandoning our own values for theirs. We've fought fire with fire, never thinking that fire is better quenched with water. This approach failed, with Vietnam the best example of its intellectual and moral poverty. But through failure we have now found our way back to our own principles and values, and we have regained our lost confidence. 105. To back up his lofty rhetoric, Carter endorsed a number of classified policies, such as the National Security Council Directive 30 signed in February 1978, which listed the key mechanisms of his human rights policies. The memorandum ruled out the use of military power, instead listing private and public diplomacy, foreign assistance tied to human rights performance, and public denunciations of abusive regimes as ways to influence repressive governments. 3. Given the amount of attention that Jimmy Carter's human rights agenda received, it is easy to conclude that it was America's previous excesses that drove his agenda. Yet while the ghost of the Vietnam defeat and revelations about American support for our S.O.B.S. throughout the Third World influenced Carter's administration, other developments that reinforced the threat and challenges of relations with Moscow also shaped U.S. foreign policy. Vietnam was a moral and military fiasco, but less remembered was the subsequent perception that the rapid fall of South Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos provided dire evidence to some that the domino theory of communism was in fact a reality. 4. Making matters worse, the Soviet Union appeared to have gained strategic nuclear parity by the early 1970s, and by the time Carter became president in 1977, it was estimated that the Soviets had surpassed the United States in nuclear power. 5. So even while the Vietnam War, Watergate, and tales of CIA scandals rocked Washington, communist movements remained active. Another blow to America's sense of security and prowess took a hit following the seizure in early November 1979 of the U.S. Embassy in Tehran by radical Islamist students. This action precipitated the Iran hostage crisis when 52 American diplomats and citizens were held hostage for 444 days, a period that extended through Carter's presidency and his administration's disastrous covert operation to rescue them in April 1980. In April 1975, Castro's Cuba began its bold foray into Africa with the assistance of hundreds of Soviet military advisors in Angola. Their purpose was to back the anti-colonial popular movement for the liberation of Angola that had led the War of Independence against Portugal. With Angola's independence looming, the MPLA came under siege from two rival groups, both sponsored by South Africa and Washington. By July, and with Soviet logistical support, Cuba launched a 106 massive operation to land 36,000 troops to prevent the capital of Luanda from falling into South African hands. Cuba also aided Ethiopia in its war with non-communist Somalia. Afghanistan, historically a neutral buffer state, came under communist rule after a coup in April 1978. 3 months later, a new South Yemeni regime gained power with Cuban, Soviet, and East German assistance. Registered communist forces claimed these and other gains as victories on the global Cold War chessboard, where Third World countries served as pawns. Emboldened, Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev emphasized in early 1976 that supposed lessening of tensions from détente with Washington embraced by Presidents Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford did not abolish or alter the laws of class struggle. Asterisk. While his administration would become more hawkish by its end in early 1981, even Carter as a presidential candidate in March 1976 had made clear that the Soviets were actively fomenting subversion. Carter claimed that Moscow saw détente as an opportunity to continue the process of world revolution without running the threat of nuclear war and as a means of combining surface tranquility in Europe, with support for wars of national liberation elsewhere. Degree thus, the former governor of Georgia contended, détente must be more than a one-way street from which communists gained. Carter's increasingly vocal conservative critics believed that Moscow and its satellites appeared strong and aggressive while the United States seemed weak. We must also not underestimate the influence of key members of Carter's administration, especially the preference of some to adopt stronger resistance against Soviet-backed advances. National Security Advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski, the son of a former Polish diplomat, was said to relish his role as the first Pole in 300 years in a position to really stick it to the Russians. 22 And as the administration's term wore on, Brzezinski and his more hawkish side of the Carter team became increasingly frustrated with Cuba. In the spring of 1979, and clearly influenced by Havana's machinations in Africa, Brzezinski asked the intelligence community to conduct an evaluation of Cuban-Soviet cooperation around the world. In a twist of bad luck, this task led to the discovery of a Soviet brigade in Cuba, a revelation that became a serious domestic political issue. Carter's critics were apt to compare the Soviet combat brigade crisis to their 9/62 missile crisis. 107. Despite the fact that the brigade posed no plausible threat to the United States. 3 The political uproar of the Soviet combat brigade ended up breaking the stalemate between the more dovish Secretary of State Cyrus Vance and Brzezinski over Cuba policy. The gloves would come off. On October 4, 1979, a sobered Carter signed off on Presidential Directive/NSC 52, outlining an effort to contain Cuba as a source of violent revolutionary change. 4 The directive detailed a set of measures, including a program of economic and military assistance for the Caribbean and Central America to reduce opportunities for Cuban subversion. 5 The Carter administration soon made an extremely difficult yet significant decision to back a fledgling government in El Salvador. It appears that the motive to do so was driven as much by Havana and Moscow-assisted global geopolitical threats and domestic electoral politics as it was by any specific elements inside El Salvador's unfolding hellhole. We will not act abroad in ways that we would not tolerate at home. Eager to live up to his lofty rhetoric, Jimmy Carter began his presidency attempting to avoid moves that would entail direct military force in Latin America, especially tumultuous Central America and the Caribbean. His hope was that if diplomacy was done right, there would be far less reason to fight a Vietnam-like war in America's backyard. Carter continued Nixon's effort to renegotiate ownership of the Panama Canal, spending significant political capital to get Congress to ratify the eventual handover of the canal to Panama. He also pushed for a more conciliatory stance toward Castro's Cuba, advocating a loosening of travel and trade restrictions before the shift toward a harder line stance following Cuba's Africa campaigns. Considering the level of human rights abuses in Central America at the time and the impunity with which they were conducted, it is not surprising that this region became the focus of the Carter administration's novel effort to recast America's priorities abroad. Registered on April 14, 1977, Carter spoke before the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, where he contended that his country must 108. Respect the individuality and sovereignty of each Latin American and Caribbean nation. We will not act abroad in ways that we would not tolerate at home, in our own country. 18 months later, State Department official Harding Carter clarified that a pro-human rights position could also exist with non-intervention, something of particular sensitivity to Latin American nations used to being on the receiving side of Yankee interference. Our policy remains one of non-intervention in the domestic politics of other countries. We are not in the position of suggesting the overthrow or downfall or anything else of any government. Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher backed this up a month later when he told the World Affairs Council in Los Angeles, "We are firmly committed to the principle of non-intervention in the internal affairs of our Latin neighbors." 4 Yet the Carter administration came to believe that, like elsewhere in the world, radical social change was brewing in the region. Testifying before a congressional committee, the State Department's Viren Vaki laid out the sobering larger picture at work. A great part of Central America, especially the North, is subjected to strong pressures of change, terrorism, and potential radicalization. Even without Nicaragua, the situation would be explosive. The basic question is not whether this change is going to take place but whether it will be violent and radical or peaceful and evolutionary, preserving individual liberties and democratic values. The geographical proximity of Central America means that the U.S. has a special interest in the fact that the region enjoys peace, prosperity, and cooperation. Considerable resentment. While senior Carter administration officials continued to publicly promote the government's policies of once again being a good neighbor in Latin America, the U.S. intelligence community was confidentially reporting how governments and citizens in the region were responding to these policies. A CIA report dated May 11, 1977, concluded that Carter's human rights initiatives had aroused considerable resentment in several Central and South American countries ruled by military regimes that felt threatened by the White House's actions. 3 These military juntas were denouncing American rhetoric and policies as unwarranted and unacceptable interference in strictly internal. 109. Affairs. 3 Military governments in Argentina and Uruguay rejected all U.S. military assistance after the Carter administration linked aid cuts to human rights violations in both countries. The Brazilian military, already angered by Washington's diplomatic pressure to modify its nuclear pact with West Germany, condemned the State Department's report on its human rights practices as an affront to its sovereignty and subsequently renounced a 1952 military assistance agreement. 3 Latin American reactions to Carter's admonitions were not wholly negative. Venezuela and Costa Rica, 2 of the region's few standing democracies, strongly endorsed the Carter initiatives, and expressions of support came from the Mexican and Bolivian governments. 33 The military regime that ruled El Salvador was another case where a repressive regime was all too eager to show the Carter administration the door lest it be forced to address its human rights record. 34 Yet another headache for the White House. Following his disputed election in February 1977, General Carlos Humberto Romero's ascension to the presidency of El Salvador, precisely the type of president who would challenge Carter's human rights initiatives, provided yet another headache for the Carter White House. Having one hated Somoza to deal with in Nicaragua was enough, and Carter officials worried that General Romero's tyranny would result in the very sort of deep societal hatred and agitation that was unsettling Nicaragua and just 2 years later would result in a leftist revolution. To this end, the Carter administration treated General Romero frostily due to his abysmal human rights record. The U.S. ambassador had already been recalled before Romero took office a few months after his dubious election. For his part,
Fed up with Carter administration criticisms of his human rights record despite just being elected, in March 1977 Romero summarily refused U.S. military assistance. The Salvadoran ruler instead declared that Washington had no business meddling in the sovereign affairs of his country. General Romero's military then turned to Brazil, Israel, France, Yugoslavia, and West Germany for military materiel that included various aircraft and enough rifles to re-equip its infantry. 35 General Romero's rejection of military aid echoed similar responses by authoritarian regimes in Brazil, Argentina, and Guatemala. Despite his fiery refusal, the Salvadoran ruler eventually lifted the state of siege that he had imposed after his fraudulent election, offered to protect Jesuits from death squad threats, and invited the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights to visit the country and observe conditions. The Carter administration expressed its tentative approval of General Romero's apparent moderation by authorizing a $90.4 million loan for the country at the Inter-American Development Bank. Ironically, one reason the Carter team believed it could pressure Romero on human rights without jeopardizing security interests was simply because El Salvador wasn't seen as problematic compared to its tumultuous neighbors like Guatemala and Nicaragua. However, while his international image had improved somewhat and thus his ability to gain favor from the Carter White House, Romero once again ramped up repression at home. In late 1977, the Legislative Assembly of El Salvador passed the Law for Defense and Guarantee of Public Order that legalized security force repression of social or political movements opposed to the regime. 3 Registered, but then Romero did another about-face. Confronted with continued pressure from the Carter White House, which feared that he would be to El Salvador what Somoza had been to Nicaragua, in 1979 General Romero announced a 20% wage increase, lifted the state of siege imposed after the assassination of the education minister in May, announced that political exiles could return to the country, and promised electoral reform to allow opposition parties to compete freely. 3. To get a sense of how delicate the El Salvador issue had become, a special interagency committee on human rights, chaired by Deputy Secretary of State Warren Christopher, had the final word on each decision regarding U.S. assistance to the General Romero regime, considering whether the rejection or continuation of American aid would best serve U.S. interests in the country. 4 El Salvador was rapidly becoming a crisis case for Washington. It merits mentioning that, contrasted to the deep dependence of Somoza and his National Guard on American approval, the Salvadoran armed forces were historically suspicious of U.S. motives, something that spiked when the Carter administration, touting human rights, came into office. Phase commanders also knew that they could play off the inescapable fact that Jimmy Carter's sudden attention to El Salvador stemmed from geopolitical concerns, read, anti-communism, not human rights or death squads. 4. Thus, Carter's leverage over military assistance was more limited than was apparent to some at the time. What's more, the $7.4 million in military assistance program funds provided between 1950 and 1979 was relatively trivial compared to what Washington was providing to other allied militaries around the world. 4 El Salvador's leaders had seen that the Guatemalan military had balked at U.S. military aid and lived to tell about it. Somoza today, Romero tomorrow. The stunning July 1979 Sandinista victory in neighboring Nicaragua had an enormous impact in El Salvador. Slogans appeared in city streets pronouncing, Somoza today, Romero tomorrow. Trademark. For in fact, the Carter administration had been worried about the domino effect Somoza's fall would have on neighbor El Salvador even before the Nicaraguan dictator was ousted. On June 25, 1979, nearly a month before the Sandinistas took power, Defense Secretary Harold Brown sent Carter a memorandum titled Limiting the Consequences of a Sandinista Victory. Brown warned that a Sandinista victory will strengthen the leftist insurgents and increase the likelihood of left-right confrontations in the neighboring countries. 44 For Brown, Romero, while not appealing, was still one of the very few Salvadoran military leaders who would be receptive to American suggestions for internal political liberalization. Thus, since Washington could not reasonably expect a better government in El Salvador,
our near-term efforts should be directed toward maintaining Romero in power. Brown added that this support might require providing him assistance and looking the other way somewhat, if, to offset the terrorists, he takes steps that also violate rights in the country. 45 In this instance, at least. It appeared that one senior official of the initially dovish Carter administration had decided that it was time for Washington to back our SOB in El Salvador. Then on July 20, 1979, just 3 days after Somoza hastily resigned and fled Nicaragua, National Security Council Latin America aide Robert Pastor sent his boss Zbigniew Brzezinski a memo responding to Brown's recommendations to the president. Pastor opened the note by asking a central R72 question for the Carter administration: how can we keep Nicaragua from becoming another Cuba, and how can we keep the rest of Central America from becoming another Cuba? For registered Pastor argued that Brown's recommendation to abandon our human rights policy was based on a weak and perhaps erroneous premise, that American support is necessary and sufficient to stabilize Romero's regime. Pastor warned that if we decide to look the other way to acts of repression, we will be merely boarding a sinking ship. Pastor countered that the real issue was the increasingly widespread alienation of the population and wholesale delegitimization of narrow-based military governments. 47 At the same time, Pastor acknowledged that he did agree wholeheartedly with Brown that we should not let our human rights policy drag us into a policy of withdrawal or disassociation. Pastor instead called for the United States to take some bold steps, and to counter everything the Cubans do. 48 Surprisingly, given that Romero's repression was so glaring and that the Carter administration would tacitly endorse the coup that ousted him only weeks later, Pastor told Brzezinski that it makes sense to bring up here, but I think we should save the president until we really need him, and we will. 49 What is President Carter saying about this? In the weeks following Somoza's downfall on July 19, 1979, U.S. officials were reading internal intelligence reports that underscored the significance of Somoza's demise in El Salvador. The fall of Somoza, one commented, is widely viewed in El Salvador as opening the way for a Sandinista-assisted upswing in this country's terrorism and violence of the extreme left, could easily and quickly take on serious new dimensions. 5 Amid the turmoil in Nicaragua, military man Romero maintained a hard line. Security force and paramilitary activity intensified once again. In March and April 1979, around 130 people vanished at the hands of one death squad, and at least 50 members of the Popular Revolutionary Bloc linked to the guerrillas were killed by Orden.5. Then on May 4, members of the BPR occupied the embassies of Costa Rica and France to demand the release of 5 BPR leaders. 113 who had gone missing, an effort that culminated on May 9 with 300 protesters gathered outside the Metropolitan Cathedral. 5 Security forces responded by firing on the demonstrators, killing around 24 marchers who rushed to find safety inside the church. This number was far less than in February 1977, when regime forces sealed off the Central Plaza and used snipers to selectively kill demonstrators. Yet the May massacres were captured on film, the first images of the deep violence rampant in El Salvador to be seen on the world media stage. A few days later, 10,000 marchers walked in a funeral procession across the city chanting "The fight is constant." One protester asked a foreign journalist, "What is President Carter saying about this?" "This is the same as Nicaragua and Idi Amin." 53 Despite General Romero's last-ditch moves that suggested moderation, the Carter administration entertained more activist efforts to address the deteriorating situation in El Salvador, which they believed was a result of Romero's excesses. 5 NSC aide Robert Pastor expressed concern, saying that "My guess is that El Salvador is headed for a full-scale insurrection by perhaps as early this fall. He need do something dramatic now, that will give the non-communists a chance." 55 Carter's Policy Review Committee adapted a quid pro quo strategy with Romero whereby the United States would extend economic and security assistance in return for human rights improvement and progress toward meaningful elections. 5 By October, however, Pastor concluded that the strategy had failed primarily because of Romero's weak, indecisive leadership.
Senior U.S. diplomats Byron Vaki and William Bodler separately visited San Salvador to make the case for reform in person. Yet while Romero indicated some willingness to give ground, he refused to move forward on the elections as Washington had urged. Making the cauldron even hotter, popular mobilization only intensified in September and October, this time taking the form of demonstrations, sit-ins, attacks on government buildings, and the burning of buses. A.K. Carter and the Sandinista Revolution in Nicaragua, 1979. If any nation, whatever its political system, deprives its people of basic human rights, that fact will help shape our own people's attitude toward that nation's repressive government. We should use our tremendous influence to increase freedom, particularly in those countries that depend upon us for their very survival. President Jimmy Carter during the 1976 presidential campaign. In the early morning of January 10, 1978, Pedro Joaquin Chamorro, a prominent Nicaraguan political figure and head of the opposition newspaper La Prensa, was driving in Managua when a green Toyota truck suddenly swerved in front of him. Two men leaped out of the truck and fired shotgun blasts at Chamorro's vehicle, then jumped into a waiting car and sped away. Chamorro was rushed to a nearby hospital but died on the way. Nicaragua's strongman, Anastasio Tacaito Somoza, the second son of the Somoza who killed the nationalist guerrilla Sandino and seized power in the early 1930s, claimed that the assassination had been perpetrated by opposition members themselves to implicate the increasingly despised regime. Few Nicaraguans believed this version of the story. Instead, they blamed Somoza for the extrajudicial killing, and their eagerness to get rid of the dynastic dictatorship increased significantly. In the aftermath of Chamorro's public funeral, youth in cities across the country tossed homemade bombs at military jeeps and shot at the Nicaraguan National Guard posts with hunting rifles. In their first coordinated anti-Somoza move, business leaders, two forces, called a national strike demanding that Chamorro's killers be found and tried. Chamorro's death became the spark for the conflagration that sealed Somoza's dramatic downfall and initiated a Marxist revolution in Nicaragua. Many focos were attempted in Latin America during the 1960s and 708, from Guatemala to Venezuela and down to Bolivia and Argentina, but almost all failed at the hands of counterinsurgent forces, often trained and funded by Washington. Despite this trend, the Sandinistas took inspiration from the Cuban Foco thesis that a small group of highly dedicated insurgents could spark a triumphant national revolution. Given this historical context, the revolution was deeply influential for Marxist guerrillas operating in the jungles and mountains across the region, most notably in El Salvador and Guatemala, who witnessed the Sandinistas' rapid and total victory over what was long believed to be an impregnable Somoza regime. Sandino lives on. Following Sandino's execution in February 1934, the rebel's mythical and ideological influence remained strong in Nicaragua. His revolutionary legacy became embodied in the idea of Sandinismo, a combination of nationalism, popular power, anti-imperialism, and principles of radical social change along Marxist lines. 4 Middle-class Nicaraguan university students and other intellectuals gave these ideas political expression when they founded the Sandinista National Liberation Front in 1961. The Sandinistas, as they were called, operated primarily as a guerrilla vanguard, though their forces were only a fraction of the size of their counterparts in Guatemala. They received backing from Fidel Castro following the 1959 revolution and Havana's decision to support Foco insurgencies across the region, and they were led by figures, such as Tomás Borga and Carlos Fonseca. The Sandinistas aspired to finish the rebellion their beloved martyr had attempted back in the late 1920s and early 1930s. However, the Somoza security forces were strong, and few observers gave the Sandinistas any chance of overthrowing the dictatorship. After the initial Foco had faltered, Borga and Fonseca led the Sandinistas back to the mountains to establish a peasant network, an effort that would require much more time to bear fruit. 116. U.S. officials were not very concerned when the Nicaraguan guerrillas first appeared. In 1964, the CIA reported that the FSLN was a Cuban-supported and communist-infiltrated subversive group but was not a serious threat to the government. At this point Washington was far more concerned about Guatemala going red. In fact, despite Washington's heavy hand in Nicaraguan affairs after the Sandino chase 4 decades earlier, only a few dozen American military advisors served in Nicaragua during the 1960s, while more than 1,000 did so in neighboring Guatemala. The United States did provide roughly 13% of Somoza's annual defense budget, and while this amount was not vital for its survival, U.S. support became a symbol of legitimacy and power for the regime. The Somoza regime and successive Washington administrations maintained strong ties in the first decades of the Cold War. Luis Somoza, the eldest son of the Somoza dynasty's founder, ruled the country from 1957 to 1967, on a strongly pro-American platform. He realized that, at that time, American support for his regime was critical to his ability to maintain his grip on power. The same view informed the government of Luis's younger brother, Takito, who had himself elected president in 1967. Notably, the Somozas required all of the National Guard officers to spend 1 year training and studying at the U.S. Army-run School of the Americas in the Canal Zone. In the 1950s and 60s, this military school trained more officers from Nicaragua than from any other country in Latin America. Forced back into the countryside after the first FOCO collapsed, the Sandinistas found it difficult to stay alive, much less to organize a coherent revolution. For one, Somoza's notorious National Guard continued to hound the weakened rebels in the countryside, forcing them to relocate and recuperate each time they began to develop a foothold in one region. For another, the well-educated, urban Sandinista leaders perpetually struggled with their inability to connect with the poor and uneducated rural campesinos, who were supposed to serve as the masses for the revolt. By the early 1970s, all signs indicated that the Sandinistas would soon join the ranks of so many other failed FOCO insurgencies. But a series of breaks during the 1970s played into the Sandinistas' hands. The first event, a devastating earthquake that hit Managua in late December 1972, raised the ire of many Nicaraguans against the younger Somoza, as they watched his cronies steal much £17 of the relief aid. The Sandinistas deftly used the earthquake to reinforce their contention that Somoza was an immoral and venal leader, one willing to allow his countrymen to suffer while he became richer and richer. On its own, the earthquake was not enough to give the Sandinistas the upper hand. Even by 1977, they were not nearly in a position to threaten Somoza's rule. Bitter factional disputes within the group hindered its ability to maximize its military and political prowess. Moreover, the Sandinistas did not actually control any territory at this point. It had no zones of liberation within which to train guerrillas and sensitize the local population. However, the second fortuitous event, Chamorro's assassination, helped change that as more disgusted citizens flocked to the guerrilla ranks. Desperate to maintain control, Somoza ordered brutal attacks by National Guard troops in poor, urban barrios, executing young men with submachine guns at point-blank range. With scores of dead youth as early martyrs of the Sandinista cause, young recruits began to flock to the FSLN ranks registered at the same time that the Sandinistas were resurrecting themselves. A broad coalition of anti-Somoza political parties, unions, and social organizations created the Broad Opposition Front. The FAO's creation reinforced the reality that a critical mass of Nicaraguan society had turned against the hated regime. A revolution without frontiers. On August 22, 1978, 24 Sandinista commandos led by Commander Eden Pastora seized the Nicaraguan National Palace where the Congress was in full session. For 2 days the commandos held the entire legislature hostage while Pastora, known by his guerrilla nom de guerre, Comandante Ciro, negotiated with the despised Somoza. Fearing the death of several of his relatives, Somoza conceded to Pastora's demands, which included a $500,000 ransom and the release of 58 political prisoners, including Tomas Borga. Somoza also granted Pastora's commandos safe passage out of the country, with most heading to Cuba. The raid's success sparked an uprising against the regime in the slums around Managua, which Somoza attempted to quell using his U.S. supplied Air Force. 7 More important, however, the bold move showed the Nicaraguan people, Somoza, and officials in Washington. 118. That the Sandinistas were a formidable guerrilla outfit, one capable of dramatic and successful operations. Shortly after seizing the palace, the Sandinistas issued their long-awaited call to national insurrection on Nicaragua's airwaves and throughout national newspapers, proclaiming a free fatherland or death. Registered in September, the Sandinistas carried out a major military offensive in the style of the Cuban Barbudos 20 years earlier. The guerrillas attacked National Guard garrisons in Managua, and the mountain cities of Estili and Chinandega, among other targets. The National Guard hit back hard, but their actions often served to alienate the civilian population, leading them to shift their allegiance to the opposition. Demonstrating the growing depth of their regional support, both the non-Marxist Panamanian and Venezuelan governments began providing arms and training to the Sandinista insurgents. Somoza's popularity inside and outside Nicaragua continued to deteriorate. The influential Catholic Church increasingly opposed Somoza's rule. Many priests throughout rural Nicaragua had witnessed the National Guard's institutional violence firsthand. They were now eager to see him overthrown, and more than a few men of the cloth joined the rebel forces. A visiting U.S. congressional delegation concluded that Somoza was the Idi Amin of Latin America. Registered once a dependable ally to Washington, Somoza was now an embarrassing liability for Carter's progressive vision of the region. The Carter administration remained torn over what to do about Nicaragua. U.S. Ambassador to Nicaragua Lawrence Petzulo noted in a memo that the FSLN-led revolution was an authentic Nicaraguan phenomenon and a pluralistic movement, led by people with a wide range of backgrounds. At the same time, Carter and his advisors were terrified that Nicaragua could turn into another Cuba. The Carter White House kept holding out for a compromise approach that would depose Somoza and replace him with someone more moderate than the Sandinista leadership. But after a majority of Nicaraguans had turned against the regime, the Carter administration cut off military aid in January 1978 and imposed sanctions in February 1979. It then moved to a more neutral position, which helped the Sandinistas by further delegitimizing Somoza's teetering regime. Carter was sincere in his belief that the United States needed to resist the temptation to become too involved in Nicaragua's unfolding. 119. Revolution. He had earlier expressed hope that our days of unilateral intervention such as occurred in Vietnam, Cambodia, and the Dominican Republic are over. Now, the test case was Nicaragua, a country located squarely in America's backyard where Washington had historically been quick to act in interventionist and controlling ways that it would not so readily consider in other parts of the world. Yet, in his desire to deal with the Nicaragua dilemma in a new way, Carter failed to take into full account two perhaps paradoxical realities. First, while American disengagement might have been morally and pragmatically persuasive, it did not ensure a strategic success for American interests. Second, given America's deep involvement in Nicaraguan affairs, the new human rights approach was itself a potent form of intervention. In May 1979, the Sandinistas launched a final offensive or hour of the overthrow, to use the phrase of its clandestine radio broadcast. It proved a tremendous success. 4 FSLN bands hit National Guard garrisons throughout the country. They also called for a general strike that crippled the country's economy. The rebels established their own provisional capital in the provincial city of Leon. They even threatened to take Managua, though 2 weeks of fighting pushed them back to the nearby city of Masaya. This represented a remarkable turn of fortune for the Sandinistas, given that the National Guard had virtually wiped them out less than a decade before. Interestingly, not all of the guerrilla attacks against the National Guard were actually perpetrated by the Sandinistas. Instead, hatred of Somoza and his personalistic police force at times led to spontaneous revolts. These impromptu insurrections reinforced the notion that the opposition to Somoza was much greater and more widespread than the Sandinista revolution. Even significant parts of the Nicaraguan business class had turned against Somoza. and, as in the general insurrection that helped oust Batista in Cuba 2 decades earlier, it is highly unlikely that the Sandinistas would have seized power had a strong majority of Nicaraguans not opposed the regime. Remarkably, at the time, the CIA was still informing U.S. policymakers that the Sandinistas would not be able to defeat Somoza's forces. Dennis P. McAuliffe, the top officer at the U.S. Southern Command in Panama, told a congressional committee that Sandinista operations were solely hit-and-run attacks and not very significant. By July, Somoza had fled the country and a new 5-member 120 Provisional Junta of National Reconciliation, which included both Sandinista and non-Sandinista opposition figures, had been established. The entering regime enjoyed almost universal support within Nicaragua as well as from the international community. The Carter administration attempted to pressure the opposition to allow more non-Sandinistas into the junta, but U.S. officials had lost considerable credibility by taking so long to withdraw their support for Somoza. Washington still held enormous power vis-a-vis Nicaragua, but its ability to influence events in the Central American country had ebbed considerably. Before long, the Sandinistas had pushed out the more moderate members of the junta and consolidated their Cuba-inspired rule over Nicaragua, making themselves, one contemporary noted, the real winners of the revolution. Registered over the ensuing years, 2 brothers, Daniel and Humberto Ortega, became the public leaders of the Sandinista movement, much as Fidel Castro and his younger brother Raul had done in Cuba. Sons of a Managua businessman who served as one of Augusto Sandino's original guerrillas, the Ortegas had headed a Sandinista faction known as the Terceristas, which had become the dominant revolutionary group both militarily and politically in 1978. Daniel consolidated his position as the head of the new revolutionary government while Humberto became the Minister of Defense. At the same time, despite its continued enthusiastic support in public settings for human rights, the Carter administration was increasingly concerned about the threat of a communist advance in Nicaragua via the Sandinistas. Within days of the July 1979 victory, senior American intelligence officials predicted that the hardcore Marxists in the regime will quickly begin trying to neutralize the influence of the junta's more moderate members and seize control. That year, Carter was shown high-altitude photographs and other intelligence that confirmed that the Sandinistas were sending arms shipments to El Salvador. In 1979, Washington provided the fledgling government almost $25 million in emergency relief and recovery aid, including food and medical supplies, in an effort to influence the Sandinistas through development assistance. By January 1981, when the Carter team was leaving office, direct U.S. assistance to Managua reached $118 million, yet the effort did not work. Registered rather, the FSLN's rhetoric of calling for a revolution without frontiers shocked officials already worried that the Sandinista regime was showing its true radical colors. I-21. In early 1980, President Carter signed a classified intelligence finding that authorized the CIA to promote democratic elements in Nicaragua. This support took the form of money funneled to opposition parties to pay for expenses and propaganda. No money was provided for armed actions. Nonetheless, Carter's findings served to move the United States away from its hands-off approach to dealing with revolutionary change in Nicaragua. Thus, even before the conservative Ronald Reagan took office, Jimmy Carter had become a relative hawk on Nicaragua. Behind the scenes, a consensus was beginning to emerge among American policymakers and politicians that Managua was actively supporting the embryonic insurgency in El Salvador, the FMLN. We now know that this assessment was correct. Sandinista commanders began discussions early on about arming their Marxist compañeros in Guatemala and most critically, El Salvador, to expedite a repetition of the outcome in Nicaragua. However, this emerging storyline clashed with Carter's public message of support for post-Somoza Nicaragua, foreshadowing a difficult reconciliation of Managua's policies on the ground with the newly proclaimed ethos of non-interventionism in American foreign policy. FAPI. An October coup. We don't want to be in the business of endorsing coups, but we are in the business of facing reality. U.S. diplomat, October 1979. This government is having a difficult birth. But the alternative is collective suicide. Civilian member of Revolutionary Government Junta of El Salvador, November 19797. Black September. In May 1979, a small number of Salvadoran officers began to meet secretly to discuss pressing matters. They saw a growing internal leftist revolutionary movement that not only was raising large sums of money from kidnapping wealthy Salvadorans or foreign businessmen but also could put 200,000 demonstrators in the streets at one time via the Allied mass organizations. They also looked at Nicaragua, where the Somoza dynasty was in its death throes, and saw the Carter administration was not rescuing the Nicaraguan National Guard, a rough equivalent to their own armed forces. They also believed that ruling strongman General Romero was fatally isolated from senior army officers as well as out of favor with the Carter administration because of what an American journalist called the growing number of bodies turning up in trash cans and along the roads. These officers soberly concluded that the Marxist-Leninist guerrillas and their supporting organizations. I-22. An October coup 123. Could overthrow the Romero regime by the end of the year, so they decided to act before this nightmare became a reality. For writing for the U.S. magazine Newsweek in late September 1979, journalists Stephen Strasser and Stryker McGuire provided a sense of El Salvador's dire situation. The country had marked its Independence Day only a week before, but there was little to celebrate due to the widespread violence and fear. Leftist opponents of the General Romero dictatorship promised that the month would be Black September, during which the agitation against the regime would swell. This is some of what journalists reported. The air of confrontation in El Salvador is the thickest since last spring, when 19 demonstrators were killed by police during a sit-in at a San Salvador cathedral. In this month's boldest attack from the left, 2 gunmen barged into the home of the president's brother, retired Professor José Javier Romero, and murdered him as he watched television. Later, youths wielding shotguns and pistols killed 3 policemen in San Salvador's outskirts, a 4th was murdered in a separate incident. Apparently in retaliation for the leftist offensive, masked members of a right-wing vigilante squad including some off-duty police officers, according to the left, ambushed a car carrying militant students to the beach and killed 7 of them. While Black September was occurring, leaders of the Radical Unified Popular Action Front announced a full-scale insurrection against the 2-year-old Romero regime even when most diplomats thought their boast premature. 7 Back in Washington, a concerned Byron Vaki had told Congress that insurrectional violence in El Salvador might be near and that the central issue is not whether change is to occur but whether that change is to be violent and radical or peaceful and evolutionary. Registered telex machines around the world. On October 12, 1979, the unrest finally reached its tipping point when the Salvadoran Air Force staged a coup against Romero. Promising to install a new government to restore order in a country where order was rapidly deteriorating due to both rightist death squads and leftist protests. The rumors that the White House wanted Romero gone were only given more credence in late September when the Special American Envoy, William D. Bodler, known as the Undertaker for his role in 124. Burying the Somoza regime, arrived in San Salvador and met with opposition figures. Aware of a disillusioned Carter administration and realizing that he had little support among the military ranks, Romero fled to Guatemala without a shot being fired. Given how smooth the ouster was, most Salvadorans weren't even aware that a coup had taken place. Traffic and business were reported normal in the capital according to one foreign media report. The coup plotters consisted of 2 factions. The first was older, more senior, and conservative. They sought to forestall a Sandinista-like insurrection. Its leaders were Colonels Abdul Gutierrez and José Guillermo Garcia and included former supporters of Romero. The other faction was younger and more socially oriented. Some were members of the military youth movement led by Colonel Adolfo Maginot. Interestingly, these young officers, who represented the reformist wing of Romero's ousters, contacted the conservative Colonel Gutierrez and invited him to participate in the putsch only a few days before it took place. Within days of the October coup, a new 5-man first junta was formed. It consisted of the 2 military officers who participated in the coup, Maginot and Gutierrez, and 3 civilians, Guillermo Ungo, the socialist who had unsuccessfully run as vice president in the 1972 sham election, Roman Mayorga Quiroz, rector of the José Simeón Canas Central American University, and Mario Andino, an unaffiliated businessman who managed a local Phelps Dodge subsidiary. After years of military rule and repression, within days of ousting General Romero, the leaders of the junta promised to aggressively address El Salvador's glaring social problems. Telex machines abroad tapped out the text of the Proclamation of the Armed Forces of El Salvador, a document that indicted Romero on human rights abuses, sowing economic and social disaster, and besmirching the name of the armed forces and fatherland. The pronouncement identified the root cause of these abuses to be the inadequate social, economic, and political structures stemming from the ancestral privileges of the dominant class. 5. They pledged radical changes in the country's social and economic structures, political pluralism, and an immediate end to military corruption and repression of the left and peasants. In contrast to its mostly socialist prescriptions, the document, an October coup 125, recognized private property as inviolate provided it had a social function. In return, the junta asked for patience, understanding, and the connivance of the Salvadoran people. 7. In the same vein, a few days after the junta was organized, San Salvador's Archbishop Oscar Romero used his homily to call on Salvadorans to give the new government a chance. Beyond the junta leaders themselves, the coalition of officers, liberal technocrats, and reformist politicians entering into the new government was strongly skewed to the left. In fact, more leftist parties held ministerial posts than did the centrist Christian Democrats. The Communist Party even entered the government through its control of the Ministry of Labor. A week after the coup, Salvadoran Communist Party chief Shafiq Handel dismissed claims that the coup had been Washington-backed as simplistic and unilateral. He added that, despite criticism, the coup and new government were not the expression of a homogeneous current and that there was space to build an alliance with progressive sectors of the armed forces as had been attempted in 1972.18. Quitar Banderas. Within weeks of the coup, the new junta announced a radical new program that included nationalization of banks, land reform, and greater state control of the export crop sector that included coffee. It also called for the dissolution of the controversial Orden, enacted a general amnesty for exiles and political prisoners, and pledged to support free elections. The junta soon appointed a new cabinet that included opposition representatives and independents. Colonel Gutierrez named Colonel Guillermo Garcia defense minister, whose association with the Romero regime angered a few Catholic groups and young army officers in Santa Ana. Nevertheless, the junta's call for reform came with a promise to officially end violence and corruption. Part of the motivation for reform, for the military officers at least, was the understandable fear that avoiding social change would ensure that the Salvadoran military would end up defeated like Somoza's National Guard. Some officers also worried that they could not rely on the dovish Carter administration to come to their aid if an insurrection broke out. Thus, it was better to reform now than lose out later. 126. For the 2 legitimately leftist civilians in the officially called Revolutionary Government Junta of El Salvador, Mayorga and Ungo, the coup had been the revolution they had long sought and they were thankful it had not come through the barrel of the gun. Instead, for the first time in its history, the Salvadoran government had committed to radical social change. For some supporters, it would also be a way to quitar banderas from the radical left that claimed reform must come through armed revolution. To fight for total liberation. Some revolutionaries now doubted their previous view that a revolution could only come from armed struggle, but most guerrilla leaders were convinced that they would gain far more through war than by trying to influence the new junta. With their heady proximity to victory, it seemed only a matter of time before they repeated the Sandinista success in toppling Somoza. Even though all the guerrilla groups shared a similar disappointment with the new reformist junta, their means of achieving a Sandinista victory didn't necessarily align. The People's Revolutionary Army, for one, rejected the new government by calling for an insurrection and setting up barricades in San Salvador's suburbs. Based in the remote Morazan province, the ERP initiated battles across the country that caused scores of fatalities. 74 other guerrillas, such as the hardline FPL, described the ERP's call for insurrection as suicidal but also rejected the new progressive junta as an American-hatched conspiracy. 5 While guerrillas in the mountains organized themselves, the urban scene quickly became a hotbed of riots and bloodshed. Previously banned political and social groups could now freely organize, leading to frenetic activities, such as strikes, protests, and land seizures that placed the government under tremendous pressure. It simply could not control the chaos that was a combination of peaceful and violent activities. Making matters worse, and despite the junta's protestations, the conservative wing of the business community and military elements took matters into their own hands by unleashing another wave of death squad activity that surpassed the worst excesses of the Romero regime. An October coup. A mere 4 days after the coup, the military high command ordered its subordinates to resolve any unforeseen situation, which led local commanders to order their troops to take over all of the factories being occupied by workers. This move was aimed to hit back against a key urban union organization that had held a series of occupations. Troops attacked the workers of the Arco, Apex, and Lido factories, among others, killing 10 and arresting scores more. 3 of the factories were badly damaged. In a span of 12 days after General Romero's ouster, security forces had committed at least 4 acts that critics characterized as massacres. 7 extreme leftists began to turn against any faction that supported what they saw as a U.S.-hatched government. When the military welcomed the exiled Christian Democratic leader José Napoleón Duarte to join the budding junta, he was received by 100,000 supporters. At the same time, a throng of angry leftists hurled rocks and eggs at the crowd and held up signs reading "Pro-Imperialist Traitor." Registered journalist Karen D. Young deemed the surprising backlash against Duarte a part of what was rapidly becoming a reorganization of sides in a continuing political battle. As protesters continued unabated, their message expanded to include dissatisfaction with the United States and its role in the ongoing conflict. On October 30, a crowd of around 150 leftists staged an hour-long protest on the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador, shouting phrases like "Down with imperialism" before being repelled by Salvadoran security forces. 3 Then in December, Marxist guerrillas took as hostages 25-year-old American Peace Corps social worker Deborah Loff and 8 Salvadorans, holding them in a market in San Salvador for days. 3 In the thick of this disorder, the State Department decided to very quietly reduce the number of official U.S. personnel in the beleaguered country from roughly 190 to 145. 3 At the same time, the State Department insisted that the withdrawals were being carried out for security reasons and did not reflect any underlying lack of confidence in the reformist junta. Despite the junta leader's lofty rhetoric about reform and justice, El Salvador appeared to be mired in a black October. In light of the unrest that erupted after the coup, it's important to consider the extent to which far-left groups aimed to escalate their activities so as to provoke government repression that had won them so much support over the past 3 years. 33 While this was likely a 128 component of the chaos, the right's exploitation of the overthrow to unleash its death squads was also a factor in this boiling cauldron. The fact is, politics in El Salvador at this time was severed by an extreme left and right, with the left fighting what they considered an illegitimate government and the right resorting to repressive measures to quell any hopes of an overthrow. Real question of who rules this country. The optimism that emanated from reformist political circles in the aftermath of the October 1979 coup was soon eclipsed by continued violence and what appeared to be business as usual in El Salvador's slow-moving horror. After the coup, in a span of 1 year, El Salvador became a bloodbath marked by the deaths of 9,000 people, mostly unarmed civilians, at the hands of security forces. 34 plus the following excerpt written by journalist Larry Roeder in late February 1980 recounts one of many violent confrontations that ensued in El Salvador at this time. The shootout at Christian Democratic headquarters was only one in a series of violent incidents last week that seemed to be propelling Central America's smallest but most densely populated nation towards civil war. The same day, 5 high school students were shot to death by state security forces during a protest march in downtown San Salvador. The killings raised the death toll from the country's factional fighting to about 200 during the past 2 weeks alone. 35. Under these circumstances, in February 1980 Archbishop Oscar Romero denounced the unscrupulous military and pleaded for the Christian Democrats to stop using the junta as cover for repression. 3 That same month Romero also sent a letter to Carter demanding that the United States cease military, economic, and diplomatic intervention in El Salvador. Once again, the Carter administration voiced its strong approval despite the still chaotic situation. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance wrote to Archbishop Romero on March 12 and stated, "We believe that the reform program of the revolutionary junta offers the best prospects for peaceful change to a more just society. The United States will not interfere in the internal affairs of El Salvador. Nevertheless, we are seriously an October coup 129. Concerned by the threat of civil war, which might endanger the security and welfare of all the Central American region. 37. Amid the turmoil, the military junta was also beginning to break down, losing members after only 3 months in existence. In December, the moderate Colonel Adolfo Maginot fled into exile after being expelled from the junta while Duarte was sworn in as president of what was now technically the fourth junta. In a concession to conservative elements, hardline Colonel Abdul Gutierrez became vice president. 3 Registered citing the repression by government and paramilitary forces. On January 3, 1980, the civilian members of the junta, almost all the members of the junta's cabinet-level officials, and most civilian sub-ministers resigned. 3. One official, former Education Minister Salvador Sameo, convened a press conference to explain why he had resigned, to fight for total liberation, he explained. Sameo then picked up an AK-47 and walked out of the room with 2 masked gunmen. 4 All told, the situation was so tense that Ambassador Robert White told the media, "Right now there is a real question of who rules this country." For Duarte had become the country's first civilian president in 49 years, yet it was clear that his ascension had depended on the U.S. government and support of the FARC. As Duarte himself noted, "The only reason I am in this position is because I have the support of the army." 4 Duarte later reflected that his impetus for joining the junta was his sense that he could more effectively influence the military than the guerrillas. 43 Nevertheless, his leadership was overshadowed by other members of the junta, including Gutierrez, who for many was the real power behind the government. In this interpretation, the implosion of a truly reformist government meant Marxist guerrillas actively resumed their fight, popular organizations staged demonstrations and committed acts of civil disobedience, and the government security forces continued their own acts of terrorism. 44 It is worth noting that in addition to their usual targets of suspected leftists, the death squads were now also going after legions of PDC members. Even Duarte himself, writing in his memoirs, would wonder if he had made the right decision. At this time, thousands of people were being dragged into the night, tortured and killed. Why did I stay in a government that allowed such things to happen? 45. 130. And over the course of its years in power, the junta struggled to define itself on the political spectrum. Was it a strong reformist element, as Duarte and U.S. diplomats contended, or was it simply a thin veneer to mask military and oligarchic control? Duarte wrote in his memoir that no one seemed to be in control, neither the junta, the security forces nor the leftists. The army officers were fighting among themselves. They had staged a coup, but they could not control the army or the government. Nor did the government control them. There was a power vacuum. 4 What was still unclear at this point was how significant the junta shuffling would be for both El Salvador's war and U.S. policy over the next 12 years.
U.S. policymakers saw the more military-oriented junta, an October coup 123, as a clear indication of reform, while critics contended that any chance at a legitimate government was truncated when the civilian reformers resigned. 47 The FMLN and its political allies dismissed the genocidal Christian democratic military regime that had no national or international credibility. According to FMLN leader Fermin Cienfuegos, predicting the junta's imminent collapse in 1981, only one thing still holds up this government, and it is the same thing that props up puppet regimes: imperialism's dollars and the political alliance of the most backward sectors. The attempt to make a leader out of Duarte only adds a touch of melodrama to a situation that is clearly untenable. 4 degrees Part of Duarte's dilemma as head of the junta was that the oligarchy and military distrusted him for being a communist, and the revolutionary left accused him of being a rightist. As one guerrilla commander characterized it, the leadership of Duarte is nothing but an expression of the most abject and treasonous sellout, a systemic genocide designed to assure maintenance of the circuits of capital accumulations. A foreign diplomat privately revealed his sense that the military ruled the country. Duarte is an adornment for? On the other end, the far right saw the Christian Democrats' participation, and Duarte especially, as clear evidence that the government was a thinly veiled version of radicalism. In fact, a Salvadoran businessman concluded that the only difference between Duarte and the leftist revolutionaries was that he was a communist who happens to believe in God. 5 degrees. Carter engages Salvador. The private sector is in its final offensive. The biggest threat to the junta. José Napol 6 N. Duarte, junta president, July 1981, referring to conservative businessmen attempting to scuttle land reform and bank nationalization programs. The Carter option. Given the fear of another Nicaragua, the October 1979 coup came as a deep relief to the Carter administration. As ambassador in El Salvador at the time, Frank Devine stated, "The finest hour that El Salvador had in its memorable history was that coup of October 15, 1979. Yet, while clearly eager to see General Romero go, declassified cable traffic from San Salvador seeking guidance on how to respond to the coup reveals that American officials had only limited prior knowledge of the putsch. The United States did, however, move quickly to help the new government. State Department spokesman Harding Carter told the press that the new leaders appeared to be centrist and moderate, and that the direction they had laid out for the new government was encouraging. Ambassador Devine later recounted that the coup members' program emphasized the correction of past wrongs, respect for human rights, release of all political prisoners, return of political exiles, and the implementation of a program of thoroughgoing. 132,433. Reform of the nation's antiquated economic, social, and political structures. For the big threat to America's interests, Devine contended, was that the far left would undermine the new junta. Increasingly clear that extreme left will continue its violent effort to undermine new junta, and at some point very survival of latter might depend on greater outside assistance to cope with these elements. 2 weeks after the coup, U.S. officials announced that Washington would provide the new government with significant military aid as well as moderate amounts of non-lethal riot control and military gear as an inducement to get the junta to implement further reforms. However, there was no consensus among the senior officials. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance, for example, feared that greater aid and more training would lead to even higher levels of U.S. involvement, creating a quagmire effect similar to what had happened in Vietnam. Registered. The Carter administration was also concluding privately that the Salvadoran right wing was obsessed with what they perceive as a well-orchestrated Havana-Moscow infiltration of their basic institutions. They were convinced Nicaragua was serving as a training and logistical base for future military operations in El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. Thus, if things were left to their own devices in El Salvador, in addition to the guerrilla threat, the right would continue to unleash a dirty war against all who were considered guerrilla sympathizers. In another memorandum to Zbigniew Brzezinski, this one dated February 14, 1980, Robert Pastor laid out the administration's consensus policies for El Salvador. We want to find all effective ways to bolster the junta by ourselves and with multilateral support, divide the left and try to get leading groups and individuals to leave the left and support the junta, and prevent the right from staging a coup or undertaking measures to destabilize the reform elements in the junta *. This delicate and imperfect balance in the aftermath of the 1979 coup became the template for the engagement that endured through 3 U.S. presidential administrations. 134. Weaning the military off the teat of the oligarchy and onto ours. Toward the end of 1979 and through 1980, the Carter administration took a series of controversial steps to deepen its commitment to the governing junta that deposed General Romero. Part of this was driven by the U.S. Embassy's increasingly alarmist confidential reporting back to Washington. In one secret cable sent on December 27, 1979, the embassy urged the executive branch to send 3 military training teams given the phase's low morale. It added that underlying these recommendations is our belief that we face a deteriorated situation and an uphill struggle. Relatively bold action is called for. Indeed, tangible indication of USG commitment in El Salvador may give pause to Marxists in Nicaragua and Cubans who then must calculate cost versus benefit of aggressive tactics by their leftist terror allies in El Salvador. To this end, and despite internal disagreements, in the fall of 1980 the once dovish, pro-human rights, and now more hawkish Carter administration approved the Pentagon dispatched logistic advisors and survey teams to begin the process of, as one U.S. official put it, wean the military off the teat of the oligarchy and onto ours. The 5-man U.S. Army operational and planning assistance team supported Salvadoran counterinsurgency campaigns, such as the code-named Operation Gold Harvest that aimed to protect the upcoming coffee harvest from rebel attacks. The outgoing Carter team was betting on a dubious Salvadoran government, especially the military that had dominated the country for so long. In December 1980, Carter approved a compromise military assistance package that included the modest provision of a small military training program. Only weeks later, Carter suspended all aid to the junta after revelation of the murder of the 4 American church workers. Then on January 0, the FMLN launched a massive military offensive that rattled the outgoing Carter White House officials, who appeared to accept the reality that El Salvador was perhaps in greater peril than they had imagined. On January 14, 1981, the Carter administration went back to funneling several $1 million in military assistance including MR6 rifles and ammunition, grenade launchers and Huey helicopters and a team of 6 military advisors, citing the 135 need to support the Salvadoran government in its struggle against left-wing terrorism supported covertly by Cuba and other communist nations. A few days later it announced $10 million in emergency aid and the deployment of 3 more advisor teams. With these moves, the outgoing Carter team's good guy in El Salvador had become the precarious military-civilian junta that critics said was a fiction of reform. The fateful decision to engage the Salvadoran military was built on the calculus that any stable environment would require a reformed security force. But it also reflected the depressing reality that the Salvadoran military called most of the shots in Salvadoran politics. According to one U.S. official, military assistance is an essential component of any strategy in El Salvador. They are the center of power, and most of what you want, you have to get from them or with their approval. The question quickly became whether Washington should back this perhaps fatally wounded moderate junta or attempt to pressure or isolate it because it was also military-dominated and repressive. One moment the U.S. government was supporting a democratic revolution and the next it was criticized by the visible San Salvador Archbishop for supporting a murderous regime. Yet, given the regional anti-communist imperatives combined with global geopolitical considerations provoked by recent setbacks in Iran, Afghanistan, and Nicaragua, there was little room to question whether the United States would support the new junta. The junta's ascension also paved the way for Washington to re-engage the abusive Salvadoran military only 2 years after General Romero's regime defiantly rejected U.S. military aid.
Shortly after the coup, the armed forces issued a statement criticizing Romero's regime of violating human rights, fomenting corruption, and creating a true economic and social disaster in the country. Plus, the statement emphasized the importance of supporting actions, such as land reform and job opportunities, an unlikely focus for the military, but a sign of changes to come. Interestingly, a few months after the junta was seated, Carter administration officials had publicly denounced what were widespread rumors of a coup from disgruntled conservative elements. In an unusual step, a high-level State Department official held briefings on 136. The situation for 2 consecutive days. Under orders from Secretary of State Vance, the anonymous official issued a warning to most people who might be involved in a coup: landholders, business groups, and military brass, that the exclusion of civilians and the continuation of human rights abuses would result in the United States cutting off economic and military assistance. Rightist elements had in fact targeted the government twice in 1980. In February, the U.S. Embassy reported that powerful right-wing forces, seeing their interests as doomed, believed that the junta had transformed itself from a joke to a real menace to their vital interests. Thus, in the name of these interests, rightists were actively plotting a coup and seeking approval from Washington. Registered, the embassy reported that it sought out all conceivable participants in a rightist coup, particularly the military, to forcefully reiterate our support for the government. 7 Another plot slated for May 5 under the command of rightist Roberto D'Aubuisson and more than 24 conspirators was intended to end with an announcement that his group had effectively halted a left-wing coup by Archbishop Oscar Romero and the newly appointed Ambassador Robert White, among others. Registered. The governing junta was able to quell the rightist coup attempts, but its inability to successfully prosecute the plotters reinforced the rightist strengths. Disaster of cataclysmic proportions. The Carter administration reluctantly concluded that the fledgling junta was worth supporting, at least compared to a more rightist and abusive military rule, or the looming possibility of Marxist insurrection. Annual economic aid to the country shot up to $58.3 million, 5 times the amount it had been in any of the previous 3 years. Washington also helped the junta obtain $45 million in loans from multilateral development banks. Conservative critics jumped on the Carter team's engagement approach. Georgia Democrat Larry McDonald, uncontestably the most conservative member of Congress, commented in June 1980. The disaster of cataclysmic proportions known as the Carter administration foreign policy is beginning to reap the whirlwind in Central America. The 137. Revolutionary turmoil and terrorism now attacking El Salvador is the result of the administration's appeasement policies toward the Soviet Union, its satellites, and client states. Under the guise of protecting human rights, this administration began a campaign of destabilizing anti-communist governments in Central America which were reliable free world allies. 2 Republican Senator Jesse Helms joined in with the disillusioned conservatives, grumbling that Carter's engagement was in fact support for the junta's radical leftist economic policies. When Carter appointed Robert White in 1980, a career diplomat with a reputation as a social reformer, the Senate subjected White to what the New York Times called a mean-minded hazing led by Helms. 3 The senator held up White's ambassadorial confirmation for 6 weeks, accusing the career diplomat of supporting murky proposals to turn El Salvador's economic system toward socialism. 4 Liberal Democrats also criticized Carter's policy toward El Salvador. Senator Tom Harkin of Iowa, for example, condemned Carter's support for El Salvador after October 1979, arguing that the new junta had not changed the pattern of government-supported human rights abuses. 5 According to a liberal columnist, the aid would simply legitimate what has become dictatorial violence. Registered. Even Murat Williams, President Kennedy's ambassador to El Salvador, argued in the New York Times that U.S. military aid would merely be used to maintain the status quo and to thwart El Salvador's social progress, leading to greater carnage rather than needed social change. Religious groups were especially critical of Carter's policy of aiding the junta. In March 1980, for example, a representative of the National Council of the Churches of Christ claimed that the Salvadoran junta was anything but moderate. He argued that a major massacre seemed to be in progress, annihilating popular movements that are neither radical nor Marxist but simply seeking a tolerable government with popular support. Over these same months, the Carter administration was internally acknowledging the swelling opposition to its Salvador gamble. An April 30, 1980, memo from a senior State Department human rights diplomat to acting Secretary of State Warren Christopher revealed how the Carter administration would respond. Non-governmental organizations strenuously opposed and are not reconciled to our 138 decision to provide security assistance to El Salvador. We justify our assistance as intended to advance human rights. Asterisk. An intense debate over El Salvador policy erupted within the Carter administration and career policymakers. When some believed that the priority had shifted away from human rights toward a military solution, dissenters in the administration circulated a bootleg copy of their own policy preferences. The dissent paper contended that the U.S. government was incorrectly portraying the junta as centrist and noted that many American allies, also skeptical of this depiction, refused to recognize it. 3 The State Department denounced the report as a spurious and unofficial document. Others subsequently claimed that it was a fabrication drafted by leftist critics intended to embarrass the White House over its Salvador policy. 3 Incoming Ambassador White reinforced the Carter administration's official position when he supported the goal of turning El Salvador's deteriorating and horrific crisis into a clean counterinsurgency war. Asterisk. At the same time, Henry E. Cato Jr., who served as ambassador from 1971 to 1973, argued that we were justified in our assistance. One has only to look at the spiritual and physical devastation, revealed by the Soviet Union's collapse, in red-ruled Eastern Europe and Russia, to realize that these guerrillas were moral lepers, not the liberators pictured by liberation theologians. 33 Some observers believe that Washington's myopic embrace of the Salvadoran military had catastrophic consequences. Historian John Coatsworth concluded that the Carter administration's successful efforts to avoid the collapse of the phase and secure the installation of a reliably pro-U.S. civilian, pushed El Salvador into full-scale civil war. 34 Thus, Washington's prioritization to bolster the teetering Salvadoran security forces ensured little support of a less violent resolution of the internal war. More specifically, Coatsworth contends, Washington could have made significant demands for reform at 3 critical moments during 1980, when the first most reformist junta collapsed in January, 3 months later when the second junta collapsed, and in December in the aftermath of the church women killings. Instead, Carter acquiesced to an effective silent coup as the military consolidated its power behind the puppet Duarte government. 139. We will, of course, never know if more pressure by the Carter administration could have made a difference, particularly one as significant as preventing the Civil War. However, it is worth considering the extent of American influence in El Salvador at this time, especially given how low the amount of military funding was at the time. General Romero, for one, felt comfortable cutting off U.S. military assistance rather than dealing with the Carter administration's harassment on human rights. Another key question is whether a civil war had already effectively broken out in El Salvador, as many participants on both the left and right have subsequently corroborated. That is, was the genie already out of the bottle? And are we giving Washington too much influence for being able to correct this reality? It is certainly correct that what appeared to be the breakout of the Civil War started in the months and years following the October 1979 progressive coup. Yet this more visible manifestation of the insurgent war is not automatically synonymous with its actual inception. What is also noteworthy about the Carter administration's policies is that they ended up being very interventionist, as seen by the overt and covert pressure on General Romero to leave office in mid-1979 and then welcoming the reformist coup that ousted him in October 1979. There is also significant diplomatic cable traffic and media reporting that describe various ways the U.S. Embassy was backing the junta and warning the oligarchic right, including pressuring it in the aftermath of the American church women's killings in December 1980. One confidential source indicated that U.S. officials had urged the junta to institute reforms and warned that U.S. economic and military aid would be withheld in the event of a right-wing military coup. But when the Carter team announced a $58.3 million assistance package to support the junta's deep and economic and social reforms, Salvadorans of various persuasions condemned Washington's interference in local affairs. 35 possibly U.S. officials were privately doing some or most of what Coatsworth believed would have staved off civil war, but it simply did not work. T3. Archbishop Romero. It would be sad if there were not priests among the victims in a country where such horrific murders are being committed. They are the testimony of a church which embodies the problems of the people. Archbishop Oscar Romero trademark. It is beyond doubt that the people are rising to the times, each day becoming increasingly conscious and more organized, and beginning to summon the ability to direct, to take charge of the future of El Salvador. Romero in February 1980 letter to President Carter. Archbishop Oscar Romero's strident message of social justice came as a surprise to many. His appointment as Archbishop in 1977, succeeding the progressive Luis Chavez y Gonzalez, had been generally attributed to his doctrinal conservatism, a view that was reinforced when the military government applauded the appointment while leftists and Marxists expressed deep dissatisfaction. A classified U.S. government communication reported the consensus thinking, which was that Romero would prove docile toward the oligarchy and military. One journalist described the unassuming Romero as a diminutive, shy-looking man who was 60 when he assumed the archbishop's post, looked and acted like the last person in the world who would be a burr in the blanket of the military or aristocracy. Born in a small town in the province of San Miguel in eastern El Salvador in 1917, Romero was the son of a telegraph operator. After attending seminary in San Miguel, Romero became a priest in his local 141 region. I could have been called a conservative, he reflected. But I followed the principles of Vatican II with considerable interest and noted the changes we were being asked to make. Registered Gaudium et Spes, one of the main texts that came from Vatican II, legitimized the use of the Catholic faith as a base for human rights. Romero became secretary to the Bishops' Conference in San Salvador and then bishop in the village of Santiago de Maria from 1974 to 1976. He described living a very private life, anonymous, you might say. But it was in Santiago de Maria where Romero became close to the problems of the campesinos and the repression their organizing efforts aroused. It is important to note that this new Vatican also had the effect of decentralizing the power of the Church, which in the case of Latin America gave bishops more responsibility. This, coupled with Gaudium et Spes, provided them with a greater sense of moral and social purpose, a mission to sanctify the world. Degree in 1977, liberation theology proponent Father Rutilio Grande was brutally murdered by an operative who used a type of bullet only issued to the armed forces. Radicalized by the murder of his trusted colleague and in a show of retaliation, Romero suspended all Sunday masses for a month except for the National Cathedral. In this same year, the shadowy death squad, the clandestine White Warriors Union, threatened that all Jesuits who had not left the country within 30 days would be killed. Witnessing the oppression and corruption in his country, Romero became impassioned by the cause to end violence and enhance social justice in El Salvador. The church-operated YSAX radio station became Romero's main avenue for broadcasting his Sunday homilies and propagating his message to the masses. 47% of the urban population and 73% in the countryside tuned in to hear the Archbishop, creating one of the largest audiences for any broadcast in El Salvador save for soccer matches. A Washington Post article described the role of YSAX in El Salvador as a channel for unvarnished news, while government-controlled stations transmit official communiques. Station YSAX, owned and operated by the Archdiocese of San Salvador, digs out the news. The influence of Romero's sermons threatened the extreme right, which led to at least 10 attempted bombings of the station, until finally, shortly before his death, the station was destroyed. 3. 142. In addition to hostility and even violence from the rightist death squads, Romero also faced divisions within the church hierarchy. While a strong majority of parish priests supported Romero, 4 of the other 5 bishops in the country were inclined to characterize his positions as encouragement to communist elements bent on manipulating the church and overthrowing our constitutional government. For such a split over liberation theology was common in Latin America at the time. Romero once addressed such differences by responding, "I would rather say there is pluralism within the church." *5 In spite of the divisions in the church, Romero remained an avid supporter of human rights and civil liberties. In May 1979, he traveled to the Vatican to provide the Pope with 7 dossiers stuffed with reports and documents regarding El Salvador's horrifying condition. Romero subsequently returned to El Salvador, where he continued to call for social justice and an end to violence. Almost a year later, in a chilling foreshadowing of his pending death, Romero told a journalist, "You can tell the people that if they succeed in killing me, that I forgive and bless those who do it. Hopefully, they will realize they are wasting their time. A bishop will die, but the Church of God, which is the people, will never perish." Romero's increased visibility abroad likely helped lead to his nomination in 1978 for the Nobel Peace Prize. Among those nominating him were 23 members of the U.S. Congress who in their letter to the Nobel Committee wrote, "An individual of unsurpassed courage and integrity, Romero has not allowed government prosecutors to frighten him into silence or submission. He has remained a forthright and compelling advocate of human rights, nonviolence and social progress, setting a standard in defense of human liberty which can be applied not only in Latin America but throughout the world." 7 Romero also received the Peace Prize of the Swedish Free Churches and honorary doctorates from 2 Catholic universities, Georgetown in Washington, D.C., and Louvain in Belgium. Registered. A letter to Carter. In early 1980, and only weeks after 2 key civilians had resigned from the junta, Romero asked President Carter in a letter to halt even non-lethal military aid that was being used to repress my people. Unlike 143. The preferences of the junta and Washington, Romero insisted that the popular organizations be recognized in any negotiation to end the nation's conflagration. It is beyond doubt that the people are rising to the times, each day becoming increasingly conscious and more organized, and beginning to summon the ability to direct, to take charge of the future of El Salvador. The Archbishop subsequently publicly announced that the ruling junta did not effectively govern the country. Secretary of State Cyrus Vance responded in Carter's name to the letter. Vance wrote that Romero and the President both embraced the advancement of human rights, but that the United States believed the junta's reform program offers the best prospect for peaceful change toward a more just society. Vance added, "We understand your concerns about the dangers of providing military assistance given the unfortunate role which some elements of the security forces occasionally have played in the past." Critics jumped on the use of the qualifying language of some and occasionally given the height of repression at the time. May God have mercy on the assassins. On March 24, 1980, Archbishop Romero was assassinated while celebrating Mass at the small chapel of the Divine Providence Hospital where he lived. A professional assassin fired a single .22 caliber bullet from a red Volkswagen. The bullet hit the Archbishop, rupturing his aorta and causing severe bleeding. Romero's last words were reported to be, "May God have mercy on the assassins." *3 In his Lenten homily a day earlier, the Archbishop had appealed directly to Salvadoran soldiers. "I would like to appeal in a special way to the men of the army, and in particular to the troops of the National Guard, the police, and the garrisons. Brothers, you belong to your own people. You kill your own brother peasants, and in the face of an order to kill that is given by a man, the law of God should prevail that says, 'Do not kill.' No soldier is obliged to obey an order counter to the law of God. No one has to comply with an immoral law. It is time now that you recover your conscience and obey its dictates rather than the command of sin. The Church, defender of the rights of God, of the law of God, of the dignity of the human person, cannot remain silent before so much abomination. We 144. Figure 13.1. Archbishop Oscar Romero, 1979. Romero's outspoken theological views made him a hero to many Salvadorans as well as a growing foreign audience, especially in the United States. His enemies thought him a dangerous apologist for the armed left subverting the nation. Photo and permission by Susan Micella/Magnum Photos. Want the government to seriously consider that reforms mean nothing when they come bathed in so much blood. Therefore, in the name of God, and in the name of this long-suffering people, whose laments rise to heaven every day more tumultuous, I beseech you, I beg you, I order you, in the name of God, to stop the repression. *4. American officials told journalists that Romero's assassination represented one of the worst blows to stability that El Salvador had experienced. Cyrus Vance stated, "We are deeply shocked by this deplorable criminal act, calling Romero a man who embodies the basic principles of compassion and concern for all the citizens of El Salvador." 5. The brazen assassination caused deep consternation within the Carter administration, but critically it did not derail Carter's commitment to the military/Christian Democratic junta registered to this end. Carter officials continued to emphasize the broader stakes at play in El Salvador. For example, they contended that Cuba was directly assisting an operation to send arms into the country from Honduras and train Salvadoran guerrillas to spark an insurrection. State Department official John A. Bushnell stated that there was evidence that mountainous and 145 sparsely populated areas of Honduras territory were being used for the illegal smuggling with Cuban support of insurgents and weapons into El Salvador. 8. Consecration of the Civil War. A week after his murder, tens of thousands of Salvadorans attended Romero's funeral at the National Cathedral. Here is an observation by an American Catholic priest, and one of the 50 foreign guests who were present. The day of the funeral ceremony, Palm Sunday, ushered with it glimpses of keen expectation as we made our way to the cathedral through streets overflowing with people. It was obvious that most were peasant families, some of them having walked overnight to render homage to their beloved pastor. There was a distinct mood of sober joy in the air. "We have had 6 days to weep," a priest told us. "Now we anticipate the resurrection day." The square in front of the cathedral throbbed with people, 80,000 of the faithful. They were singing, waving palm branches and holding up little pictures of the Archbishop snapped up from enterprising street children. Cool water was served, gratis, by the Baptists, in the shade of large umbrellas. 3°. The procession turned chaotic when unidentified gunmen opened fire on the mourners, killing and wounding dozens. The government and security forces claimed it was the protesters who instigated the violence to provoke a backlash. The images of unarmed demonstrators and mourners being gunned down on the steps of the National Cathedral had a large impact abroad, especially in the United States. It reinforced the impression that the government was repressing its people. 3 In fact, similar to the 1972 presidential election, Romero's brutal murder galvanized many on the left, leaving them to conclude that the Archbishop's message could only be realized through the barrel of a gun. Former guerrilla leader Gerson Martinez commented in a 2008 interview with the author that this assassination was the consecration of the Civil War. 3*. Activities of combat networks. Soon after Romero's murder, rightist firebrand Roberto D'Aubuisson made a speech in which he indicated that he was pleased with the killing even though he denied his involvement. 33 D'Aubuisson is 146. Believed to have presided over a meeting of active duty military personnel when they drew straws to see who would kill the priest. A few months after the Archbishop's assassination, D'Aubuisson was arrested at the San Luis estate along with at least a dozen active and retired military personnel and a similar number of civilians. They were accused of plotting to overthrow the government through a coup. The raid uncovered weapons and documents that implicated the group in death squad activity, including Romero's killing. The most sensational item recovered was the diary of former military captain Alvaro Rafael Saravia, which contained information on the Romero assassination. The Saravia diary referenced the purchase and delivery of arms and munitions, some of which were the same as the ones used in the Romero assassination. Another key document was titled General Framework for the Organization of the Anti-Marxist Struggle in El Salvador and apparently reflected the views of those meeting at the estate. The manifesto included the goal of seizing power in El Salvador, and their political plan called for direct action, so-called activities of combat networks, including attacks on selected individuals. 34 The arrests against the plotters and likely masterminds of the Romero murder sparked a wave of rightist terrorist threats and other pressures on government officials that culminated in Dogwisson's return from exile in Guatemala. In April 2010, Saravia revealed in an interview with the Salvadoran newspaper E/Faro that Dogwisson had given the order to murder Romero. 5 Dogwisson also likely ordered the same men to murder Atilio Ramirez Amaya, the judge investigating the Archbishop's murder. Aided by a team of doctors, Judge Ramirez had used plastic bags to recover the fragments extracted from the Archbishop's body. Ramirez was also the only person to inspect the body from head to toe. A few days after the murder, Junta Chief Colonel Adolfo Maginot announced on television that the perpetrators would be apprehended and that Interpol had given his government the names of the men, which would be delivered to the investigating judge, that is, Ramirez. Not surprisingly, given the wanton violence at the time, this public recognition quickly resulted in death threats being sent to Ramirez and his family. Shortly thereafter, armed assassins entered his house to murder the investigating judge. They failed in their attempt and fled, but Ramirez's maid was killed in the process. While he was engaged in 147. A firefight with the killers, Ramirez thought to himself, "Shit, they're going to kill me like they killed Mario Zamora," a chilling reference to the junta government's murdered Attorney General. 3 The next day, when he asked for special protection from the Supreme Court of Justice, Ramirez was told dismissively, "Don't invent ghosts." Atilio 37 On Sunday, March 29, just a week after Romero's assassination, Ramirez fled in exile to Costa Rica. For many more years, Ramirez continued to have horrible nightmares linked to the horrendous and fateful episode of March 1980. In retrospect, the Romero assassination might have informally started El Salvador's irredeemable horror that was the internal war. 3 Registered violence toward key figures like Ramirez during these early years of the conflict led people either to flee the country or to join the swelling guerrilla ranks in the countryside. Others claim that it had already begun, or got underway only after the FMLN's January 1981 final offensive. At the same time, the failed judicial investigation did reveal that amidst all of the oligarchy and military-fueled violence and impunity, elements within fledgling government institutions were attempting to uphold at least some semblance of the rule of law. So, for example, Dogwisson and his conspirators were indeed arrested for their coup plotting, even if they were not convicted. And an investigation into the Romero assassination was opened, even if the judge in question was almost killed and fled the country. Did this attempt to find justice represent progress as the nation mourned for its fallen hero? This question raises the broader point about the extent to which El Salvador had changed since the reformist officers' coup of 1979. But this space for nonviolent and democratic social reform and justice was always narrow, and the ceaseless bloodbath of the death squads and security forces drove the revolutionary left to a more militant, armed response which perfectly suited the incipient guerrillas' ideological and material backers in Havana and Managua. Overwhelmed congressional offices. Coincidentally, on March 25, 1980, less than 24 hours after Romero was murdered, a House subcommittee was to start hearings on the Carter administration's request for $5.7 million in non-lethal military aid to the Salvadoran Armed Forces. 3. This sparse funding, 148, quickly became a test of Jimmy Carter's El Salvador policy. Critics said that even this symbolic amount of non-lethal aid was counterproductive since it would legitimate what has become dictatorial violence. 4. A leading Catholic spokesman stated, "Any military aid to El Salvador ends up in the hands of the military and paramilitary rightist groups who are themselves at the root of the problems of the country." 4. To influence the congressional vote, Protestant and Catholic church organizations overwhelmed congressional offices with letters telegrams, and visits. They had one message: stop military aid for *, yet even congressional Democrats had reservations about stopping the aid. Florida Representative William Lehman lamented, "We have seen in other countries that one form of violence, repression, tyranny, can too often be succeeded by even worse violence and repression and tyranny. One dread the alternative that can come out of the left." 43 Representative Matthew McHugh said, "If this junta falls, the repressive elements of the government will be in control, that will be followed by a civil war, and I do not see how that benefits the El Salvadorian people." 44 In what suggested the increasing intensity of El Salvador policy despite the minor amount of aid at stake, McHugh revealed that his yes vote on the Salvador aid was the toughest of his career. 45 Congress subsequently approved the assistance * registered. 14. Land. Agrarian reform was an attempt to instill in the populace a belief in the war against the guerrillas for the peasantry's hearts and minds. Rand Corporation Report. The most revolutionary land reform in Latin American history. Robert White, U.S. Ambassador, 19,807. Externally armed guerrillas cannot be stopped by fertilizer alone. John Bushnell, American diplomat. This democratic and anti-oligarchic revolution. One night in March 1980, a slightly built man wearing glasses and the 3 gold stars of a full colonel in the Salvadoran army announced on television to the nation that more than 200 of the largest private farms would be expropriated as part of the government's effort to promote social and economic justice in this desperately poor country. In El Salvador, less than 2% of the population owned more than half of the arable farmland. 40% of the rural population owned no land at all and worked as sharecroppers on large estates or on the land of absentee owners. The next day army troops led by officers waving the new decree arrived at the farms to establish the new cooperatives that would be run by the peasants. Over the next weeks, in a makeshift army command center, an officer monitored the expropriations by placing pins on a wall map. 149. 150. Indicating the designated farms. Militaries in Latin America were historically aligned with the oligarchy, and this was certainly true for much of El Salvador's history. So it was especially ironic that the military was considered the critical institution for implementing the land reform, given that power and security were certainly needed, something impossible for a civilian agency. 4 After the October 1979 coup, the military had benefited from the purging of around 20% of the entire corps, which according to the CIA had the effect of neutralizing many corrupt senior officers and their subordinates who had long ago been co-opted by rightist civilian elites. Now, with the army backing reform, the political and economic power of the oligarchy was quickly reduced. Registered. The sweeping land reform was promulgated with the Basic Agrarian Reform Law, Decree 153, in March 1980 and had 3 fundamental components. Phase I included the expropriation of land holdings of all persons controlling more than 500 hectares. The owners were permitted to retain 150 hectares and the remaining was to be farmed through an agricultural cooperative established by a committee elected by the workers and a co-manager provided by the government. Phase 2 was to extend the same process of expropriation to owners of more than 100 but fewer than 500 hectares. This proved to be the most critical decree since it affected most of the coffee estates, which held the richest soil. Nevertheless, it was never implemented. Registered. Phase 3, also known as the Land to the Tiller program, stated that ownership of land that was leased, rented, or sharecropped would be transferred to the tiller of the soil, up to 7 hectares. This phase was based in part on Japan's agrarian reform but also reflected the notion prominent in rural Latin America that land should belong to those who cultivate it rather than to a renter class. Under Land to the Tiller, tenants and sharecroppers could file claims and become owners of the plot they rented. Given the implications of the land reform for those owning land, the junta announced a state of siege the day after it announced the new law. Despite the looming tumult expected to accompany this precipitous and unprecedented program, Christian Democratic leader José Napoleón Duarte, although not yet having joined the junta, was enthusiastic in describing the significance of this moment. 4.
Land £55. 20 years we have been fighting for that day when an agrarian reform would be carried out that would take power from the oligarchy and give it to the people. Now we have accomplished the beginning of this democratic and anti-oligarchic revolution. Small capitalist rabbits. The U.S. government's economic development wing was strongly behind the land reform effort. In fact, the University of Washington's Roy Prosterman, known for his land reform efforts during the war in Vietnam, was actively involved in the endeavor. The thinking behind the reforms was that granting farmers land and creating cooperatives would produce legions of small capitalist rabbits who would have a stake in the government's stability. Or, as one Salvadoran development official commented, the purpose of the land reform was not to help the poorest because they were poor, but to keep them from joining the left. According to Robert White, the incoming American ambassador, the Salvadorans used to get amused at Prosterman sometimes. His frequent allusions to Taiwan, Japan, Vietnam. That's not Central America, he didn't know anything about Central America. *3 Soon after its initial implementation, critics began to contend that the entire effort was working out to be far less than advertised. One article cited the view that Phase I affected less than 15% of the arable land and that many of these estates had the least fertile farming acreage. It added that the phase was accompanied by a state of siege carried out by government security forces who, with or without the consent of their superiors, used it as an opportunity to conduct military operations against the peasants in regions with a history of leftist sympathies for allegedly, the number of peasants killed by security forces in 1980 was also the highest in areas affected by Phase I, affirmation that the program was making matters worse, not better. 5. In a sense, the fox was guarding the henhouse, critics contended. Nearly 36,697 Salvadoran heads of household benefited directly from Phase I. Most of these lands were expropriated by the government and formed into 317 cooperatives. Yet, despite the large number of cooperatives, the initial impetus was soon lost and violence escalated. By the end of 1985, only approximately 15 of the 152 cooperatives were able to pay their debts. Many lacked money to buy fertilizer, facing steadily declining yields. Registered in Phase III, initial estimates were that beneficiaries of this phase would be granted up to 7 hectares of farmland, but by 1987, the average beneficiary had received title to fewer than 2 hectares. And of the estimated 117,000 peasant families that would have benefited from the program, only 56,188 beneficiaries applied for the title to 79,142 parcels of land. Due to inefficiencies and lack of budgeting for the program, many of these new landholders received provisional titles in lieu of definitive Title VII rather than a substantial redistribution of land from the large estates to peasants. The immediate result was a transfer of property rights on paper, a massive movement of troops across the countryside, and considerable apprehension on the part of the peasants, who in the majority of cases refrained from taking possession of their new property out of fear. One registered the government's slogan for the controversial program was "The reform is for everyone." Yet it was also clear to many observers that the program had been hastily devised. On March 3, 1980, for example, there was little word of the program, but then the next day the long-dormant Salvadoran Institute for Agrarian Transformation was revived and the law passed 2 days later. One ISTA technician leading the reform described the chaotic nature unfolding in certain locales. The troops came and told the workers the land was theirs now. They could elect their own leaders and run the co-ops. The peasants couldn't believe their ears, but held elections that very night. The next morning the troops came back and I watched as they shot every one of the elected leaders. The program was also dealt a blow when only a few weeks into its implementation the Deputy Minister of Agriculture resigned. In his resignation letter to the junta, he wrote, "During the first days of reform, to cite one case, 5 directors and 2 presidents of the new campesino organizations were assassinated, and I am informed that this repressive practice continues to increase. Recently,
on one of the haciendas of the agrarian reform, uniformed members of the security forces accompanied by someone with a mask over his face, brought the workers together. The masked man was giving orders to the person in charge of the troops, and campesinos were gunned down in front of their co-workers. Asterisk. Land 153. Opponents argued that the reformist junta's paralysis destroyed any possibility for reconciliation with the radical left already fleeing to the mountains in droves to take up the mantle of armed revolution. In March 1980, although Archbishop Oscar Romero was in favor of the land reforms, he was against the manner in which they were being implemented, calling them reforms bathed in blood. What land reform proponents and critics could more likely agree on was that these were political programs at their core. In a more cynical interpretation, this meant that for the Salvadoran government, it was a way of satisfying U.S. demands for reform without alienating rightist officers like Defense Minister Garcia, who held the real reins of power. And for Washington, the critique went, it was proof indeed, the only proof that the government of El Salvador was truly as moderate and reformist as the administration portrayed it. 3. For the Carter administration, land reform was paradoxically a revolutionary tool to counter the increasingly formidable and armed revolutionary left. For senior diplomat William Bodler indicated the extent to which the Carter administration had placed its hope, technical expertise, and money on the land reform stemming revolution. We are convinced that if the government doesn't move drastically to undercut the popular attractiveness of the radical Marxist solutions to the grave economic and social problems in El Salvador through means of a significant program of reforms, the result will almost certainly be a bloody civil war with a subsequent victory of the radical left. 5. The Carter administration even explained to an increasingly concerned Congress its paradoxical logic regarding the impossibility of expropriating large holdings without an enhanced security presence in the countryside. The principal obstacle to the reform is that the extremists from both the left and right are intent on dividing the government and preventing the consolidation of a powerful moderate coalition which it will attract to its program if it is allowed to prosper. I want to emphasize that contrary to a common misconception, our proposals for security assistance are not disconnected nor contrary to our support for reform in El Salvador. The redistribution of land would not be possible if it wasn't for the protection and security provided by the Salvadoran army to the new property holders. 154. To this end, American support for the Salvadoran military's protection and security amounted to $500,000 worth of military supplies and the deployment of a 6-person mobile training team. On March 4, 1980, the Carter administration also utilized $5.7 million in military credits for trucks, radios, and tear gas for the Salvadoran government. 7. In just the 6 months since Romero had been ousted in October 1979 and the reformist junta had taken over, Washington had provided more military aid than during the entire military assistance program between 1950 and 1969. Asterisk. Sweeping processes of democratic land reform. While Roy Prosterman might have not had much previous exposure to Latin America, his plan for El Salvador set forth one of the region's most aggressive yet imperfect land reform programs in its modern history despite all of its clear failings. His contention, backed by the Carter administration, was that landless peasants had provided the rank-and-file support for most of the major 20th century revolutions, such as those in Mexico, Russia, China, and Vietnam. Thus, giving peasants land was, above all, politically expedient as seen in the sweeping processes of democratic land reform the United States supported in Japan, Taiwan, and South Korea in the decades after World War II as well as in South Vietnam in the early 1970s. With El Salvador in 1980 having the highest ratio of landless families to total population in Latin America, with a total of 1,800,000 landless people constituting 1/3 of the total population, the country was ripe for revolution or reform. A major problem was the general lack of enthusiasm for the land programs within the Salvadoran government, so the burden of pushing the reforms forward fell on U.S. officials. Key reforms like land to tiller had to be shoved down their throats. Asterisk.
Yet U.S. interests in using the land reform to stave off radical armed revolution took precedence over any of the Salvadoran government's concerns. Starting with the Carter administration and continuing through the Reagan years, Washington was meddling deeply into Salvadoran internal affairs. On reflection, like so many of the key developments in El Salvador's painful war years, people holding various ideologies saw the issue. Land 155. Of land reform from entirely different standpoints. Not surprisingly, Prosterman saw the effort as an enormous success. With considerable courage, and against what seemed all the odds, they have carried out one of Latin America's most extensive land reforms. Its very success has subjected it to attack from both extremes of the political spectrum. The extreme right attacks the land reform because it strikes at their power and privileges, while the revolutionary left attacks it because it threatens their ability to attract peasant support. Both extremes find those willing to echo their attacks in the domestic U.S. debate over Salvadoran policy. But the land reform is a reality. 3 degree. Ambassador Robert White was also a strong supporter of El Salvador's land reforms. Conservative Republican Senator Jesse Helms was decidedly less enthusiastic about the land reform program than his State Department counterpart. In fact, the senator had delayed for 6 weeks confirming Robert White as ambassador to El Salvador. Helms believed that the nomination of Mr. White, like a torch tossed in a pool of oil, eliminated the latifundia as we know it. Not surprisingly, some of the most recalcitrant opposition came from the conservative landowning elite. Former National Guard Major Roberto D'Aubuisson, who had been forced into retirement following the October 1979 coup, criticized the reforms as evidence of U.S. imposed socialism. 33 Jumping forward in our story, abolishing land reform became a rightist rallying cry during national electoral campaigns in 1982 and 1984. The 1982 election led to a majority for the right-wing coalition that proceeded to reverse key aspects of the sweeping agrarian program. Ironically, it was the democratic process that undermined the very land reform that its adherents believed was critical to building El Salvador's democracy. 34 Here is how in 1984 then presidential candidate Roberto D'Aubuisson characterized the reform program. Let us speak of justice that, being already undermined, has become a factor in the violence, the expropriations. Is it fair to expropriate violently? I think not, because if the government had felt secure and sure of popular support, it could. 156. Have proceeded gradually in implementing its intention better to distribute the land. However, when a government feels unstable and follows foreign instructions, it behaves in this way, and that does not constitute justice or compliance with the law. If you vote Arena's position, it will be our obligation to correct those errors. 3 degree. At the peak of land reform in the early 1980s, roughly 23% of the rural population had benefited, a figure that had dropped to 17% by the end of the decade. And after years of land reform, critics noted that by 1990, 80% of farmland still belonged to the original owners. 3 degree. At the same time, the vital phase 2 that targeted medium-sized estates was never implemented, and the right-wing coalition voted into power in the 1982 election reversed many of the key components of the land reform. On the other hand, Salvadoran socialist Ruben Zamora acknowledged in an interview with the author 3 decades after the fact, that despite its many faults, land reform was a momentous development. Make no mistake, the agrarian reform in the early 1980s eliminated the latifundia as we know it. 37 Another disputed legacy is the extent to which land reform served to undermine popular support in rural areas for the guerrillas as they geared up for their final offensive to seize power in early 1981. Some contend that this link is undermined by the fact that the FMLN's major setbacks came in the cities, not the countryside. In this interpretation, even though most of the violence was concentrated in rural areas, killings by the death squads and FAs in the cities became the biggest deterrent to the success of the wide-scale insurrection. Through its lavish brutality, the military failed to distinguish between dissenters and revolutionaries. Many of those killed were not linked to the guerrillas, but enough were that the FMLN's political infrastructure was decimated. Thus, the guerrillas simply did not have enough allies left alive in San Salvador to organize a general strike. A key element of the revolution. Point 3 registered. It is worth considering whether this can fully explain the FMLN's lack of popular support for the insurrection given other factors, such as the reformist October 1979 coup and the controversial junta social and economic policies that at least rhetorically were quite similar to what the guerrillas and mass organizations were calling for. Another. Land 157. Question is why the guerrillas were so confident about their final offensive if their political infrastructure had been destroyed. Despite contentions that land reform debilitated the guerrillas, conservatives in both Washington and El Salvador despised land reform, deeming it a socialist effort. Nevertheless, the incoming Reagan administration used the massive land reform to explain why the guerrillas failed in the offensive. Top U.S. diplomat for Latin America, Thomas Enders, argued that land reform had worked, albeit imperfectly. In 1980, the new Salvadoran government, after its predecessors had for years ignored pressing socio-economic problems, had started a program to benefit the poor. The reform addressed key issues that the insurgents had hoped to exploit as their own. Every passing day was demonstrating that the guerrillas' premises that they were dealing from strength at home and abroad were wrong. The issue is no longer whether land reform is advisable or not. The issue now is how to consolidate and perfect what has been done. Point 3. At the same time, Enders justified the Reagan administration's decision to also send military assistance. But when trained guerrillas with outside backing take up machine guns, mortars, and recoilless rifles, no amount of fertilizers, schools, or clinics can prevent them from sowing terror or attempting to seize power by force. 4 degree. Look at that son of a bitch Vieira. Sometime after ROPM on the night of January 3, 1981, Americans Michael Hammer and Mark Perlman and the Salvadoran labor official José Rodolfo Vieira arrived to eat dinner in the Sheraton Hotel's restaurant in San Salvador. Hammer and Perlman were serving in El Salvador as agrarian advisors for the U.S. government-supported American Institute of Free Labor Development. As head of the government land agency, Vieira was helping coordinate the land reform policies. Vieira's political enemies were vehemently opposed to land reform and viewed him as a dangerous adversary. In May 1980, the death squad known as the Secret Anti-Communist Army called Vieira a communist traitor who should be eliminated by the patriots who were fighting for a government that would respect private property. There. 158. Were two separate attempts to murder him in this same year, efforts that might have been conducted by the National Guard, part of the government's security apparatus. Coincidentally, rightist businessman Hans Christ, National Guard officer Rodolfo Lopez Cibrian, and Salvadoran Army Captain Eduardo Avila, the latter two of whom had been arrested along with Dogwison in May 1980 on suspicion of coup plotting, had arrived at the same restaurant earlier to dine. Christ immediately recognized Vieira and commented to his companions, "Look at that son of a bitch Vieira, he has let his beard grow. I wish he were dead." 4 Soon after, in the hotel parking lot, Lopez Cibrian ordered his 2 National Guard bodyguards to go inside and kill the 3 men. Armed with a 9mm Ingram submachine gun and another .45mm submachine gun, the guards entered the hotel and opened fire, killing Vieira and his 2 foreign companions. The 2 soldiers fled the hotel immediately and escaped in Cibrian's vehicle to a house. 3 The investigation into the Sheraton Hotel murders initially did not advance very far despite intense pressure from the U.S. Embassy and by extension a U.S. Congress already up in arms over the killing of 4 American church women a month earlier. 44 Back in the United States, what became known as the Sheraton murders quickly became part of the heated debate over El Salvador. 45 Critics of the Reagan administration's policies contended that the grisly killings were more evidence that, similar to the American mission in Vietnam, the U.S. campaign in El Salvador was destined to escalate into further violence. Less discussed at the time, however, was the motivation behind the cold-blooded murders. The Americans and their Salvadoran counterpart were pushing for land reforms that the country's oligarchy viscerally despised. In 1984, Senator Edward Kennedy put forth an amendment to cut off additional military aid to El Salvador until the Salvadoran government began the prosecution of the perpetrators behind the assassination of the two American labor advisors. Kennedy was vehemently against the aid. "We are being asked to provide a blank check for the future of El Salvador when it may elect a president, tied to the people who have committed some of the grossest violations of human rights that we have seen." 4°. Although the amendment did not pass, the following year the investigation was reactivated and on Land 159. February 14, 1986, 2 National Guard enlistees were convicted of the murders and sentenced to 30 years in prison. Despite the convicted gunmen's detailed testimony implicating 2 Army officers, the officers were not tried. 47. A spokesman for the IFLD, Jack Heberly, despondently characterized the situation. "The convictions are unfortunately further evidence that Salvadoran army officers are immune from prosecution for even the most heinous crimes." 48. In late December 1987, the 2 soldiers were released under an amnesty act foreshadowing a war that would become mired in unresolved murders and injustices. T.S. The American Church women. "In this house are communists. Everyone who enters here will die. Try it and see." A threatening letter received at a Catholic parish house, December 1980. "Those who work on the side of the poor suffer the same fate as the poor." Archbishop Oscar Romero. "I hope you come to find that which gives life a deep meaning for you. Something worth living for, maybe even dying for." American Sister Ida Ford writing to her teenage niece. "They were never ours to lose." American nuns Ida Ford and Maura Clark were members of the Maryknoll Order, which specialized in international mission work. In 1980 they were working in the Salvadoran mountain town of Quelatenango, assisting in a project for the resettlement of refugees fleeing the unfolding violence. Sister Dorothy Cazell, an Ursuline nun, and Jean Donovan, a lay volunteer, were conducting similar work for a parish in the coastal town of La Libertad. Jean Donovan had previously worked at an accounting firm in Cleveland, Ohio, but in 1977 she quit her job and joined the Maryknoll Lay Mission, a Catholic order. Donovan was sent to El Salvador where she worked as an accountant. Not surprisingly, Donovan greatly 160. The American Church women I6I admired Archbishop Romero and even worked with him. She regularly baked him chocolate chip cookies and dropped them off after Sunday Mass. Although increasingly terrified as violence levels escalated in the late 1970s, Donovan continued her work. "Things are so much worse, it's unbelievable," she reflected to a friend in May 1980. "People are being killed daily. We just found out that 3 people from our area had been taken, tortured, and hacked to death. Not long after, 2 close friends were murdered immediately after walking her home." She considered returning to the United States. "I almost could," she wrote, "except for the children, the poor, bruised victims of this insanity. Who would care for them? Whose heart could be so staunch as to favor the reasonable thing in a sea of their tears and loneliness? Not mine, dear friend, not mine." 5. Dorothy Cazell and Maura Clark also revealed their fears through their writing, but, like Donovan, neither could bring themselves to leave El Salvador. In a letter to a friend, Cazell wrote, "We talked quite a bit today about what happens if something begins. And most of us feel we would want to stay here. We wouldn't want to just run out on the people." In a graphic recounting of what drove these fears, shortly before her death Maura wrote, "My fear of death is being challenged constantly as children, lovely young girls, old people, are being shot, and some cut up with machetes, bodies thrown by the road and people prohibited from burying them." 7. And finally, Sister Ida was generous to a fault and gave away virtually everything she had except what was on her back. She also had her own political convictions of the U.S. role abroad. Sometimes the United States has to realize it does not own Central America or any other part of the world, that people have the right to shape their own destiny, to choose the type of government they want. We don't lose Cuba, we don't lose Nicaragua because they were never ours to lose. The sooner we accept this,
the better. Registered. Tengo Instrucciones. In the early evening of December 2, 1980, Ford and Clark were returning from an annual Marinol meeting in Managua. Cazell and Donovan drove their white Toyota van to meet them at El Salvador's international airport situated near La Libertad, an hour's drive from the 162 capital. The airport was packed with foreigners arriving to attend the funeral the next day of the civilian leaders of the leftist Democratic Revolutionary Front who had been kidnapped and murdered by death squads the previous week. The four Americans met and, while waiting for their luggage, chatted with a group of Canadian church workers. A Salvadoran official on duty at the airport saw Sister Cazell and Donovan arrive on the Managua flight and phoned his superior officer, Sergeant Luis Antonio Colindres Alemán, who was in charge of the National Guard detachment at the airport. Earlier that day, Sergeant Colindres had ordered 4 National Guardsmen to wear civilian clothing and accompany him to the airport. Colindres told the men that they had a special mission involving the capture of 4 persons arriving from Nicaragua. When the 4 church women left the airport, the National Guardsmen followed their van in a military jeep. When the guardsmen stopped the church women's vehicle, Colindres interrogated the church women and instructed his subordinates to take them to an isolated place. One guardsman later reported that he saw Sergeant Colindres make a telephone call and heard him say "muy bien" as if he was receiving orders. After that call, Colindres ordered the guardsmen to kill the women. One of the guardsmen asked if there was a written order, to which Sergeant Colindres replied, "Tengo instrucciones." The next morning on December 3, Father Paul Schindler, an American citizen living in La Libertad, informed Salvadoran authorities that the 4 women did not arrive as expected. After spending the day searching for the missing women, Schindler discovered their Toyota van at about 8 p.m. that night on a road 10 miles northwest of the airport. The vehicle had been stripped of its license plates and destroyed by fire. It was burned so badly that only the engine number could confirm its identification. That same morning, a villager discovered the bodies of the 4 women along a rural road near the village of Santiago Nonu Alco, 15 miles northeast of the airport and 20 miles from the site of the burned van. All of the women had been beaten, raped, and shot in the head execution style. The underwear of 3 and bloody bandanas were found alongside their bodies. Locals dug a common grave for the corpses. One woman was found nude below the waist and out of respect, a local farmer replaced her pants before the hasty burial. 3. The American Church Women 163. Figure 15.1. Unearthing of 4 assassinated American church workers from unmarked graves, Santiago Nonu Alco, December 1980. The grisly killings prompted the Carter administration to suspend all economic and military aid to El Salvador. Yet, within days, Carter resumed the economic aid and, faced with the formidable FMLN offensive in January 1981, he also restored military aid. Photo and permission by Susan Micella/Magnum Photos. It was not until the morning of December 4 that U.S. Ambassador Robert White was informed by a parish priest that the bodies of the blonde foreigners had been located. White immediately headed out to the grave site where Father Schindler joined him after also being contacted by the priest. Salvadoran and foreign journalists soon started arriving at the crime scene. A Salvadoran coroner on the scene gave permission for the bodies to be removed from the shallow grave 5. When asked why the women were targeted, White replied, "In the eyes of the military, identification with the poor was the same as identification with revolution." Standing over their grave site, White promised himself, "The bastards won't get away with it." 1 degree. Leading perpetrator of violence. Within hours of the crime's discovery, President Carter received a classified briefing indicating a high probability that the Salvadoran 164 National Guard had perpetrated the heinous act, the first security forces killings of Americans. The U.S. Embassy in San Salvador confidentially reported that the leading perpetrator of violence on the government side is the Guardia Nacional. 7 Less than 24 hours after the women's bodies had been pulled from the shallow dirt grave, the indignant Carter administration announced that it was suspending all economic and military aid to El Salvador *, registered on December 13. However, the administration announced a resumption of the economic aid and 3 days later approved a new $20 million international loan for economic development. The justification was that a new junta led by José Napoleón Duarte merited the assistance. Carter officials added that military aid would not be restored until the phase took greater steps to improve the human rights situation. The church women's killings immediately became one of the most salient episodes in the still limited but soon expanding American involvement in El Salvador's internal war. At the time, critics of U.S. policy concluded that this was more conclusive evidence of the nefarious nature of the Salvadoran security forces. And President Carter shared this disgust, as shown by the summary decision to stop assistance to El Salvador. At the same time, the outgoing Carter administration would quickly have to reconsider the strategic limitations of suspending aid for its symbolic importance. For U.S. policymakers, the dilemma was whether the most effective way forward was to punish the Salvadoran government by suspending aid versus staying engaged even if the aid was not substantial. What is more, no matter the level of disgust at the cold-blooded murders of the church women, Carter still prioritized the broader anti-communism strategy. This deeply embedded ideology would quickly come to complicate a series of key decisions regarding El Salvador. Get to the bottom of these murders. Under swelling pressure from critics who contended that the U.S. government was covering up the crime since it could undermine Carter's support for the junta, American diplomats in San Salvador pushed much harder to get a conviction. In a secret cable written for senior officials back in Washington, the embassy recounted its dealings with National Guard Chief Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova. The American Church Women 165. In the course of breakfast, Vides made plain his viewpoint that the natural strategic interests of the U.S. and El Salvador should take priority over concerns of a secondary importance such as the two investigations currently underway. Charge and DCM used every opportunity to convince the two officers that this was a misunderstanding of the situation and that accumulating impatience in the U.S. with the dilatory action of the Salvadoran armed forces to get to the bottom of these murders could jeopardize our economic and military assistance. 2 *. Under this advisory by the American patrons, José Guillermo Garcia promised to punish the perpetrators. On May 9, 1981, he announced the detention of 6 security force members in connection with the church women's murders. 3. This was certainly welcomed by the Carter administration that was worried about the Duarte junta's survival. Carter's National Security Council aide Robert Pastor's positive spin on the junta's improvements suggested that they were eager to interpret the situation positively. In explaining its decision to resume a modest flow of non-lethal and lethal military aid so soon after it had been summarily suspended, Pastor wrote, "The Salvadoran government took a number of added steps in the investigation of the killings of the American nuns, and dismissed a prominent officer associated with the repression. *4 Yet within weeks, the killings of 2 American land reform officials by the security forces would shock the Carter administration once again. As the investigation unfolded that spring of 1981, controversy erupted on March 24 when the incoming Secretary of State Alexander Haig explained to Congress that the murders were an accident caused by fidgety soldiers who misread the mere traveling down the road as an effort to run a roadblock. *5 This was after incoming Reagan official Gene Kirkpatrick had told the Tampa Tribune, "I don't think the government was responsible. The nuns were not just nuns, the nuns were political activists. We ought to be a little more clear-cut about this than we usually are. They were political activists on behalf of the Frente, and somebody who is using violence to oppose the Frente killed them." These comments were widely cited in subsequent congressional meetings, but Kirkpatrick contended she was taken out of context. Illogical. 166. Question is whether Haig's and Kirkpatrick's remarks were an expression of official Reagan administration policy or something more spontaneous and unofficial. 27 Whatever 2 of Reagan's top diplomatic officials were saying in public, it appeared that the U.S. foreign policy bureaucracy continued to work behind the scenes to pressure the Salvadorans to get convictions. After years of delay and controversy, In late May 1984, 5 low-ranking members of the National Guard were convicted of the murders. 2 Registered no higher-ranking officials were held accountable. Ballistic and fingerprint evidence analyzed by the U.S. Federal Bureau of Investigations proved instrumental in the convictions. This represented the first successful prosecution since 1979 of anyone in the Salvadoran military for such crimes. 3 Yet many observers, including family and friends of the murdered women, believed that the United States had not done enough. In a New York Times special report released in 2014, a friend of one of the church women contended, how the United States handled this case was one of the gravest damages. The signal was not sent that you cannot do this. 3 years later, information emerged that senior Salvadoran officers had indeed attempted to cover up complicity of higher-up officers by, among other things, tampering with evidence. * 16. This revolution goes beyond our borders. Tomás Borga, Sandinista commander. Sandinista support for armed struggle. El Salvador in 1980 had guerrillas but no guerrilla war, at least not in the formal sense of an organized insurgency. Thus, paradoxically, the civil war likely started earlier than we have often imagined, despite the fact that the formal guerrilla insurgency began in early 1981. Indeed, until this point the revolutionary forces were eager but fragmented into competing factions. And they still lacked a unified command and heavier, more lethal weaponry. This was all about to change. In fact, at least according to inherently biased U.S. intelligence reports written in the mid-1980s, captured FMLN documents revealed that only days after Somoza's ouster in July 1979, Salvadoran guerrilla representatives met in Managua to discuss Sandinista support for armed struggle in El Salvador. 3 Yet it apparently took over a year for external support to get fully underway, something expedited by the Havana-led unification of the disparate Salvadoran guerrilla factions into the FMLN in late 1979 and early 1980. 4 In mid-October 1980, Havana was the site where alleged representatives of communist parties in Central America and Mexico met and agreed to establish a network to control the provision of materiel for the Salvadoran insurgency. The rendezvous, originally slated for 167, 168 Managua, was moved to Havana at the request of the Sandinistas to obscure their involvement in the transshipments. During this same month, U.S. intelligence observed a sharp increase in flight frequencies that suggested a marked rise in the flow of military equipment into Nicaragua from Cuba. Augusto C. Sandino International Airport was closed for regular flights between 10 p.m. and 4 a.m. for several weeks to allegedly accommodate cargo planes ferrying arms and other equipment from Cuba and thus possibly onward to El Salvador. 5 These sorts of reports prompted an exasperated Carter administration to send a démarche to the Sandinista government indicating that arms shipments to El Salvador would jeopardize the recently approved $75 million in economic development funds from the United States. The Sandinistas responded that while some Nicaraguans might have been involved in such activity, it was not government policy. The Sandinistas held up transshipments for roughly a month despite FMLN requests to keep the arms flowing. Another Sandinista leader later quipped, "They say that we are sending weapons to El Salvador but they have not offered any real proof. But let us suppose that weapons have reached El Salvador from here. This is possible." Then in November, and soon after the second tranche of the specially enacted $75 million of U.S. assistance was authorized for disbursement, the Nicaraguans enacted a new series of even larger shipments by sea and air. In a captured longhand letter, the FMLN logistics coordinator in Managua informed the FMLN General Staff that 120 tons of equipment were still located in Nicaragua awaiting transfer to El Salvador. He added that around 300 to 400 tons of materiel would arrive in Cuba by mid-November and soon be ready for transfer to El Salvador via Nicaragua. The logistics officer contended that El Salvador was becoming the first revolution in Latin America in which they have committed themselves unconditionally with assistance before the seizure of power. The letter urged the Salvadoran guerrillas to do more to absorb the arms shipments, pointing out that some communist nations around the world had doubled their promised aid. By mid-December, FMLN leaders began to operate Radio Liberación, a clandestine radio station that broadcasted from Nicaragua with the help of Cuban technicians. Soon after, a second clandestine 169 station, Radio Venceremos, began broadcasting in the vicinity of the Honduras-El Salvador border. Registered according to an American diplomat, the arms shipment issue was a hot potato for them since this firm first step placed them squarely at odds with the Carter administration. Their reason for participating in the transshipments was likely due in part to the pressure they were feeling from Cuba. Another factor was that Nicaraguans assumed that the arms shipments would allow them to gain influence with Salvadorans, especially once the revolution was victorious. Moreover, the CIA contended that Managua viewed the Salvadoran insurgency as a key element in its own survival, which according to a U.S. intelligence report explains Nicaragua's wide-ranging support activities for the insurgents since the Sandinistas took power in July 1979 and the high level of arms shipments during the period of October 1980–January 1981 despite the prospects that such activities could embroil relations with the United States. The CIA also reported that Salvadoran guerrillas were receiving basic instruction in Nicaragua to prepare for more advanced courses taught in St. Cuba. On the U.S. side, subsequent classified reporting from El Salvador to Washington expressed concern not just about the arms deliveries but also the return of battle-seasoned veterans who have been fighting with the Sandinistas. There was also the fear of the possible arrival here of Sandinistas ready to pay off their debts, flushed with victory, and imbued with a sense of mission to liberate and democratize Central America. American diplomats argued that in the worst of cases they would witness an influx of Cuban advisors and those other foreign brigades who apparently helped swell Sandinista ranks. *3 On December 1, 1980, NSC advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski sent Carter a top-secret daily report with the headline, Soviets seek ways to support revolutionary left in El Salvador. For the aide described Moscow as seeking indirect ways to funnel aid to the Salvadoran guerrillas without provoking U.S. intervention. Brzezinski had already informed Carter in an earlier memo that Moscow's aid to the insurgents would come by way of East European countries. Brzezinski ended the note with this pessimistic prediction, according to the CIA, Soviet policy toward El Salvador. 170. The recent visit to Moscow by a high-level Nicaraguan delegation indicate that the Soviets are now attempting to develop a more activist policy in the hemisphere. *degree. Conclusive proof. On January 2, 1981, CIA aerial photography captured images of a C-47 cargo plane on a short airstrip at Papelonal, 25 miles northwest of Managua and just a short hop across the Gulf of Fonseca to El Salvador. The CIA watched the field change from a dirt strip of 800 meters used for agricultural purposes in July 1980 to a graded strip 50% longer with turnarounds and storage buildings by December 7. Existing infiltration routes on land could not handle the growing volume of arms for the planned FMLN final offensive scheduled for January 1981. Thus, and relying on Cuban support, the Sandinistas acquired a more direct role and started airlifting arms from airfields in Nicaragua. Nicaraguan Air Force Commander Raúl Venerio Granera and a Cuban advisor reportedly directed the operation. Registered at times the Sandinistas received Soviet bloc weapons from Cuba but then sent their own stockpiles of Western arms to El Salvador in one more attempt to hide their origin. In echoes of the Cuban Missile Crisis almost 2 decades earlier, the pattern and speed of construction convinced American technicians of their military capabilities. The CIA then combined the Papelonal airfield images with a vast quantity of new intelligence collected over the previous month to produce a report sent to the White House on January 6, 1981, just days before the guerrilla final offensive. For NSC aide Robert Pastor, this was the first time there was conclusive proof that Managua was providing significant amounts of more sophisticated aid to the FMLN through massive shipments. Degree Now the CIA was reporting to U.S. officials that the quantity and quality of guerrilla weaponry had grown rapidly in recent months, but that the weapons were unevenly distributed among the FMLN factions, and the guerrillas lacked sufficient training and experience in using them.
In this analysis done for the very U.S. policymakers working on Salvador policy, the report concluded that during 1980 perhaps only 20% of the FMLN fighters carried German HKG-3, American M1 Garand, or Belgian C-7A. FN FAL semi-automatic rifles. In contrast, by August, guerrillas had begun to employ bazookas, shoulder-fired anti-tank rockets, recoilless rifles, rifle grenades, and a Chinese version of the Soviet RPG-2 that was apparently used during a September 16, 1980, attack on the U.S. Embassy. The report added that the guerrillas also possessed American M79 grenade launchers, traced to a 1974 U.S. shipment to Vietnam. Traces run on the serial numbers of over 1,600 M16 rifles captured from FMLN insurgents in 1981 indicated that two-thirds had been originally sent to South Vietnam. 3 On January 7, 1981, 3 days before the offensive that U.S. policymakers suspected was imminent, the Carter team instructed the U.S. ambassador in Nicaragua, Lawrence Petzulo, to deliver a stiff démarche to Sandinista officials. 2 days later Petzulo reminded Sandinista leader Tomás Borga of Managua's promises not to become actively involved in the Salvadoran War. He also warned his Nicaraguan counterpart that U.S. Nicaragua relations would be the first casualty of such behavior 5 as his government had done with the previous démarche a few months earlier. Borga contended that arms shipments were not officially sanctioned, but that Managua was acting responsibly as seen through the seizure of a truckload of arms passing through Nicaragua en route to El Salvador from Costa Rica. In Robert Pastor's recollection, Borga was slow to realize that his cover story had been blown away since the Americans held the incriminating intelligence images of the Papelonal airstrip. Petzulo demanded that the Sandinistas stop using Papelonal and close down Radio Liberación, although it was not until February 6 that the station conceded to U.S. pressures. Registered in another move to respond to the weapons shipments, the Carter administration sent a diplomat, John Glassman, to El Salvador to help the Duarte junta prepare a case at the Organization of American States Forum in Washington against Nicaraguan violations of its sovereignty. We sincerely thank the Vietnamese people. U.S. estimates of the FMLN's external assistance came in part from droves of captured FMLN internal documents that the FAIS had thought worthless. The keen and fortuitous analysis of these documents revealed legions of FMLN efforts to exploit external support. 172. Such as Commander Shafiq Handal's clandestine trip to Eastern Bloc countries to obtain promises for arms deliveries from these ideologically predisposed allies. 7 Another revelation was the integral role that Vietnam was playing in assisting the poorly equipped Salvadoran rebels. Sandinista ruling member Daniel Ortega traveled to Hanoi in March 1981 and in a speech there commented, "We sincerely thank the Vietnamese people and highly value their support for the heroic Salvadoran people. The fierce and bloody struggle in El Salvador requires the support of all progressive nations and forces throughout the world." 8 While U.S. revelations were relegated to classified intelligence reports, in El Salvador the existence of clandestine arms shipments was an open secret. In fact, guerrilla commanders were forthcoming in revealing where they were getting their increasingly sophisticated arms. ERP leader Joaquin Villalobos admitted that external assistance through Honduras and the cross-border sanctuaries the guerrillas called Bull's Ones was as important to the FMLN as the Ho Chi Minh Trail was to the North Vietnamese and Viet Cong during the war in Southeast Asia. In El Salvador, popular support for the FMLN was never great, but the guerrillas enjoyed a strong backing within the refugee camps located inside Honduras that housed Salvadorans fleeing the war. One fascinating counterfactual is whether the FMLN would have launched its fateful final offensive had it not received so much war materiel, mostly through Nicaragua. The guerrillas might have been able to arm their ranks sufficiently through the acquisition of phase weaponry, something they did throughout the war to supplement their externally provided stocks. If there had not been a final offensive, perhaps the guerrillas could have been able to negotiate with the Duarte junta. Or it could have been the case that the Salvadoran armed forces and death squads would have continued to annihilate the leftist groups, only reinforcing the military's grip on the country. Your place is in El Salvador.
Writing 3 decades later, the Associated Press correspondent in El Salvador in early 1981 described what led him to dismiss the U.S. and Salvadoran government claims about the arms shipments. At that point, San Salvador claimed to be in control of the entire country, a claim he knew was false since those of us working in rural areas knew that was hooey, as the guerrillas controlled at least one departmental capital. Thus, when the U.S. Embassy announced that the Salvadoran military had recovered boats used by the Sandinistas to smuggle arms to the FMLN, the report was met with a collective yawn. 3 The Sandinistas also vehemently denied the accusation of arms shipments. This is a lie against the Nicaraguan revolution because everyone knows the position of the Nicaraguan government, contended Miguel Descoto, the U.S.-born Marinol priest who served as the Sandinistas' first foreign minister. Years later, however, a well-published scholar of guerrilla warfare in El Salvador, Oscar Martinez Pifiate, described the route for these shipments. They left Nicaragua, passed through the Gulf of Fonseca, and arrived at a beach near Tamarindo, allowing them to evade the radar searching for blips on a screen. These weapons were picked up by the guerrillas near that beach and transported by foot to Guazapa, Calatenango, Morazan, and Usulatan, all FMLN strongholds. 3. Over time, Vietnam, Ethiopia, Czechoslovakia, Cuba, and Nicaragua would all provide weapons to the FMLN. Some of these shipments might have even been controlled by Moscow, but Havana was the main provider. 3 Guerrilla leader Joaquin Villalobos recalled that when he explained to Fidel Castro that FMLN members wanted him to visit Moscow to obtain weapons provisions, the Cuban revolutionaries' response was, "Chico, what are you going to do in Moscow? Your place is in El Salvador, with the combatants. I'll take care of Moscow's support." 33 weapons given by third parties like Czechoslovakia were brought to Cuba on commercial boats or airplanes. From the island, the weapons were often sent to Nicaragua, the effective warehouse in this sophisticated arms operation. From there, in addition to the overland route from Honduras, arms would be smuggled into El Salvador using Nicaraguan fishing boats that would cross the Gulf of Fonseca. The FMLN would often conduct a nearby operation in order to divert the phase while the arms were unloaded and quickly transferred to guerrilla-controlled areas in the mountains. 34 The FMLN coveted the supplies from Hanoi since these often included U.S. weapons abandoned in the final days of the long Vietnam conflict. Another viable way to procure high-quality 175 weapons was simply to buy the mostly U.S. provided arms from Salvadoran soldiers. 35 U.S. officials were also reporting in late 1982 that the FMLN and its political wing, the FDR, were receiving monetary aid from solidarity activity in the United States and Western Europe, including a payment of 2 million marks from West German groups for arms and medicines. Villalobos's justification for these myriad sources and types of assistance was that the arms were critical for an insurgency that up until this point lacked any way to fight. "We had nothing then, we were a social movement that was unarmed, all our military personnel were a few guerrillas." 3 The unfolding revelations of significant amounts of arms shipments to the FMLN began to influence the political debate on El Salvador back in Washington. After receiving a briefing on the topic, Democratic Senator Paul Tsongas stated, "Those of us who are opposed to the policy accept the fact that there is indeed Nicaraguan involvement in El Salvador." 37 And for many on both sides of the aisle in Washington, these reports of external aid bolstered the case for a concerted U.S. effort to strengthen the Salvadoran government. In the early years of the conflict, the Reagan administration made much of the external support to the FMLN, especially coming from Cuba and Nicaragua. In fact, Managua's alleged arms shipment to the FMLN is what first prompted the Reagan administration to provide covert assistance to the anti-Sandinista guerrillas in Nicaragua. Many journalists and other observers claim that the issue of aid to the FMLN had been greatly exaggerated in order to justify greater U.S. military intervention and make events in El Salvador fit the Reagan team's ideological prism. While a case can be made that Carter and Reagan officials did exploit the issue politically,
there is no question that the FMLN's receipt of sizable external arms shipments was a critical factor in its growing prowess, and that this funding source was up and running shortly before the failed final offensive in early January 1981. In retrospect, the Sandinista defense minister lamented the decision to arm the FMLN given the fury it caused in Washington. "We paid a heavy price for our international romanticism." 3°. 17. January 1981. This country is going to have violence, a massacre that has not even begun. Who did this? Communists? Capitalists? Oligarchs? Who knows? Nobody ever knows. A Salvadoran comments after his father's death, January 1981. Mao said that the guerrillas live among the people like fish in water. But here it is the reverse, the army that lives with the people. Colonel Ricardo Pina, January 19817. On January 10, 1981, the recently united FMLN announced the launch of its final offensive that lasted over the next 3 weeks. At 5 o'clock this afternoon the offensive was launched. The enemy is lost, we have him surrounded. Popular injustice is at hand. The General Command summons the people to set up local powers throughout the country, alternatives to the municipal authorities, and to erect barricades and to provide water to the popular combatants. People of El Salvador, we have begun the national liberation. The moment has come to take to the streets. The decisive hour has come to initiate the decisive insurrectional battles for the seizure of power. 3. More than 2,500 poorly trained guerrillas and a few hundred Cubans initiated scores of attacks against FARC's positions. This was roughly the same number of forces that the Sandinistas had when they unleashed their operation to oust Somoza. Swollen with optimism after witnessing their comrade Sandinistas' dramatic victory in Nicaragua less than 2 years earlier, the FMLN scheduled the offensive for early January. 176. 577. So that they would be able to seize power before the hawkish Reagan administration took office a few weeks later. Bolstered by several months of receiving clandestine shipments from Nicaragua, the guerrillas were now employing a variety of arms never before used in El Salvador, including M16 rifles and M79 grenade launchers. According to the dubious State Department, they were a far cry from handguns, hunting rifles, shotguns, and homemade explosives, which before had supposedly been the base of the guerrilla arsenal. 5 Within the first hours of battle on January 10, 4 San Salvador radio stations had been captured. The guerrillas used them to broadcast a taped message to rally the Salvadoran people behind their revolution, announcing that junta leader José Napoleón Duarte would soon be assassinated. Hit-and-run street actions appeared to be everywhere, one witness recalled. In the cities, buses were burned. In the countryside, rebels stopped buses and exhorted passengers to join the revolution. Registered the cities of San Salvador, Santa Ana, Chalchuapa, Quetzaltenango, and Zacatecalica came under especially heavy fire. Santa Ana officials described the city as under siege. The country's main civilian airport an hour's drive outside of San Salvador was closed, access roads cut off. 7 The FMLN occupied 82 cities and villages including 4 department capitals. Security forces' ruthlessness had already won the battle in San Salvador. Despite the tumult the FMLN caused in the cities, they still had to reckon with the armed forces and also face the challenges that came with being a newly formed organization. The various guerrilla factions still remained suspicious of each other, which hampered tactical and strategic coordination. While only a garrison-like outfit at this point, the 8,000 FARC and 5,000 military policemen proved capable of repelling the guerrilla raids. In a key indication that FARC's morale survived the offensive, military troops mutinied in only one garrison, although troops had to withdraw from numerous small outposts and garrisons. Terrorism is not liberation. Expecting a repeat of Nicaragua, the rebels assumed that the offensive would spark a full-scale popular insurrection, leading to the total 178. Breakdown of the government and immediate victory.
This did not happen because the overwhelming majority of the Salvadoran population ignored the guerrillas' appeals. Guerrilla leaders also believed that their allied popular organizations in the cities were being decimated by rampant death squad activity. According to one FMLN commander, if we didn't go on the offensive, the military was going to finish us off. 1° theory behind the failure of the anticipated wide-scale insurrection claimed that it was a consequence of the murder of thousands of people in the preceding months by the phase and death squads. Through their lavish brutality, the military and death squads failed to distinguish between dissenters and revolutionaries. Many of those killed were not linked to the guerrillas, but enough were that the FMLN's political infrastructure was decimated. Thus, the guerrillas simply did not have enough allies left alive in San Salvador to organize a general strike, a key element of the final offensive. There might be other factors that explain the failed insurrection, especially the reason so few Salvadorans heeded the rebels' message to take up arms. What the guerrilla leadership likely had not fully appreciated was that El Salvador's Somoza in the form of General Romero had already been ousted in the 1979 officers' coup. Duarte's precarious junta was deeply hobbled, and death squad and security force abuses were rampant, but despite their many privations, not many Salvadorans were convinced by the guerrillas' rhetoric that revolution was the only option. And the ambitious but stymied National Land Reform Program launched 9 months earlier was part of this. Fulgencio Batista had been the Cuban revolutionaries' foil in late 1959, Somoza had played the part in Nicaragua in the late 1970s. But where was the SOB in El Salvador? The guerrillas claimed it was the oligarchy's lackey Duarte, yet this was complicated by the scorn that he elicited from the right. All told, and in contrast to heady guerrilla predictions, only about 24 factories closed and 20,000 public employees did not go into work in support of the rebel offensive. The government also helped itself by declaring a strict curfew in face of the imminent attack, as well as militarizing utilities and detaining some key labor and political leaders who might have collaborated with the insurgents. 179. Shocked by their stalled insurrection, FMLN leaders quickly claimed that it was not in fact a final offensive but a more general operation. Seeking to make up for their losses, the guerrillas carried out a series of urban attacks starting in late February 1981. The U.S. Embassy in San Salvador was rocketed twice and strafed several times over the next few months. Some within Salvadoran civil society criticized the guerrillas' decision to unleash the offensive. One senior Catholic Church official stated, "The groups on the left have made violence an absolute end in itself and magnified their adherence to Marxism. That is why most of the public has turned its back on them. Terrorism is not liberation." 3. The Church statement reinforced one of the central dilemmas of this unfolding war: was violence a legitimate means given El Salvador's violent and unjust reality, or did any reform need to come through peaceful means? In subsequent months and years, the FMLN characterized the offensive as a military setback but a political victory because there was a strong international reaction in favor of third country mediation as the sole alternative to what was otherwise feared would be an inevitable bloodbath. This was a surprisingly accurate assumption of the American public's worrisome response to the seemingly Vietnam-like inevitable bloodbath that was unfolding before everyone's eyes. Once again, it appeared, America might be backing the losing side in a struggle against Marxist-Leninist guerrillas. In response to the offensive, an American diplomat in San Salvador notified Washington in a secret correspondence that the FMLN operation had taken place with major Cuban and other foreign support. The offensive had changed the character of the conflict to a military struggle between the legitimate government of El Salvador and Marxist-Leninist guerrillas backed by Cuba, Nicaragua, and Soviet bloc supplies. 5. The issue of Sandinista and Cuban support to the FMLN became a fundamental and controversial justification for why the United States needed to support the phase. Right after the failed final offensive, the U.S. Embassy cabled Washington contending, the notion that the USG should not sell any military equipment to the legitimate government of El Salvador while the guerrillas arm themselves. 180. With foreign military support is ludicrous. Registered Ambassador Robert White alarmingly claimed that approximately 100 men landed from Nicaragua as a rationale for U.S. arms aid, a statement he retracted in congressional testimony a few months later. 7. On January 16, and only days before his presidency ended, a distressed Carter signed a presidential determination authorizing military assistance to El Salvador, declaring that the U.S. will not refrain from selling military supplies to the legitimate government of El Salvador in its struggle against Marxist-Leninist guerrillas backed by Cuban, Nicaraguan, and Soviet bloc supplies. Registered Now the administration was pledging to support the Salvadoran government in its struggle against left-wing terrorism supported covertly, by Cuba and other communist nations. 9. Over these same days in mid-January 1981, the outgoing Carter administration invoked special executive powers to first reinstate non-lethal military equipment and then to increase military assistance to the Salvadoran government to the amount of $5 million in lethal aid, the first such aid since 1977 when General Romero refused the assistance. The package also included an infusion of advisors consisting of 3 mobile training teams, comprising approximately 3 dozen soldiers. Shortly after witnessing the aftermath of the church women's killings, Robert White, who just weeks earlier had condemned Nicaraguan intervention, now admonished U.S. policymakers, "If we escalate our military assistance, we run the grave danger that countries sympathetic to El Salvador's left will escalate their assistance, with the resulting grave danger that Central America and El Salvador in particular will become an international battleground between communist countries and the United States." Yet he also acknowledged that the international left was using the guerrilla offensive to up the ante in El Salvador, and therefore we can't stand idly by and watch the guerrilla movement receive outside assistance. 2 Critics were quick to claim that these sorts of nebulous conditions were simply political cover for the Carter administration's backing of a brutal regime. The liberal New York Times editors argued, to make clear its displeasure with the Duarte junta's performance, the Carter administration only a few weeks ago suspended military aid, at least until it was satisfied that government forces did not conspire in the murder of opposition. 181. Leaders and American Catholic missionaries. No fair inquiry seems to have been held, yet suddenly the aid was restored. It was the wrong signal at the wrong time and is bound to encourage more killing. 3. In a sense of where U.S. policy was headed in the aftermath of the final offensive, a month later the new Reagan administration dropped the U.S. insistence on an investigation into the American church women's killings as a condition for providing economic and military aid to El Salvador. 4. Like its decision to continue sending non-lethal aid in the immediate aftermath of Archbishop Romero's murder, Carter's move to send small amounts of lethal aid and a few dozen military advisors was only significant politically. 5. Still reeling from the searing setbacks with the Iran hostage crisis and the Soviet Union's invasion of Afghanistan, the outgoing Carter was pushing for a middle path between terrorists on the right, who seek to restore an old tyranny, and terrorists on the left, who seek to create a new one. Many on the American left, however, were not pleased with Carter's last-minute reversal on military aid. Once again, the New York Times editorial page was scathing. Of the legacies of the Carter administration, surely the sloppiest is its policy in El Salvador. The decision, in its last days, to resume the shipment of combat weapons to a besieged and divided junta made a hash of whatever political objectives Washington once had there. 7. Prevent funny business. In the aftermath of the final offensive that the White House believed had been armed by Cuba via Managua, Carter approved instructions to U.S. Ambassador Lawrence Petzulo to inform the Nicaraguans that their continued support of the Salvadoran rebels could lead to a rupture in relations. Registered Even though the final offensive occurred in El Salvador, Carter nonetheless had a wary eye on the Sandinistas. He even used the diplomatic carrot of economic assistance to achieve some sort of accommodation with the Marxist government. Robert Pastor wrote that the Sandinistas promised to close Radio Liberación, which they did on January 20, and to take strong measures to prevent funny business at the airfields and other unofficial activities. Despite these 182 types of moves, though,
Carter cut off remaining aid to the Sandinistas*. Carter later reflected, "I had no alternative but to cut off aid to the Sandinistas before I left office, because there was evidence that was clear to me that the Sandinistas were giving assistance to the revolutionaries in El Salvador, and the law required me to stop the aid. I was very eager to give the people of Nicaragua economic aid after the revolution, but it was not possible under those circumstances. 2 months later, the incoming Reagan team decided that further measures were necessary and increased the number of U.S. military trainers from 19 to 45 and authorized an additional $25 million in military assistance in addition to what had already been budgeted for El Salvador in fiscal year 1981.3. What is abundantly clear during these initial years of the engagement strategy is that El Salvador had turned into a hellhole with rightist death squad excesses and Marxist insurgencies armed by Nicaragua and Cuba well before the United States became deeply enmeshed in the conflict. 18. It is almost a rare thing to die a natural death in this country. It is almost a miracle. Auxiliary Bishop Gregorio Rosa Chavez, late 1983, after announcing that 6,096 people had died of violence in El Salvador that year. If you had communists in the United States destroying your Golden Gate Bridge and your factories, you'd also hate the communists. Hugo Barrera, rightist politician. Terrorism cannot be fought with conventional methods. The only answer is, destroy it. You need excellent intelligence. Dogwison is excellent on that. He's U.S. trained. Guillermo Billy Sol, businessman and right-wing political activist and one of Dogwison's earliest backers. Once you identify your enemy, he will probably die. We have seen that the relationship between the military and the oligarchy dated back at least to the 1930s with a sense of common interest, stopping communism and other threats to their privileged place in Salvadoran society. One explanation for the rise of death squads in the 1970s is that officers realized they did not need the oligarchy to remain in power, and at times social reform was in the military's interest. So the oligarchs created their own paramilitary forces or death 183. 184. Squads closely or loosely tied to government security forces, most notably the military, often employing off-duty soldiers desperate for a second income. These death squads shared such a deep antipathy for the revolutionary left that they aggressively targeted them starting in the late 1970s. The CIA reported in 1985 that death squads were in fact a function of the small extreme right versus the mainstream right. Both camps were nationalist and anti-communist, but only the extremists were characterized by a willingness to confront that change with active subversion of the constitutional system and with violent terrorism. For interestingly, the CIA explained to U.S. officials that the extreme right did not predominate in any one social, economic, or political sector. Rather, it is a fanatic fringe drawn from all elements of society. 5. This can be explained by the fact that, while few Salvadorans were active in death squads, many more from all economic classes, including rural peasantry, quietly condoned their behavior since they thought it was working against the revolutionary left, however repugnant the methods used. Critics countered that the real power behind the death squads was the military, not the oligarchy. The extreme right is just a convenient term for sort of this government unto itself. Yet it could have been the case that the military was simply the violent arm of the so-called extreme right. 7. Some of the death squads grew out of the vigilante groups used to quash dissent in the countryside. Some of these, like the infamous Orden, were officially sanctioned national organizations, others were more ad hoc and localized. As we have seen, these groups believed that killing and threatening suspected subversives would take care of the communist threat. As pointed out by conservative politician Alberto Bondanza, who helped found the Conservative National Republic Alliance out of rightist paramilitary groups, if the Americans think that this is a war of one army against another, they are mistaken. This is not a conventional war. The only form of fighting is the form that they implement. Once you identify your enemy, he will probably die. Fortunately, the military is with us. Those that are fighting are the death squads.
8. Given that they were operating under many different labels, another difficult question to answer was the size and number of death squad. 185. Leaders. 1U.5. Official contended that the individuals used so many varied labels as a way of pretending, of trying to present an image that they are large, that they are many. Yet, he believed, it is the same people, using different names. We have estimated, to put it in numbers, at first we thought there were about Ru, but the truth is, I would say there are not more than 25. And even of these numbers, maybe 5 were leaders. The rest are soldiers. The dilemma U.S. officials faced in their role to save El Salvador from communism in these early years was supporting the official government and security forces that had a tacit and even direct involvement in death squad activity. So one question is whether the United States was guilty by association. Did the robust American assistance and advice make the death squad situation better or worse? Another problem was that the death squad's lethality against the guerrilla cells in the cities was making the left more convinced that a national war was the only way to effect revolution, something that would immeasurably complicate Washington's ability to draw the line against communism in El Salvador. $40 per month and life insurance. Similar to what was occurring in Guatemala at the same time, by the late 1970s death squads adopted chilling names, such as the White Warriors Union or the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade, in an effort to sow terror among the population, especially the students and urban workers who were most likely to be sympathetic to the guerrilla cause. Degree priests advocating the radical tenets of liberation theology were also routine targets. With their ranks often consisting of military conscripts or retired officers, operatives were privately paid by shadowy death squad sponsors around $40 per month and sometimes even given life insurance. According to a civilian member of the Christian Democratic Junta, the death squads usually included poorly educated non-commissioned officers, sergeants, for example. So when they kill unarmed civilians, they really think they're killing communists. The funding sources were often murky. Businessmen eager to check communist subversion were one likely group. Related, wealthy Salvadoran families living in Miami or Guatemala City were some major financial backers. 186. Although their personal involvement in the death squad organizing and administering is not clear. The death squads made public pronouncements championing their anti-communist cause and denouncing enemies. A 1975 note from an emerging death squad called Anti-Communist Liberation Armed Forces read: "We will have the advantage of acting outside the law like the communists. This is the only way to destroy the communist beast. We will support the security forces by killing the judges, the law clerks or the corrupt lawyers that want to prosecute them for the deaths of communists or useful fools. The people must understand that this organization will act outside the limits of the law for the good of the population itself, and for its freedom." In 1980, the Maximiliano Hernandez Martinez Brigade printed the communiqué from a death squad, in the San Salvador newspaper El Diario de Hoy. On the national conscience not to be intimidated by false prophets who say nothing when communists destroy businesses, burn coffee sheds, kill peasants, and cruelly assassinate military personnel, security agents, and soldiers, but react profusely when communists are executed. Said nothing when South African Ambassador Dunn was killed, when progressive industrialists were kidnapped, or when peasants were massacred in San Pedro Perulapan and San Esteban Catarina, where the communists had imposed their will by force. In those cases, there was no clamor for respect for human rights, nor was there any injustice. In those cases, no defenders were forthcoming from those humble sons of the people. However, the church leaders come out in defense of human rights. That is hypocrisy. As the death squad activity continued at its relentless pace in 1980, the State Department appointed a new ambassador in San Salvador, the veteran diplomat Robert White. White had been ambassador to Paraguay, where he staunchly advocated civil liberties and clashed with strongman Alfredo Stroessner. Given his reputation, White's selection reinforced the Carter administration's emphasis on human rights in El Salvador and Central America. White quickly got to work. In a speech to the Salvadoran American Chamber of Commerce in late March, he suggested that businessmen were funding the death squads. This 187 prompted one landowner to comment, "Next the USA will just send in the Marines to kill anyone in a three-piece suit." Another lamented, "Now we are made to fear the Yankees as much as the Communists. We thought the USA would defend free enterprise." 5 rightist protesters were even known to dismissively chant, "White is red." Degree. El Salvador is a nightmare beyond comprehension. The death squads were, of course, a harrowing social phenomenon in El Salvador. The international attention they garnered also proved salient for U.S. policy, since many Americans skeptical of U.S. efforts abroad connected the gruesome activities by death squads to U.S. military assistance. Here is how one correspondent in 1980 portrayed the setting of a violent evening in El Salvador for readers. The popping sounds would usually start at night. Foreign guests staying at San Salvador's luxury hotel might think that they were hearing the hollow explosions of firecrackers off in the distance. But these were not firecrackers but the sounds of gunfire, as the escuadrones de muerte made their chilling nightly rounds looking for suspected subversives or anyone else who might be on their hit list. *7. FPL Commander Carpio recounted, in December, disfigured bodies began to appear with signs that read, "Merry Christmas, people. We are ridding you of terrorists." Registered. These are the sorts of images and language that are inextricably tied to our memory of El Salvador during its internal war. Journalist Mark Danner described the gruesome scenes in these early years of violence. Sometimes the bodies were headless, or faceless, their features having been obliterated with a shotgun blast or an application of battery acid. Sometimes limbs were missing, or hands or feet chopped off, or eyes gouged out. Women's genitals were torn and bloody, bespeaking repeated rape. Men's were often found severed and stuffed into their mouths. And cut into the flesh of a corpse's back or chest was likely to be the signature of one or another of the death squads that had done the work. Death squad activity became so common and lethal that one foreign correspondent concluded, for an outsider, even one conditioned over a decade to the standard savageries of Asian wars and African rebellions, El Salvador is a nightmare beyond comprehension. Degree. Another 188. Analysis by an award-winning 1983 article from the Albuquerque Journal exposed the origins of the death squads. In recent years, the United States has allied itself with some of the darkest forces. But the worst has been the tolerance of clandestine terror driven by the powerful Salvadoran oligarchy, infiltrated by Marxist officers. As we have seen, the officers' reformist coup of 1979 shocked El Salvador's repressive political, economic, and social structures. If there were particular political losers in the aftermath of the coup, it was the oligarchy. While still powerful, it no longer held an iron grip on the country's economy. Yet there was also an element of hardline military officers who stood to lose in the new junta-led era. These Salvadoran military officers considered the junta to be infiltrated by Marxist officers, which could be fatal for the independence and freedom of the Salvadoran fatherland if the anti-communists in the population failed to act. One way these elements would fight back was through pressuring the junta to jettison leftist members. Another method was death squad violence that targeted relatively moderate Christian Democrats that had embraced the junta. The intellectual and operational head of this informal anti-junta officer network was former Major Roberto Dobuison Arrieta. Dobuison was born on August 23, 1943, in Santa Tecla, a large town close to San Salvador. He was the son of Roberto Dobuison Andrade, a salesman, and Joaquina Arrieta Alvarado Dobuison, a career civil servant. The family's paternal roots were French, a legacy that began in El Salvador in the Roth century. One of its forebears was a Frenchman who worked for the de Lesseps Company in its failed quest to build a canal across the isthmus. The young Dobuison studied at the Salvadoran Military Academy and later served in the rightist National Guard as an intelligence officer. Dobuison was also a protege of Alberto Medrano, former CIA liaison and architect of the paramilitary outfit Orden and the state's intelligence agency. Medrano affectionately referred to Dogwison and two other young officers as my three assassins. 23 As a budding officer, Dogwison studied intelligence and security in various American military schools and took a communications course at the U.S. Army School of the Americas. He also observed police operations in Uruguay and Taiwan, two military-ruled countries, and trained with the U.S. Special Forces in Panama. One recurring question is whether U.S. training was instrumental in turning Dogwison into such a maniacal anti-communist killer. In the mid-1970s, Dogwison, known as Cheel, directed the White Warriors Union, one of the most notorious of the first wave of death squads. *4 Then a major, he was dismissed from the military following the reformist October 1979 coup. While no longer on the inside of the government's intelligence apparatus and funding, Dogwison's fiery charisma allowed him to draw sizable financial support from the country's oligarchy, who feared their economic interests were threatened by the junta's expansive reform policies. Shortly after Archbishop Oscar Romero's murder in March 1980, Dogwison's U.S. visa was revoked due to his death squad activities. Nevertheless, Dogwison managed to slip into the United States to 190. Meet with conservative allies, including the American Legion and some congressional Republicans. In a secret cable, the U.S. Embassy reported that Dogwison even bragged that his political party was in direct contact with Republican legislators in Congress. Returning to El Salvador, Dogwison also taped an upbeat message for his supporters in the Salvadoran military. We have spoken with various senators in the capital and they asked us that we maintain until November. The Reagan Republicans will win, our luck will change. Dogwison also chided U.S. diplomats for pursuing a naive policy that would lead to a communist takeover in El Salvador. What was needed was an iron-first approach that would stamp out the subversive threat once and for all. 1 month after his visit to the United States, while most of the country was mourning Archbishop Romero's death, Dogwison made a speech distributed on videocassette celebrating the assassination. 7 Shortly before his murder, Romero had publicly denounced Dogwison as a liar, torturer, and murderer. In the taped speech, Dogwison made an effort to delegitimize the reformist government that he despised, accusing moderate governing junta members of subversion, the civilian José Antonio Morales Ehrlich of having links to the guerrillas, and Colonel Adolfo Maginot of being a member of the Mexican Communist Party. Registered. Viva Jesse Helms. After attempting his own coup against the governing junta in May 1980, Dogwison was arrested along with other implicated officers and civilians and accused of conspiracy, but he was released by a military judge. Registered. Before his release, though, wealthy families gathered outside the U.S. ambassador's residence calling for Dogwison's release, chanting Viva Reagan, and Viva Jesse Helms. Upon his release, Dogwison held a news conference where he repeated his charges against the juntas Maginot and Morales Ehrlich before departing to a boisterous and temporary exile in Guatemala. 3 A few days after Dogwison's arrest for an attempted coup in May 1980 against the ruling junta, it is likely not coincidental that 7 of the most notorious death squads in the country declared their unification under the title Salvadoran Anti-Communist Army. The proclamation also urged rightist political groups to unite the death squads with the military. 31 Over the next several months, death squad activity would reach its most ferocious pace, around 1,000 killings per month in the history of this clandestine, quasi-official war against Marxist subversion. 3. One Salvadoran political analyst put the surge in killings in perspective. It is one thing for the death squads to go after several hundred peasants in a decade, it is another thing to kill more than 12,000 people in 1 year, as happened in 1981. 33 In subsequent years, Dogwison, the godfather of the politics of hate as journalist James Lemoyne called him, continued to simultaneously conduct both death squad work and politics. 34 Dogwison was well trained and perfectly placed to provide the link between the Salvadoran oligarchy and the shadowy network of security forces and intelligence services. To his supporters, he was simply the single most effective leader to prevent a left-wing takeover of El Salvador, an outcome that many in the oligarchy found unacceptable. And for Dogwison, the method of choice was the illegal use of force. Indeed, in his view, an eye for an eye, tooth for tooth was needed to root out the communist scourge. During his brief exile in Guatemala following his arrest for the failed coup in 1980, D'Aubuisson made contacts with internationally linked anti-communist networks and individual anti-communists. From his perch in Guatemala, D'Aubuisson also continued to plan and direct numerous death squad attacks in El Salvador. On his return to his native country, he maintained access to sources that kept him permanently supplied with abundant, up-to-date intelligence information from most armed units or territorial districts, and found other leaders who shared his political views. They offered him logistical support for his activities, sending troops for his personal protection and supplying weapons. The former major routinely appeared on rightist television programs to castigate the governing junta and other political opponents. In August 1981, D'Aubuisson openly promoted the need to kill 200,000 to 300,000 people to restore peace in El Salvador. 35 D'Aubuisson boasted about the National Agency of Special Services of El Salvador, the intelligence agency that he led before it was disbanded after the reformist coup. ANSEL had served as an umbrella civil 192 organization to back the security forces politically and maintain military intelligence capacity. 3 Following the coup, D'Aubuisson founded the National Broad Front, a civil organization that consisted of private business outfits, such as coffee growers, cattle ranchers, and young executives. It also included women's and youth organizations, all elements that would later form part of a rightist political party led by D'Aubuisson. What lurked beneath the more visible fan, though, was an underground network of civilian military death squads. 37 Some of these adherents might have sworn a blood oath dedicating their souls to the struggle against communism. Registered Ricardo Paredes, a founding leader of the FAN, described its mandate as being counterparts to the army, giving it information from the peasant to very high-up people to help defeat the guerrillas. It is not a civil war, an open war, a legal war. We don't want to fight a fair war. We have to go and beat their pants off. He continued, if you destroy the organization, the guerrillas will starve up in the mountains. 3. Or as D'Aubuisson explained, because the ultimate leadership of the communist organizations is always hidden, the intelligence services must be turned into services of combat to uncover the secret brain and destroy it. 4 One point made by many observers is that a dirty little secret shared by those committed to preventing an FMLN victory, which included both the Salvadoran security forces and Washington, was that the death squads worked. That is, the scale of killing annihilated the left, especially in the urban areas, so that by, say, the 1981 final offensive, the guerrillas in fact never had a realistic chance of taking power. This interpretation is used to explain why the death squad activity dropped precipitously by the mid-1980s. There was simply no one else to kill. 4. An inspiration to freedom-loving people everywhere. Robert White, the American ambassador from 1980 to 1981, famously said that Mr. D'Aubuisson had a sick mind and was a pathological killer. 4 Over the 1980s, the unapologetic anti-communist vehemently organized death squads and contended that his accusers were communists or puppets of the Central Intelligence Agency. It is ironic. 193. That D'Aubuisson would come to despise the CIA, given that both were stridently anti-communist. This might also reveal that the Salvadoran right was closer to, say, Jesse Helms's ideology than that of the CIA's. Despite the embarrassment of Carter and Reagan administration officials, D'Aubuisson remained a hero to the U.S. far right. In December 1984, roughly a dozen conservative organizations honored D'Aubuisson in Washington with a plaque and dinner attended by 120 guests at the Capitol Hill Club. The plaque expressed appreciation for D'Aubuisson's continuing efforts for freedom in the face of communist aggression, which is an inspiration to freedom-loving people everywhere. 43. Anti-communism, laissez-faire capitalism, and country. In late 1981, as elections for the new provisional government were shaping up, the rightist political party arena was created, led by 194 Dogwison and committed to opposing the ruling junta led by Christian Democrat José Napoleon Duarte. Apparently 2 years before the late 1981 founding, a meeting took place in the Tony headquarters of Guatemala's ultra-right-wing National Liberation Front in Guatemala City, a political outfit founded by Mario Sandoval Alarc 6N.44. Originally established in the 1950s as a paramilitary group, the MLN only later turned into a political party. 45 Sandoval told this audience of young Salvadoran businessmen, concerned about the leftist direction their country was adopting, that they would have to make enormous sacrifices in order to establish the equivalent of the MLN in their country. Sandoval advised the nascent arena and may have even loaned his advisors to train his Salvadoran counterparts in clandestine counter-subversion techniques. Sandoval claimed that he gave the MLN slogan, Dios, Patria y Libertad to Arena *. The core ideology of Arena's adherents was a fervent blend of anti-communism, laissez-faire capitalism, and patriotism. They believe in Jeffersonian democracy and death squads. Their colors are red, white, and blue. They are strident Salvadoran nationalists who have built the country's second largest party from a violent anti-communist network. And in perfect English they learned in American schools, they defend the killing of thousands of civilians necessary to preserve democracy and the free market. In short, they are fighting for what Americans cherish most with the methods Americans value least. 47. In perhaps a different interpretation of the rightist party's birth, the Los Angeles Times reported that, separate from Guatemalan influences, Dogwison's motive for founding Arena might have first hatched at a Washington dinner party in March 1981 attended by one of the retired officer's closest associates. 16 conservative operatives attended the dinner, including aides to Senator Jesse Helms. These individuals might have encouraged their Salvadoran counterparts to establish their own political party. When Arena first made its appearance, the charismatic Dogwison would lead rallies with Arena's song, Tremble, Tremble, Communists. He would amuse supporters by slicing a 195 watermelon with a machete. He would then tell the crowd that the watermelon was Duarte, green on the outside but red on the inside. Throughout the war years, Dogwison vehemently denied that he was linked to death squads. 4 Registered in 1983, he said that these accusations were a work orchestrated who have their own plans of disinformation abroad, and it's working. 49 All this time, Arena was a political movement that, according to the CIA, would cooperate with and direct some terrorist groups. The CIA concluded that although Arena's internal terrorist network was but one part of a broader death squad network, the party influenced extremist perspectives that led to the illegal wanton violence. Behind Arena's legitimate exterior lay a terrorist network led by Dogwison henchmen and funded by wealthy Salvadoran expatriates residing in Guatemala and the United States. 5 The United States has come here to conduct alien experiments. By 1984, Dogwison's already low estimation of the U.S. government engagement policies had only continued to deteriorate. He explained his thinking to an audience during his presidential campaign in 1984. As a nationalist, I want to offer in this most important forum what members of Arena feel. Let us not delude ourselves regarding the situation we are experiencing. The problem that is facing El Salvador is not that this country is a target of international communism. We are guinea pigs. The two great world powers have come here to confront one another. The United States, the defender of our freedom, has come here to carry out alien experiments without even asking us if we wanted to be part of those experiments. They are supplying the weapons and the money for this confrontation, and unfortunately we Salvadorans are supplying the blood and the destruction of our people and of our fatherland. Based on this reality, we must respond to those two currents that are confronting each other here and that are playing and experimenting with us. 5. Dogwison on the campaign trail spoke of Arena's vehement resistance to government reforms, including land reform. Many Salvadorans did vote for Arena and Dogwison in particular. He served as head of El Salvador's Constituent Assembly in 1982 and 1983 and received 40% of the votes for president in 1984 *.
I took photos of the body. Foreign journalists and other observers usually describe death squad activity in graphic detail. Thus, the horrors of El Salvador were reaching a global audience. Not surprisingly, these accounts, often first-hand, influenced public opinion, most critically in the United States given Washington's deep involvement in the conflict. In a sense, both the death squads and international reporting on the death squads were two key and overlapping phenomena in the Salvador saga. Terry Troya, a doctoral candidate at Union Theological Seminary in New York City, spent 6 months in 1984 traveling throughout Central America and spoke at universities and churches in the United States upon her return. Troya described one episode where she was looking for a pastor from a Catholic parish somewhere on the outskirts of San Salvador. Nobody in El Salvador, not even the most faithful of churchgoers, will tell you the name of their pastor. Not that they don't know. It's just that handing over a name to a stranger is treason in El Salvador. 53 Finally, after an arduous search, she found him in time for their meeting. But what she found was a distressed pastor, who with weary eyes informed her of the death of one of our people. She took off on a search for the body with the help of a young boy selling newspapers, who reluctantly told her where to go. The following excerpt describes what Troya witnessed that day. I followed a dirt road. Houses lined one side, an empty lot with garbage on the other side. In the middle of the street, people were gathered around a station wagon. She was there in the midst of them, lying in the back of the car. Her face was calm and relaxed. Her features were like those of the indigenous people, with soft, mocha-colored skin and thick black hair pulled back, much like my own hair. She had bled from a bullet wound right above the eye, and the blood had trickled down the side of her face. Her cotton pants had been torn from the knee down. Whether she had been macheted or machine-gunned in the knee was difficult to tell. I couldn't find the knee in the midst of the sea of blood. The crowd backed away quietly as, between my own heartbeats, I took photos of the body. Degree 4. 197. In Troya's estimation, this sort of violence further revealed the depravity of Washington's policies in El Salvador. Neither President Reagan, nor the members of Congress who voted to continue this madness, will ever meet her. But I met Idalia in the back of a station wagon. And I know the truth that her death tells. 55. Part 3. Ronald Reagan. Reagan arrives. It isn't just El Salvador. What we are doing is going to the aid of a government, to halt the infiltration into the Americas by terrorists, who aren't just aiming at El Salvador but, who are aiming at the whole of Central and possibly later South America, and, I'm sure, eventually, North America. Ronald Reagan, March 6, 1981. Let us show the world that we want no hostile communist colonies here in the Americas South, Central, or North. President Ronald Reagan, televised address to the nation, May 9, 19847. We know who the guerrillas in El Salvador are, where and how they get their arms, what their plans are, who their friends are. Jeane Kirkpatrick, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations, April 22, 19833. No room for additional Cubas. Events across the globe deeply influenced the mood in America leading up to the November 1980 presidential election between Republican challenger Ronald Reagan and incumbent Jimmy Carter. In 1978, the Panama Canal, long the great symbol of USA in Central America, was transferred by treaty to full Panamanian sovereignty. The Iranian Revolution in 1979 resulted in the removal of a regime in 201. 202. Tehran that had long been well inside the American orbit. A national humiliation ensued when Iranian radicals held U.S. embassy staff hostage for over a year. By July 1979, the Sandinistas had overthrown the Somoza dictatorship in nearby Nicaragua. 5 months later, Soviet troops entered Afghanistan. For the rising tide of American foreign policy conservatives, these events were viewed as a step backward for the United States.
The root cause of this perceived impotence was a Carter administration paralyzed into inaction by fear of another Vietnam-style morass. In the summer of 1980, Ronald Reagan stood before his fellow Republicans in Detroit, Michigan, where he accepted his presidential nomination in a convention filled with foghorns and the whistles and cheers of a wild crowd. He told his audience, "When we cast our eyes abroad, adversaries large and small test our will and seek to confound our resolve, but we are given weakness when we need strength." Registered American might, Reagan contended, would restore freedom and world peace. The next month, Roger Fontaine, a foreign policy advisor to presidential candidate Ronald Reagan, told the Miami Herald that the Reagan administration would act a good deal more aggressively in preserving what's left of, and preserving what opportunities are left for, democracy. When asked whether this might involve direct U.S. military action, he replied, "The use of force is an option any nation, in terms of its vital interests, has to maintain a possibility." 7 On October 28, 1980, more than 100 million Americans watched their TVs to witness the single debate of the campaign, the moment that both sides agreed could be decisive of the tight race. Registered the divergent ideologies from which Central American foreign policy and more specifically U.S. engagement in El Salvador seemed to hinge would be defined in the debate. In the topic of war and peace, for instance, one of the panelists profiled Reagan and Carter as each other's paradox. "You've been criticized in the give and take for responding late to aggressive Soviet impulses, for an insufficient buildup of our armed forces, and a paralysis in dealing with Afghanistan and Iran. Governor Reagan, on the other hand, has been criticized for being all too quick to advocate the use of lots of muscle, military action, to deal with foreign crises such as I mentioned." Reagan arrives 203. In the closing statements, Carter noted that the views Reagan espoused in the past, to inject American military forces in places like North Korea, to put a blockade around Cuba this year, as typical of his long-standing inclination, on the use of American power, not to resolve disputes diplomatically and peacefully, but to show that the exercise of military power is best proven by the actual use of it. Reagan took the clear lead after the debate. His election on November 4, 1980, was viewed by many as an opportunity to regain U.S. influence abroad. Now the unapologetic Reagan would overcome the Vietnam syndrome of defeat and humiliation. Power and resolve would restore America's lost prestige and influence. And what better place to do this than America's traditional backyard in Central America and the Caribbean? Dictatorships and double standards. According to his biographer Lou Cannon, Reagan's mental pictures of the world were formed when the Nazi threat was escalating in Europe and Imperial Japan was advancing in China. Reagan saw the world through World War II eyes, learning from the lessons of his generation that weakness invites aggression. For Reagan, appeasement contained connotations of surrender. He believed that the American military might was a vital pillar of global peace. Reagan also loathed communism and believed in the axiomatic power of freedom. He was convinced that communist systems were antithetical to the will of God and the highest aspirations of humanity. 3 legions of critics were inclined to see Reagan's ostensibly principled anti-communism as dangerous and amoral militarism. Meanwhile, his supporters' key policy advisors contended just the opposite, that it demonstrated the necessary clear-headed trade-offs in a tumultuous and high-stakes struggle that was the Cold War. Jeane Kirkpatrick, the only woman and registered Democrat in the original Reagan cabinet, was an articulate and steely former college professor whose views epitomized the conservative line and deeply influenced the new president. In provocative language that immediately became controversial, Kirkpatrick was scathing in speaking of what to her were unmitigated Carter failures, now clear to everyone except its architects, and even they must entertain private doubts, from time to time. 204. Made famous by her publication of the 1979 essay Dictatorships and Double Standards, Kirkpatrick revealed the thesis that underpinned her blistering critiques of post-Vietnam liberal foreign policy. These Moscow-backed armed intellectuals citing Marx would never turn out to be agrarian reformers, or simple nationalists, or democratic socialists. 5 However, incomprehensible it might have been to the American left, Marxist revolutionaries were not contemporary embodiments of the Americans who wrote the Declaration of Independence. Thus, violent insurgency headed by Marxist revolutionaries was unlikely to lead to anything but totalitarian tyranny. 7 For these reasons and more, Kirkpatrick inferred, a posture of continuous self-abasement and apology vis-a-vis the Third World is neither morally necessary nor politically appropriate. Registered in fact, contrary to the liberal self-abasement, her most significant argument was that the United States should actually tolerate abusive anti-communist regimes if that meant checking the more pernicious communist ones. Kirkpatrick defended this stance by contending that in previous instances American efforts to impose reforms on a government confronted with violent internal opposition not only failed but assisted the ascension of regimes where people enjoy fewer freedoms and less personal security than under the previous rightist regime. These new communist tyrannies, Kirkpatrick concluded, were also vehemently hostile to American interests and policies. And because of her hawkish lens, she saw Carter behaving not like a man who abhors autocrats but like one who abhors only right-wing autocrats. Kirkpatrick reserved special venom for those she deemed especially vulnerable to naive supporters of leftist revolution. Nowhere is the affinity of liberalism, Christianity, and Marxist socialism more apparent than among liberals who are duped time after time into supporting liberators who turn out to be totalitarians, and among left-leaning clerics whose attraction to a secular style of redemptive community is stronger than their outrage at the hostility of socialist regimes to religion. 3. Dr. Kirkpatrick versus Dr. Dodd. Kirkpatrick's ideology concerning U.S. foreign policy in El Salvador in the late 1970s and early 80s was a textbook case where American moral equivalence would lead to disaster for America's geopolitical interests in its backyard. Resolve, not self-hate and utopianism, would eventually lead to greater freedoms and by extension American security. Contrast that to Kirkpatrick's many critics who saw El Salvador in decidedly different terms. For them, the conflict was a result of military and oligarchy indifference and excesses that drove the desperate people to take up arms as the only way to achieve dignity and justice. 4 Connecticut Senator Christopher Dodd, for one, criticized the Reagan administration for not acting on this. Instead of trying to do something about the factors which breed revolution, Dodd commented in a televised speech in April 1983, "This administration has 206 turned to massive military buildups at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars. 25 So in a sense, you had two doctors say, Ambassador Kirkpatrick and Senator Dodd looking at the same sick patients and while seeing the same symptoms, coming up with entirely different diseases." The differences between Kirkpatrick and Dodd were likely generational as well as ideological. 18 years Dodd Sr., Kirkpatrick came of age in the 1930s and 40s when the United States stood up to Hitler and Stalin. Dodd, by contrast, became an adult during the civil rights movement in the 1960s. He also witnessed endemic poverty while an idealistic Peace Corps volunteer in the Dominican Republic, an experience that made him a different person and eventually a deep critic of U.S. foreign policy, especially in Vietnam. Registered. We would pass up no opportunity to challenge the Soviets. The Reagan team's controversial approach in Central America was shaped by its broader global priorities and challenges. During Reagan's presidency, Washington offered significant aid to anti-Soviet groups in Afghanistan, Angola, Cambodia, and elsewhere. Thus, for these same officials, backing an anti-communist government in El Salvador was both logical and necessary. Robert Gates, who served as deputy director of the CIA in the early 1980s, later summed up the practical meaning of the Reagan doctrine. We would pass up no opportunity to challenge the Soviets and make life hard for them in the Third World until they, or negotiate a settlement satisfactory to us, or change their behavior. 7 State Department Reagan appointee, Peter Rodman, lamented the unrest and death toll in Central America, but he was a staunch believer that containing the spread of communism was more precious than peace. He would later defend the Reagan doctrine as a strategic rationale and a moral justification for U.S. actions.
Asterisk. In this view, even in the first year in office, Reagan officials were pushing the line that the United States could not play favorites with its human rights policy and that our credibility depended on our being committed to democracy in the case of rightist regimes as well as leftist. 3° Rodman insisted this moral compass and even-handedness was a central feature of Reagan's Central America policy even if it was blatant Yankee interventionism. 3*. In addition to the anti-Soviet expansion rhetoric, the Reagan administration's private deliberations reveal that it took the communist threat in Central America very seriously. For example, the classified top-secret National Security Directive 100, signed by Reagan on July 28, 1983, provides an inside look at this perceived reality. The increasing threat to U.S. national interests in Central America requires that we strengthen our diplomatic and security efforts in the region. The consolidation of a Marxist-Leninist regime in Nicaragua, committed to the export of violence and totalitarianism, poses a significant risk to the stability of Central America. 37 For Reagan and his advisors, this steely vigilance was as much a moral objective as it was a strategic imperative. When addressing the British Parliament in June 1982, he said that Marxism-Leninism would be left on the ash heap of history, an outcome he very much expected. 2 years later in a 1984 speech to the Irish Parliament, Reagan continued the moral tone. All across the world today, in the shipyards of Gdansk, the hills of Nicaragua, the rice paddies of Kampuchea, the mountains of Afghanistan, the cry again is liberty. 33. Reaganauts. Key Reagan administration officials, who viewed everything through the lens of their conservative foreign policy ideology, were quick to worry about negative intelligence and diplomatic cables from San Salvador. Senior policymakers like Secretary of State Alexander Haig, Secretary of Defense Caspar Weinberger, and CIA Director William Casey were all Cold War foreign policy hawks and thus generally disposed to believe the worst when it came to deciphering Cuban and Soviet motives in El Salvador. Critics derided them as Reaganauts whose thick anti-communist ideology led them to see Soviet expansion on display in Central America. Secretary Haig, for one, kept busy by pushing the Soviet ambassador to Washington, Anatoly Dobrinin, to shed light on the brewing revolution in Central America. I raised the question of the transshipment of Soviet arms through Nicaragua to the insurgents in El Salvador. All lies, said Dobrinin. Photographs don't lie, I replied. The United States is profoundly disturbed by Cuban activities in the Caribbean and elsewhere in the world. 34 And in these early months, the fear of El Salvador turning into another Cuba or Nicaragua made the alarmist voices resonate in the Reagan administration. For example, Haig's saber-rattling talk led Michael Deaver, a close White House aide to Reagan, to quip, "It certainly had a good effect on me. It scared the shit out of me, scared the shit out of Ronald Reagan, too." 35 Not surprisingly, the FMLN and its political and propaganda wing, the FDR, denounced the incoming Reagan administration as warmongers. A few months after Reagan took office, guerrilla chief Fermin Cienfuegos said, "The U.S. government today is at the head of an adventure that is directed by the most fascist circles of the Reagan administration. The U.S. Pentagon today controls the Salvadoran army from the military point of view." 3 cents Whether one thought they were extreme or not, the incoming Reagan hardliners were unquestionably convinced that the Soviets end. Reagan arrives 209. Cubans were gaining in Central America at the expense of the United States' interests and allies. At the same time, many remaining in powerful positions within the foreign policy bureaucracy and to a lesser extent fellow political appointees held more moderate views on what needed to be done to stop communist advances in Central America, and El Salvador in particular. The Reagan rhetoric. As was so often the case for American presidents during the entire Cold War and even initially dovish Jimmy Carter, the new Reagan administration believed that its credibility lay at the core of its bipolar rivalry with the Soviet Union. As one policy advisor said during the 1980 election, El Salvador itself doesn't really matter. We have to establish credibility because we're in very serious trouble. 37 Or,
as Haig described this imperative in his memoirs. Soviet diplomacy is based on tests of will. Since Vietnam, the United States had largely failed these tests. Like the assiduous students of tactics and Western vulnerabilities that they are, the Russians would send out a probe now in Angola, again in Ethiopia, finally in El Salvador to test the strength of Western determination. Finding the line unmanned, or only thinly held, they would exploit the gap. From the unstable situations of this kind, routes develop. It was time to close the breach and hold the line. 3*. Given this hard-line rhetoric, it is easy to see how critics concluded that the Reaganite stance entailed support for murderous rightist regimes willing to fight on America's side in the Cold War struggle. There were ample times when Reagan's rhetoric or policy suggested this very approach. In early 1981, for example, the incoming president told his national security aides, "We don't throw out our friends just because they can't pass the saliva test on human rights." 3. Indeed, the Reagan team de-emphasized using human rights and elections as a litmus for whether the United States would support a regime. Yet whether this meant abandonment of human rights is another question. There were certainly voices on the American far right that wanted Reagan to do just this. Contrary to his subsequent legacy, at the beginning of his presidency few opinion makers viewed Reagan as a visionary statesman. 210. Liberals were unsettled by what they saw as his charged anti-communist rhetoric and tended to believe that his lofty claims were a thin cover for more pernicious motives. In an example of his response to such critics, in 1982 Reagan spoke before the Organization of American States about U.S. intentions in Central America. A determined propaganda campaign has sought to mislead many in Europe and certainly many in the United States as to the true nature of the conflict in El Salvador. Very simply, guerrillas, armed and supported by and through Cuba, are attempting to impose a Marxist-Leninist dictatorship on the people of El Salvador as part of a larger imperialistic plan. If we do not act promptly and decisively in defense of freedom, new Cubas will arise from the ruins of today's conflicts. 4. Conservatives, on the other hand, were excited that there was finally a president who would unabashedly proclaim publicly what they had long been saying in Washington think tanks. 4. Both liberals and conservatives agreed that Reagan was genuine in his anti-communism. One military expert wrote that the United States was now speaking to the Russians in the same way the Russians have been speaking to the U.S. 34*. As his two-term presidency unfolded over the next 8 years, however, and contrary to what was often believed both then and now, Reagan had a tendency to pursue policies that were more pragmatic than his strident Cold War anti-communist rhetoric suggested. Although policy in Sandinista-controlled Nicaragua tended to match the administration's hardline stance, he once quipped to an aide about conservative intellectuals urging him to take a harder line against Nicaragua's Sandinista government, "Those sons of bitches won't be happy until we have 25,000 troops in Managua, and I'm not going to do it." 43. In his final years in office, Reagan's lack of ideological conviction got him into trouble with influential neoconservative foreign policy. Intellectuals who compared the Republican president to the British appeaser Neville Chamberlain. The incoming president's caution drove him to spurn Secretary of State Haig's advice that he go to the source and blockade Cuba to prevent weapons from flowing to Nicaragua and onward to Salvadoran guerrillas. Yet this caution was not pacifism or non-intervention. Reagan arrives. 211. Reagan might not have agreed with Haig's pledge to turn Cuba into a fucking parking lot, but he nonetheless strongly shared the conservative view that Soviet moves had made the Third World a crucial battleground, and El Salvador was the first major test of the Reagan administration's ability to hold the line against communist aggression. In his words, El Salvador is a good starting point. A victory there could set an example. 44. President Reagan was also less assertive as a decision-maker than his rhetoric or subsequent legacy might have implied. According to one observer, on the stump he was a missionary who sought to spread the gospel of freedom. In the Situation Room he was often a cautious and uncertain leader who was tugged first one way and then another by conflicting advocates of competing factions who claimed to speak in the authentic voice of Reaganism. 45. Thus,
Despite the aggressive categorical rhetoric that suggested a singular foreign policy, the Reagan administration in fact exhibited less ideological and policy consistency. Fighting words, it turned out for Reagan, did not always mean actual fighting. In El Salvador, for one, administration policy was initially rhetorically hardline but operationally more moderate. These fighting words against Soviet expansion remained consistent throughout Reagan's presidency, solidifying his image as a stalwart anti-communist. For instance, well after his Salvador policy had taken a moderate turn, on May 9, 1984, Reagan addressed the United States, urging citizens to understand the importance of Central America. He emphasized its regional proximity and the threat of crumbling under Soviet sway with the oft-cited quote about Central America's significance to the United States. America's economy and well-being is at stake. Right now in El Salvador, Cuban-supported aggression has forced more than 400,000 men, women, and children to flee their homes. If the Soviet Union can aid and abet subversion in our hemisphere, then the United States has a legal right and a moral duty to help resist it. This is not only in our strategic interest, it is morally right. It would be profoundly immoral to let peace-loving friends depending on our help be overwhelmed by brute force if we have any capacity to prevent it. The simple questions are, will we support freedom in this hemisphere or not? Will we defend our vital interests in this hemisphere or not? Will we stop the spread of communism in this hemisphere or not? Will we act while there is 20 still time? It's up to all of us, the administration, you as citizens, and your representatives in Congress. We Americans should be proud of what we're trying to do in Central America, and proud of what, together with our friends, we can do in Central America to support democracy, human rights, and economic growth, while preserving peace so close to home. *degree. 20. Reagan and Salvador. I think Mr. Reagan will find an irreversible situation in El Salvador by the time he reaches the presidency. Fermin Cienfuegos, FMLN leader. I think we are now observing a stalemate. And in that kind of war, if you are not winning, you are losing. Lieutenant General Wallace Nutting, Commander, U.S. Southern Command, 1981+. Tiny El Salvador represented one of the largest foreign policy challenges when Reagan entered the White House. In an indication of the attention El Salvador was getting, television reporter Walter Cronkite began his interview with the new president by asking, "Mr. President, with your administration barely 6 weeks old, you're now involved in, perhaps, the first foreign policy crisis, much concern about El Salvador and our commitment there. Do you see any parallel in our committing advisors and military assistance to El Salvador and the early stages of our involvement in Vietnam?" Later in the same interview, Reagan explained that Soviet expansionism was at the core of the conflict. Without actually using Soviet troops, in effect, the Soviets are, you might say, trying to do the same thing in El Salvador that they did in Afghanistan, but by using proxy troops through Cuba and guerrillas. Reagan added that he was watching very carefully to see if the Sandinistas were sending arms to the FMLN *4. 213. 214. Earlier that same month, at one of President Reagan's first press conferences on March 6, 1981, he was asked, "How do you intend to avoid having El Salvador turn into a Vietnam for this country?" Reagan's complaint back to reporters was, "I didn't start the El Salvador thing. I inherited it. And the previous administration, which probably was as vociferous as anyone in talking about my threat to peace, they were doing what we're doing, sending aid to El Salvador." Registered when the president was charged for leading the nation into war in Central America, he joked, "I've been here more than 6 weeks now and haven't fired a shot." 7. The Hague Approach. Upon taking office on January 20, 1981, the victorious Reagan administration wasted no time in reinforcing its campaign rhetoric by taking a harder public stand against communist intrusion into the hemisphere. Behind the scenes, however, there was far less certainty on the next steps of Salvador policy,
leaving room for the self-assured Secretary of State Alexander Haig to push his hawkish strategy, while those around him decided whether to go the Haig way or the moderate way. The day after his inauguration, Reagan called a meeting of the National Security Council, the president's most senior foreign policy group, to discuss the Iran hostage crisis, Libya, and El Salvador. Haig later recalled that the topic of El Salvador did not arouse high passions but that there was a sober understanding that it represented a serious escalation of Soviet and Cuban adventurism in the hemisphere. Registered Haig saw plenty of room for U.S. involvement in Central America, encouraging Reagan to make El Salvador an early test of his steely resolve. "Mr. President, this is one you can win?" Haig's solution for El Salvador was to focus on Cuba since it was supplying the FMLN via Nicaragua. Registered for Haig, any approach that didn't go to the source was too weak. Backed by CIA Director William Casey, Haig had ideas on Central America that went far beyond diplomacy. He would draw an anti-communist line in the Central American dust. Haig's scheme was to squeeze Managua and the FMLN by blockading Cuba. He told State Department political appointee Robert McFarlane, "You get a band of brothers from CIA. 215. Defense and the White House and you put together a strategy for toppling Castro. And in the process we're going to eliminate this lodgment in Nicaragua from the mainland." McFarlane put together a team that included Nestor Sanchez, Casey's deputy for Latin America, Francis Bing West, the Assistant Secretary of Defense for International Security Affairs, and General Paul Gorman, assistant to the Joint Chiefs of Staff who later led the U.S. Southern Command in Panama. This band of brothers quickly concluded that Haig's strategy was not a sensible thing to try either politically or militarily. 3. When McFarlane relayed this to Haig, the Secretary of State chastised him at a staff meeting, "This is just trash, limp-wristed, traditional cookie-cutter bullshit." For Haig instructed McFarlane to try again. The group ultimately produced an 8-point report, promoting military aid and economic development assistance to allied nations in Central America. Haig was again disappointed and did not pass the recommendations along to the White House. 5 Reflecting on the majority sentiment, National Security Advisor Richard Allen believed Haig's policies could best and most fairly be described as folly. Registered Haig's motion soon died for a lack of a second. 7 Even more averse than Reagan to military risks, Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger also opposed the blockage of Cuba or any sort of commitment of U.S. combat forces in Central America. Weinberger had been appalled at the domestic backlash against the U.S. military after Vietnam and didn't want to repeat this horror movie in Central America. Registered Even Haig later acknowledged in his memoir that he was virtually alone in his preference to immediately pressure Cuba to cease arms shipments to the Sandinistas and by extension the FMLN, although he contended this did not entail military action. While the Reagan administration in time would be amply stocked with firebrands willing to promote armed conflict toward Nicaragua, Reagan's initial inclinations on El Salvador were cautious. At his first 2 NSC meetings, Reagan listened almost without comment when Haig argued that Reagan should make El Salvador a test case of its willingness to resist Soviet and Cuban imperialism. The majority of advisors, on the other hand, favored a low-key and step-by-step strategy of limited amounts of military. 216. An economic aid to El Salvador. 2 degree as one administration official described it. "We're not talking about tanks and missiles. There's not even any plan at this stage to send American combat advisors there. What's involved is small arms, ammunition, maybe some helicopters and coastal patrol boats. It's a game we can buy into relatively cheaply, and there's a consensus emerging within the administration that the risks are worth the potential payoff." Not surprisingly, Reagan's critics were not mollified and instead predicted dire outcomes. Reagan's Truman Doctrine. At this time, the initial focus of the administration's policy in Central America and by extension, the controversy was El Salvador, not Nicaragua. This was largely the case because, unlike Nicaragua where the Marxist revolution had already been consolidated, El Salvador appeared to be up for grabs, leading to fears that it could become a Vietnam-like experience for the United States. the Reagan team decided to significantly expand the American commitment to El Salvador despite the fact that the White House saw Central America as a political loser for Reagan. Over the next weeks and months, the administration conducted a series of NSC meetings that led to a new policy of increased support for the Duarte junta as well as a suspension of aid to Nicaragua in response to its arms deliveries to the FMLN. 3 with Haig the odd man out, and as often happened, the administration's Salvador policy quickly retreated to the lowest common denominator of agreement in this case, continued Carter-style economic and military assistance for the Duarte junta *4 on February 27, 1981, Reagan agreed to send $25 million in new military aid, a sum almost twice the amount sent to El Salvador from 1946 to 1979 and more than any other Latin American country received in 1981 *5 of these funds, $20 million were to be sent immediately without congressional approval, using the same special emergency power Carter had used in office. Combined with $63 million in economic aid, the U.S. controlled aid to El Salvador totaled $523 million for 1981, compared to $184. $207 million in 1980 and $89 million in 1979.76. A country the size of Massachusetts was now receiving the largest aid budget of any Latin American country. This new aid was combined with 20 new military trainers tasked with direct military training. Interestingly, before leaving office in January, Carter had not authorized the posting of fresh trainers to El Salvador, a perfect example of how ideological differences led to varying policy measures. Once these additional advisors were deployed, the U.S. military contingent in the country went up to 54 personnel. *7 key mission would be to train crack rapid response battalions from the ranks of the Salvadoran armed forces who could quickly react to ambushes from leftist insurgents. In a sign of its significance on the ground in El Salvador, National Guard Chief Vides Casanova gratefully declared, "The new administration is giving us everything we need." In early March, Reagan also signed a presidential finding on Central America that provided roughly $20 million for CIA-covered operations in support of Sandinista opponents and the Salvadoran government. Devised by CIA Director Casey, the program included regional political efforts and a paramilitary component intended to interdict supplies pouring into El Salvador from Nicaragua and Honduras. Registered while the Reagan administration increased the level of aid and U.S. activity in the tiny Central American country, this was a relatively soft approach when compared to U.S. military commitments in Southeast Asia in prior years. Despite deep congressional qualms about Salvadoran government-backed death squads, Reagan garnered the support from Congress to expand military and economic efforts to aid San Salvador. Even in the post-Vietnam era, Congress found it hard to say no to a president seeking military aid to prevent a communist takeover. In light of U.S. efforts in his country, Junta Chief Duarte admonished the administration, "Washington should not send too many advisors here. Otherwise this will soon be seen as America's war." 3 degrees. Moreover, critics charged that Reagan's policies strengthened the Salvadoran military to the extent that Duarte would never again be in a position where he could give instructions to the military. 3. Within weeks, however, the Salvadoran leader would be requesting 218. Even more equipment given his perception of the FMLN's unexpected swelling military potency. And as evidenced by Reagan's funding and training efforts, Reagan, like Carter, had placed his money on the Duarte junta, a risky bet in the best of circumstances. A moderate approach. To help put his own imprimatur on Central America policy, Haig replaced Ambassador Robert White within days of taking office. Within a few weeks of being recalled from San Salvador by Haig, White painted a dire picture of El Salvador's prospects in front of a congressional subcommittee. "When you can see we are headed for a new Vietnam situation, you have to take a stand." 3*. In a preview of the pessimism that he would espouse for the next decade, White described the embryonic Salvadoran insurgency as a weak military threat and thus new aid to the Salvadoran government would only allow the security forces to assassinate and kill in a totally uncontrollable way. 33. The Salvadoran security forces,
he explained, have been responsible for the deaths of thousands and thousands of young people, and they have executed them on the mere suspicion that they are leftists or sympathize with leftists. 34 The Reagan administration quickly and publicly countered White by contending, where we disagree is where the immediate, principal threat is coming from. He seems to think it is coming from the right. We think it is coming from the leftist insurgents. 35 It is easy to see why some observers have concluded that White's removal was a result of the Reaganauts' new hardline Salvador policy that would not tolerate dissent. At the same time, and as an example of an administration steadying a swaying ship, Haig's recommendations were ignored by a cautious Reagan team beset by domestic political imperatives and not wanting to create its own quagmire in Central America. Like the Carter administration, both hardliners and moderates in the Reagan team believed that avoiding a Marxist guerrilla takeover remained paramount for U.S. interests. Reaganaut hardliners had routinely criticized Carter's Salvador policies on human rights and land reform as destabilizing and wreaking havoc, and saw winning the war as their priority. 3 Yet, despite political divisions with the outgoing administration, some State Department officials responded to 219. The initial decisions out of the White House by privately calling the Salvador policy Carter plus 37. Reagan's top human rights official, Elliott Abrams, argued, to acquiesce in this, to withdraw our support from the government of El Salvador, would make a mockery of our concern for human rights. 3 Needless to say, the legions of critics considered comments like that as reflecting the Reagan administration's lip service on human rights. Another key factor at play was that, whatever hardline alternatives were considered at the White House, the U.S. diplomatic bureaucracy continued to operate in the Carter-designed engagement strategy despite the white-hot rhetoric coming from Haig and others. For example, a diplomatic cable from the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador to Foggy Bottom in early February 1981 revealed this moderate approach. The memo acknowledged that the Reagan hardliners were portraying El Salvador as being in the middle of a major struggle to preserve its very existence from the threat of a terrorist insurgency supported from the outside. At the same time, the memo asserted that this immediate focus on security-related measures does not and should not distract attention from the fact that the fundamental problem that we face in El Salvador is to maintain the pace of economic and social progress in the face of deliberate efforts by the left-wing insurgents to disrupt that progress to force the government into a preoccupation with security concerns. 3. The embassy urged that the United States be a consistent and reliable ally of the Duarte government as it works to implement political, agrarian, and economic reforms to end the violence from all sides which has plagued that country. Of critical note, the classified correspondence cautioned that the strategy needed to convey our concerns privately, not through the press. 4 That is, the U.S. government would work to promote reform, but this would be an internal process. An instance of this public-private approach occurred in September 1981, when Duarte was visiting Washington. In a confidential memorandum, a senior administration official was briefed to use a luncheon meeting to impress upon Duarte the importance of taking firm steps to control acts of violence against non-combatants. Right-wing death squads and elements of the security forces continue to sap the 220. Government's domestic and international support. 4 The memo urged the official to raise the issue in front of the commander of the National Guard, Colonel Carlos Eugenio Vides Casanova, who accompanied Duarte to the luncheon. Since the National Guard is suspected of perpetuating a number of offenses, it will be useful to raise this in his presence. 4 Another case of indirect armed aggression. On February 23, 1981, the State Department issued the white paper claiming that the chaos unfolding in El Salvador was in fact indirect aggression caused by the Soviet Union, Cuba, North Vietnam, and other communist bloc countries. 43 The white paper's evidence was based in part on 2 captured guerrilla caches, both found by Salvadoran police in San Salvador, one in November 1980 behind an art gallery and the second in January 1981 behind a false wall in a grocery store. 44 The report appeared to leave little room for doubt since there was definitive evidence of the Communist bloc assistance and Havana's central role in the well-coordinated,
covert effort of another underhanded invasion in El Salvador and by extension the United States. 45 It added, over the past year, the insurgency in El Salvador has been progressively transformed into another case of indirect armed aggression against a small third world by communist powers acting through Cuba. 4 degrees Venezuela's Foreign Minister José Velasco called the document an attempt to transfer its confrontation with the Soviet Union to Latin America. 47 Soviet diplomats denied that Moscow was supplying arms to the FMLN. In Moscow's words, the Soviet Union is not concerned with arms shipments to El Salvador, and that's a statement of fact. The Soviet Union is not involved and you can't pin it on us. 485 At home, critics like sociologist James Petras immediately jumped on the report, writing in The Nation, the white paper fails to provide a convincing case. Initiative, but said that the report and supporting evidence contained factual errors, misleading statements, and unresolved ambiguities. 5 The widespread claims surrounding the white paper's veracity served to reinforce critics of the incoming Reagan administration's approach to El Salvador. The credibility gap was growing and it would only widen the next year following the administration's initial denial of massacres conducted by U.S. trained Salvadoran security forces in December 1981. 4 months after the white paper's initial publication, in mid-June the Reagan administration issued a follow-up 2-point report to respond to the criticism, especially to the claim that the captured documents were fakes. 5 The controversial white paper suggested that the Reagan administration was providing cover for its planned massive escalation of U.S. involvement in El Salvador. 53 In fear of a MAGA-governized party. Even though public comments on both sides often suggested a more acerbic climate, congressional support for the Reagan administration's policies on El Salvador remained constant. And while Congress often pushed conditions, such as congressional notifications on human rights progress, it never cut off aid until 1989 when the George Bush Sr. administration supported the move. The broad outlines of the engagement strategy, elections, economic reforms, and military professionalization to simultaneously build democracy and check the insurgency united a big tent of ideologically and politically diverse supporters from Duarte to moderates and hardliners in the Reagan executive branch, and even some liberal Democrats. A Pentagon-sponsored report published later in the war described the incipient strategy as follows. Fully aware that Salvadoran society was one of the sickest and most repressive in Latin America, American military advisors, diplomats, and policymakers recognized the necessity of a two-pronged policy: fortify the Salvadoran. 222. Armed forces to wear down the rebels in combat and bolster democracy so as to weaken the rebels' claim to political legitimacy. Degree 4. Democratic Senator J. James Exon described the dilemma of moderate supporters when he lamented, "If we turn down additional aid, we could be helping the communist guerrilla takeover of the country. But on the other hand, we'll be aiding a government we're not happy with. The bottom line is, which is the lesser of two evils?" 55 Based on their votes, it was clear that a majority of Congress members had decided that the engagement strategy represented the lesser evil. House Majority Leader Jim Wright helped solidify support of moderate Democrats for Reagan's policies. "I agree with the administration position and I very actively oppose any effort to withhold assistance to the moderate government of Duarte." 5 This relatively harmonious agreement was a stark contrast to the bitter debates and mistrust over Nicaraguan policy in subsequent years when the Reagan administration aggressively supported the Contra-insurgent forces in order to topple the Sandinista regime in Managua. Despite the disagreements between mostly liberal members of Congress and the administration, Wright supported continued aid to El Salvador and privately told fellow Democrats that he feared the party would become MAGA-governized if it opposed further assistance. 57 Wright was also persuaded by the argument that a U.S. retrenchment would help ensure a communist takeover in El Salvador. In this sense, Wright's view lined up with hardliners on Reagan's team but also with El Salvador's Duarte, who at this moment pleaded for American military aid to continue in order to defend democracy and stop the communists and rightist totalitarians. 5 Registered AI. El Salvador's Atlasatl Battalion begins a 6-day sweep against guerrilla strongholds in Morazan. From the U.S. Embassy Chronology of Events, December 11, 1981%. As part of the Reagan administration's military assistance to train rapid response units, the Atlay-Sattel Battalion was activated in March 1981, under the command of the daring and ambitious Lieutenant Colonel Domingo Monterrosa Barrios. Monterrosa had been in the same Tanda class at the Salvadoran Military Academy as Roberto D'Aubuisson and had taken courses at the U.S. Army's School of the Americas in 1966. The Atlay-Sattel was the first specialty battalion trained for counterinsurgency warfare in the Salvadoran Armed Forces. Under the watch of U.S. Army Special Forces advisors in El Salvador, the battalion completed its training in early 1981. The battalion grew to around 1,000 soldiers and became notorious for its violence and lack of discipline. U.S. trainers were privately enthusiastic about its combat potential. 4 In early December of this same year, the battalion participated in Operación Rescate, an attempt to corner and annihilate the FMLN training camp at a locale called La Guacamaya. Almost a year before Rescate took place, a company of the Atlay-Sattel Battalion, commanded by Captain Juan Escobedo Mendez, had initiated a counterinsurgency mission in the northern zone of Morazán. The 223, 224 base of operations of Joaquín Villalobos's formidable ERP wing of the now united FMLN. The unit came under heavy guerrilla attack and quickly retreated. This deeply embarrassing setback for the brand new Rapid Deployment Infantry Battalion elicited jokes by officers of other units who nicknamed it the Rapid Retreat Infantry Battalion. The ignominious retreat might help explain at least some of the fury that accompanied Atlay-Sattel's rescate operation in December. Revenge would be enacted. On December 9, 1981, skirmishes took place between Phase forces and FMLN guerrillas in the village of Arambala, deep in the Morazán department. That same day, a company of the Atlay-Sattel Battalion entered Arambala and rounded up the population in the town square, separating the men from the women and children. Accused of being rebel collaborators, several villagers were blindfolded, tortured, and killed. Atlay-Sattel was smelling blood, and its revenge against leftist insurgents would be enacted on the villages and villagers whom they believed were abetting the enemy. On the afternoon of December 10, 1981, units of the Atlay-Sattel Battalion arrived in the village of El Mazote, 2 miles from Arambala. The village consisted of about 24 small houses situated on open ground around a square. Facing onto the square was a church, and behind it a small building known as the convent, used by visiting priests to change into their vestments when they came to the village to celebrate Mass. When the troops arrived in the village, they found, in addition to the residents, other farmers who were refugees from the mountain regions. They directed everyone out of the houses and into the square, where they were searched face down on the ground. The soldiers then ordered the villagers to shut themselves in their houses until the next day, warning that anyone coming out would be shot. The soldiers remained in the village. At 5 a.m. on the morning of December 11, soldiers of the 3rd Section of the STH Company of the Atlay-Sattel Battalion began to take residents of the village of El Mazote out of their houses, grouping them by gender and age in the town plaza. They then locked up the various groups. 225. In the church, convent, and various houses. Throughout the morning, they interrogated, tortured, and executed men in various locations. At midday, they began removing the women from the different groups and executing them with machine gun fire. One group of children locked in the convent was machine gunned through a window. In deliberate and systematic form, the Salvadoran troops executed hundreds of men, women, and children. According to survivors, soldiers slitting throats of children shouted, "You are guerrillas and this is justice. This is justice." After killing most of the villagers, the soldiers burned the buildings. Scores of women were raped before being shot in the head. One witness said that a soldier told a superior that he would not kill children. The superior said, "Which son of a bitch says that?" He then went into the group of detained children, grabbed a small boy, threw him up in the air and impaled him on his bayonet on the way down. The killing at El Mazote lasted all day and into the evening. The troops stayed in Emazote through the night. The following day they advanced to the nearby village of Los Toriles, where they committed another round of summary executions. Unlike in El Mazote, where the dead were left unburied, in Los Toriles surviving villagers laid the dead into hastily dug graves. Atlasatel conducted similar operations in nearby villages over the course of 4 days. All told, the phase killed more than 800 civilians in what came to be known to the world as the El Mazote massacre, even though roughly half the executions took place in other villages. More than 400 of the victims were children under 18 years of age, with some only a few months or days old. Years later, UN investigators found 143 skeletons in a common grave, including 131 children with the average age of 6. A subsequent ballistics investigation examined over 250 cartridge cases recovered from the El Mazote execution site. Of these samples, 184 had discernible head stamps, identifying the ammunition as having been manufactured for the United States government at Lake City, Missouri. 34 cartridges were sufficiently preserved for the analysis of individual as well as class characteristics. All of the projectiles except one appear to have been fired from U.S. manufactured M16 rifles. No evidence could be found. Eager not to waste a propaganda opportunity after this heinous event, the FMLN broadcast its own account of the events through its vaunted radio Vence Ramos. This genocidal military method is no happenstance. Vietnam represents its historical precedent. The U.S. Congress and people, as the world public opinion, probably remember the massacre of My Lai, which had a profound impact on the U.S. people, the U.S. Army itself, and all countries around the murder. Those responsible for these murders are the same as those at My Lai. Imperialism admits having carried out the design and supervision of genocide in El Salvador. 3. U.S. Ambassador in San Salvador, Dean Hinton, told a religious group that Radio Vence Ramos was not a reliable source, just propaganda. What Hinton failed to understand was that while Vence Ramos 227 was undoubtedly a propaganda organ, this did not make its claims of a massacre in this instance any less true. In fact, other reports on would soon surface and reiterate the events as told by Radio Vence Ramos. In late January 1982, foreign correspondents Raymond Bonner of the New York Times and Alma Guillermo Prieto of the Washington Post, who had been traveling in guerrilla-controlled areas, began reporting on the massacre. For Guillermo Prieto's article relied on the testimony of 3 survivors and was titled, Salvadoran Peasants Describe Mass Killing, Woman Tells of Children's Deaths. 15. At the same time the news articles were appearing, the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador sent a confidential cable to Washington labeled Report on Alleged Massacre, concluding that civilians did die during the Operation Rescate, but no evidence could be found to confirm that government forces systematically massacred civilians in the operation zone, nor that the number of civilians killed even remotely approached number being cited in other reports. Degree likely influenced by the initial skeptical reporting from the embassy in San Salvador. Back in Washington, senior Reagan administration officials held to the line that a massacre did not take place. Echoing the confidential cable sent from the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador, State Department senior Latin American official Thomas Enders stated publicly, there is no evidence to confirm that government forces systematically massacred civilians in the operations zone, or that the number of civilians even remotely approached the 733 or 926 victims cited in the press. 7. Enders also implied that the 2 U.S. Embassy officials dispatched to investigate the potential massacre had actually arrived and investigated the operations zone. In fact, the 2 men were not able to get closer than 3 miles away and only saw El Mazote from their helicopter 2,000 feet above before it was fired on. Registered Assistant Secretary of State for Human Rights Elliot Abrams told a Senate committee that the reports of mass killings at El Mazote were not credible and that it appears to be an incident that is at least being significantly misused, at the very best, by the guerrillas. 9. The other side of the story? Despite these initial Reagan administration claims that the reports of mass atrocities were false, the overwhelming evidence proved 228. Otherwise, a fact that became increasingly known to the public. Like the white paper that had come out earlier in the year and had been largely dismissed as blatant lies or obfuscation, the denials on El Mozote only deepened the U.S. government's growing credibility gap. Interviewed by the author in 2008, Guillermo Prieto recalled, "I think the massacre of El Mozote consolidated my own view that U.S. involvement in the Salvadoran conflict was criminal. I had seen Dean Hinton busily trying to cover up Salvadoran government atrocities before El Mozote, and now I saw again how not only Hinton but the State Department as a whole made every effort to discredit what Ray Bonner, Susan Meiselas, and I had seen with our own eyes *degree. As the controversy over the killings continued to roil, American conservative opinion writers criticized reporters like Guillermo Prieto for their allegedly pro-guerrilla sympathies. Writing in the magazine Human Events, Daniel James criticized the New York Times and the Washington Post for being newspapers are generally favorable to the FMLN guerrillas and unfavorable to both the junta and the United States. He pointed out that in Guillermo Prieto's article titled Behind the Lines in El Salvador, she portrayed the rebels as peasant fighters holding territory with populations that are self-sufficient, stable, and loyal. Similarly, the Wall Street Journal editorial page criticized the American press coverage of the war, mentioning New York Times correspondent Ray Bonner in particular, who was described as overly credulous. Central parable in the Cold War. Mark Danner wrote in the New Yorker magazine over a decade later that, more than the killings themselves, El Mozote came to be known and how it came to be denied was a central parable in the Cold War. *3 In this estimation, much of this parable is the central lesson of not just the savagery of the massacre itself but also the brazen denials and lies by U.S. officials eager to cover up the story. That the Reagan administration certified the Salvadoran security forces gains on human rights only days after news of El Mozote broke exacerbated the already pervasive view of a massive Vietnam War-style sham being committed. 229. Given the scale of the killings and false rhetoric by U.S. government officials, it is not surprising that much of the historical understanding of U.S. policy in El Salvador addresses the El Mozote massacre. It is beyond doubt that the U.S.-trained Atlasatl Battalion committed the El Mozote massacres. Yet it is harder to pinpoint a number of related factors that have also become part of the historical legacy. Did, for example, U.S. training make the Atlasatl more disposed to commit these heinous war crimes? Did Hinton, Enders, and other top U.S. government officials know that the massacre had taken place but knowingly lie to cover up the crimes? Or were these same officials misled by inaccurate reporting from the U.S. Embassy in San Salvador? If it was inaccurate reporting, was this also intentionally erroneous? Or did the embassy simply get its facts wrong? What is especially interesting about these questions is that the Reagan administration's easily refuted denials were a significant political setback. And these same denials have been seared into the historical memory of the Salvador option. In other words, the biggest propaganda victory the FMLN obtained from the massacres came when the Reagan officials played the part of obstinate imperialists by denying the murders carried out by those forces trained and armed in its name. Another important observation is that El Mozote was not the only massacre committed by phase forces, yet its story became the most telling in the Civil War's history. Jump back half a year to May 14, 1980, when civilians from Quelatenango began crossing the Sumpul River in an attempt to reach Honduras and avoid the flying bullets of the armed forces. The Salvadoran National Guard and paramilitary outfit Orden, with the assistance of the Honduran army, opened fire at these unarmed people crossing the river. Women tortured before the finishing shot, infants thrown into the air for target practice, were some of the scenes of this criminal slaughter. In the aftermath of the massacre, no fewer than 600 unburied bodies were the prey of animals for several days. Others drowned in the river's strong current. A Honduran fisherman discovered 5 bodies of children in his fish trap. For why does history remember El Mozote but not other massacres, like the Sumpul River killings, committed by the same security forces? Might it be related to the inescapable fact that Atlasatl was U.S. trained and equipped? Certainly, The power of the El Mozote example lies in suggested or confirmed American complicity in the crime. 230. Commander Monte Rosa. In a chilling postscript on Atlasatl Battalion Commander Monte Rosa, in the years following the massacres, the Salvadoran officer became best known for his efforts to win the hearts and minds of the vulnerable rural populations. Under his command, the FARC enjoyed a much greater success against the FMLN in their traditional stronghold of Morazan. There were even reports that the guerrillas had to resort to forced conscription in this region, a telltale sign of desperation. Monte Rosa took full advantage of U.S. provided helicopters that drastically increased his troops' mobility in this rugged mountain region. The Atlasatl commander was in fact adored by his troops despite his involvement in the El Mozote massacre. After he sent some troops on furlough after a difficult operation in the department of Morazan in 1983, 2 soldiers sang him a song they had written in his honor. Monte Rosa bade the soldiers goodbye and told them to do what they wanted at home but not in uniform. "You can buy a tonel of brandy and lie under it and let it drip down your throat all night if you want," he said, licking his lips and swallowing to demonstrate. "Verga! Verga!" came the responses, using a lewd term to express their excitement. The troops then asked permission to fire in his honor. Solo dos, he told them, only 2 rounds each. More than 2 M16s blew off dozens of rounds each in a rapid-fire burst. 5 One thing that Monte Rosa hated in particular was the elusive radio Vence Ramos that spouted guerrilla propaganda. Initially broadcast in 1981 from a peasant village in Guacamaya, by 1985 Radio Vence Ramos was broadcasting 4 times a day. It reported on the battles, played music, aired propaganda, and often used witty satire usually aimed at President Reagan, the U.S. ambassador, and Salvadoran government leaders. It also once provided instructions on how to make a Molotov cocktail. Some claimed that up to 60% of the population listened to the broadcasts. One major reason the FARC wanted to smash it? In 1984, the KG guerrilla commander Villalobos began to surmise, Monte Rosa will be coming after us. He will use those helicopters to attack the command post. 7 Villalobos then had his troops booby trap a fake radio transmitter and had it placed where Monte Rosa's men would find it. 22%. When they did, Monte Rosa arrived to accompany the transmitter on the helicopter ride to San Salvador. Once the helicopter was in flight, guerrillas detonated the device, bringing down the helicopter and killing Monte Rosa. A few days after his death, foreign correspondent Julia Preston, who described the lieutenant colonel as an elite war machine, wrote, Monte Rosa's career exemplified the recent efforts of Salvadoran army officers to overcome and sweep aside a past tainted by violence, and to try to rise to the task of taming a tough guerrilla insurgency. Registered indeed, Monte Rosa did change his strategy to win more peasant hearts and minds, and even spoke to a crowd in Morazan a few years after the massacre, I know that I am part of the reason why there are guerrillas in this province. But despite Monte Rosa's acknowledgement of the past, in the years after his assassination, the FARC High Command would refuse to investigate the violence that transpired in Morazan and would repeatedly deny that the massacre occurred. 3 22. El Salvador is Vietnam in Spanish. Bumper sticker from the 1980s. The Reagan administration, particularly Reagan, had 2 rules. 1, the insurgents weren't going to win, but secondly, we were not going to introduce combat troops to El Salvador or anywhere else in Central America. Roger Fontaine, NSC Director of Inter-American Affairs, 1981-1983 *. It should be clear to anyone who reads newspapers that our side is not winning this war. Michael Barnes, Democratic Congressman of Maryland 19833. Not anything more than Carter plus. As the situation in El Salvador continued to take shape under Reagan's administration, the growing chorus of skeptics remained focused on the hardline public rhetoric suggesting that the United States would stop communism at any cost, even if it violated democracy or human rights.
Marked increases in military and development aid and strident rhetoric during Reagan's initial year in office in 1981 were just the first steps on a slippery slope of what would be a massive U.S. military involvement in El Salvador. Beneath the surface though, and certainly from what the U.S. Embassy was recommending, the Reagan doctrine in El Salvador remained Carter plus. Even Reagan. 232. 233. Himself argued that his approach was a continuation of what his predecessor had started. They were doing what we're doing, sending aid, of the same kind we're sending for. In a separate speech to the Organization of American States, Reagan forcefully defended America's right to stop the communist threat in El Salvador, but added, "We will not walk away from human rights problems." 5. At the same time, a mounting chorus of critics interpreted Reagan's initial responses to El Salvador, and more broadly Central America, as inherently radical. One critic wrote in 1981, "A nation of virtually no inherent strategic or economic interest to the United States, El Salvador, has suddenly become a symbol, a vehicle through which the Reagan administration hopes to set the tone, by dint of example, for its whole foreign policy. Because the war in El Salvador looks like an easy victory, it provides a perfect opportunity for the new administration to demonstrate its willingness to use force in foreign affairs, its intent to de-emphasize human rights, and its resolve to contain the Soviet Union. In short, the conflict in El Salvador is a splendid little war, made to order for an administration determined to repudiate much of its predecessor's foreign policy registered." Part of what made Reagan's approach to El Salvador so pernicious, this scholar contended, was that the White House was betting on the survival of one of the weakest, most brutal, and least popular governments in the hemisphere. Thus, like Vietnam 2 decades before, the Central American nation was cast onto the world's center stage, and the process of investing blood and treasure in this exemplary case provides its own rationale for incremental escalation. And as with Vietnam again, U.S. policymakers had been seduced by the view that just a little more aid, a few more advisors, or one additional reorganization of the government would lead to victory, even if it has to destroy the country to save it. Despite the growing chorus of critics, some unexpected voices on Capitol Hill supported Reagan's approach. Democratic Senate Minority Leader Robert Byrd of West Virginia acknowledged, "I fully agree with President Reagan that Cuban interference and arms supplies to the country are totally unacceptable." Democratic Speaker of the House Tip O'Neill did not take a public stand on Reagan's aid requests for El Salvador, preferring to keep his powder dry. 234. For the daunting budget battles to come. When Democratic Representative Gary Studs of Massachusetts, one of the most vocal opponents of administration policy, introduced a bill to cut off military aid, even the senior liberals on the Foreign Affairs Committee would not back it, as they did not want a confrontation with the new president at that moment. A striptease of our humanism. In the first few years of the guerrilla war, the American public's growing view was that Reagan's El Salvador policy was failing. In particular, their expressed fear was that U.S. assistance to El Salvador was becoming the same slippery slope that led to the gradual escalation of America's military involvement in Vietnam. A Newsweek poll in March 1982 found that 74% of the American public familiar with the conflict in El Salvador believed that it could turn into the Vietnam of the 1980s. 89% of these respondents said that the United States should not provide troops. 2 years later, a CBS News poll indicated that 57% of Americans thought the greater cause of unrest in Central America, poverty and lack of human rights in the area, subversion from Cuba, Nicaragua, and the Soviet Union. A year later, only 8% of respondents saw an improvement in El Salvador's human rights situation, even though it was not nearly as bad as in the dark days of the late 1970s and early 80s. In October 1983, a letter to the editor in the New York Times reflected the concerns of many: "The situation in Central America is deteriorating rapidly. Our options are eroding. What we witness there today has become for us what Sartre once called the Algerian War, a striptease of our humanism." Another published letter echoed similar fears that the American people were seeing the same horrible movie again,
only this time in Spanish. Government in El Salvador lacks respect for the basic human and civil rights of its people. It seems to me that by militarily supporting the present Salvadoran government and now by training Salvadoran soldiers in the United States we are contributing to the repression that already exists. United States military involvement in El Salvador has increased so rapidly. The parallels. 235. Between our involvement in Vietnam and our present policy toward El Salvador are uncanny. 3. This fear of another Vietnam in El Salvador led Americans to organize anti-war and other sorts of protests on a scale not seen since the last years of the Vietnam conflict a decade earlier. One rally in Washington in March 1983 drew an estimated 23,000 protesters. They chanted, "No draft, no war, U.S. out of El Salvador," and protest banners read, "The rebels want to talk. Let's listen," and U.S. guns killed U.S. nuns. For one hospital attendant from Detroit commented to a reporter that she opposed U.S. policy because they're trying to gain their freedom so there won't be the kind of poverty and exploitation that exists now. If they want to have a revolution, it's their right to have one. 15. In May 1981, roughly 100,000 Americans protested outside the Pentagon near Washington, D.C., in opposition to El Salvador policy. Registered in an indication of how the Salvador issue had penetrated the American psyche. Democratic Congressman David Bonnier, who represented blue-collar auto workers residing in the Detroit suburbs and likely more than a few Vietnam veterans among them, commented, "The primary concern of my constituency is the economy, but close behind is this El Salvador issue. A lot of people are worried about their kids fighting a guerrilla war. Vietnam is fresh in their minds." 7. Critics echoed the public's skepticism. Noted journalist Hedrick Smith wrote in the New York Times that the Reagan administration had yet to score visible gains in its drive to oppose Soviet and Cuban adventurism, especially in El Salvador. Reflecting years after the fact, Alma Guillermo Prieto, who helped break the news of the El Mozote massacre in late 1981, had then held the growing view that the U.S. backside was losing the war. In the early stages of that conflict, it seemed obvious to us that the guerrillas would win in El Salvador. I think many of us thought in the early days that this would be a good thing. Carter's national security advisor Zbigniew Brzezinski direly predicted, by the coming spring, it is quite likely that the government currently in power in El Salvador will be under increasing pressure and largely on the defensive. Degree. Another vocal critic who remained influential throughout the Salvador debates was Carter's former ambassador to El Salvador, Robert White. During his tenure as ambassador, White supported the Salvadoran junta's objectives against the guerrillas, but later he contended that the introduction of military advisors emphasized a military solution and strengthened precisely the wrong group. In March 1981, the U.S. Catholic Conference called for an end to American military aid to El Salvador. A month later, Salvadoran Archbishop Arturo Rivera y Damas sent Massachusetts Senator Edward Kennedy a letter with a similar appeal to stop U.S. assistance and to support peace talks. These sorts of pronouncements deeply influenced mostly Democratic members of Congress who were more predisposed to questioning U.S. motivations and actions in the Central American country. A delegation of House representatives, including liberals Barbara Mikulski from Maryland and Gary Studs from Massachusetts, reported that by far the greatest responsibility for violence and terrorism rests with those forces now receiving U.S. guns, helicopters, 237, grenades, and ammunitions. Freshman Massachusetts Congressman Barney Frank expressed his view that to ally ourselves with the government of El Salvador is the stupidest anti-communist activity that I have ever seen. 3. Many of the criticisms rested on the assumption that providing military aid and training was an inappropriate solution to a conflict that needed to be resolved politically. Democratic Senators Christopher Dodd and Paul Tsongas warned that the intensification of military assistance to El Salvador was leading the United States into a Vietnam-like quagmire for dark tunnel of endless intervention. Critics and defenders of the Vietnam War shared a troubled conscience. For critics,
the American campaign was a tragic misapplication of military power for goals that were never clear. For defenders, Vietnam represented a failure of nerve, a capitulation to ill-informed, naive, even un-American liberal and radical domestic critics, a sellout of anti-communists in Indochina and elsewhere. 5. It is remarkable how much this Vietnam divide was replayed in the early years of the Salvador conflict. In response to an April 1983 op-ed piece on El Salvador by Jean Kirkpatrick, one reader wrote, "If there is a parallel between our present involvement in Central American and our Vietnam experience, is that the administration, now as then, has chosen to so aggressively sell an obviously flawed policy." **. Iowa Republican Congressman Jim Leach blasted the Reagan administration for providing Congress with overly optimistic reports of the Salvadoran government and military progress, a haunting reminder of Vietnam when the presidency took on the role of cheerleader rather than analyst. 27. Or as vocal administration critic Senator Christopher Dodd lamented, "The American people know that we have been down this road before and that it only leads to a dark tunnel of endless intervention." The drumbeat of the El Salvador as Vietnam interpretation only continued in the early R98OS. Journalist Tad Sulk warned that if Washington maintained its present policies in El Salvador, it would become stuck in an endless, Vietnam-style guerrilla war in the Salvadoran mountains and jungles, scenario for absolute disaster. George Ball, one of President Lyndon Johnson's few top aides who argued 238 against an escalation of the Vietnam campaign, stated that El Salvador's music and words sound like plagiarization. "I have the feeling that we've heard it all before but in another setting." 3 Representative Stephen Solars of New York fretted that the American people do not want any more Cubas in Central America, but neither do they want any more Vietnams. 1 member of Congress conceded that in any consideration of Salvador policy, Vietnam was a ghostly presence. "It's there in every committee room, at every meeting." On the defensive, the Reagan administration went out of its way to deny the Vietnam similarities, claiming that there was no comparison with Vietnam and there's not going to be anything of that kind. 1 White House official acknowledged, "We can't help it if there are similarities. That does not mean we should not act in this case." 34 There were other voices on America's right who declared that the risk in El Salvador was abandoning U.S. allies and interests, as had been done in South Vietnam. Reagan supporter Ernest Lefevre voiced this view that the effect of inaction in Vietnam was one reason the Reagan administration wouldn't make the same mistake. 35 Lefevre mentioned Greece after World War II as a more apt comparison when the Truman administration successfully backed the rightist Athens government against communist guerrillas without resorting to American combat troops. Norman Podhoretz, longtime editor of the neoconservative Commentary magazine, wrote that fighting a war on the cheap is a sure formula for defeat. Fail to use it effectively, we will have revealed ourselves as a spent and impotent force. 3 = Solidarity. The FMLN of El Salvador is a people's army comprised of campesinos, workers, students, teachers, and professionals. The success of the FMLN can only be explained by one thing: the massive and continued support of the population. From a flyer announcing a 1981 protest at the White House, organized by the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador. There is a well-organized support network for the Salvadoran guerrillas. Some of its components operate openly, like the Committee of Solidarity with the Salvadoran People, but most of the activity has been underground. Conservative magazine, The Spectator, 1982. Unfortunately for El Salvador, the U.S. is likely to continue that war until more people in this country take a strong moral stand against it. Letter to the Editor, New York Times, by Eric Arneson, history professor, Yale University, June 27, 1985. As we have seen, U.S. involvement in El Salvador created a controversial and polarizing split between those who viewed the commitment as necessary and those who saw it as immoral and ineffectual. This split was further exacerbated with the assumption that a deeper involvement in El Salvador was inevitable.
One less studied story of the Salvador option is the role that solidarity groups most saliently in the United States played in influencing both the perception of what was occurring in El Salvador and how Washington should respond. Not surprisingly, many of the American activists opposing U.S. policies in El Salvador concluded from the Vietnam experience that those who spoke up, protested, and even engaged in civil disobedience would be vindicated by what could become an illegal and immoral war. So, in effect, the Vietnam Solidarity Playbook became the Salvador Playbook. Critics, on the other hand, believed that the lesson from Vietnam was how the North Vietnamese had won the propaganda war in American public opinion. They cited a North Vietnamese cadre who reflected on their efforts to influence the debate in America. There were, as all political cadre learned by heart, three currents of revolution, in every people's war. The first two currents are the ever-growing international socialist camp and the armed liberation movement within the country in question. The third is the progressive movement within the colonial, or neocolonial, power. For until the balance of military power decisively favored the revolution, it was this third current that had to draw the most energy. In this case, it was American public opinion, the minds and hearts of the people, that had to be motivated and exploited. An example of how the Salvador case was distinct from Vietnam was El Salvador's proximity to the United States. If they didn't already live in the United States, guerrilla-affiliated Salvadoran politicians and sometimes even military leaders routinely visited to testify before Congress or give lectures at universities or church groups. Advocacy groups also published translated versions of books by famed guerrilla commanders like Fermancy and Fuegos. 5 El Salvador solidarity groups came in all shapes and sizes. Some, for example, focused on the human rights situation in El Salvador, while others criticized or attempted to influence U.S. policies. Some were more radical or actively pro-FMLN than other more apolitical groups. Founded in October 1980, at the same time that disparate guerrilla groups had united under the FMLN umbrella, the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador was one of the largest and, given its support of the newly formed guerrillas, was one of the most controversial solidarity organizations. CISPS's founding statements indicated that it supported the self-determination of the Salvadoran people and Solidarity 241. Thus declared its solidarity with the FMLN and FDR, the political military vanguard in El Salvador. Quickly sprouting more than 400 chapters across the nation, CISPS also opposed U.S. government imperialist intervention as an instrument of the genocide of the Salvadorian people. Registered in another echo of Vietnam, one of the leaders of CISPS claimed that its role on the North American front was to garner support through U.S. public opinion and legislation, comparable to the work of the North Vietnamese who ultimately won the battle of public opinion in the United States. Its inaugural manifesto ended with the slogans, "United in combat until the final victory. Long live a free El Salvador." 7. Throughout the war, CISPS focused on pressuring Congress through letter-writing campaigns, visits to offices of congressional and executive branch officials, promoting local resolutions regarding El Salvador, and criticizing the Carter and Reagan administration policies through newspaper advertisements and fact-finding trips to the country, which had the potential to return and generate publicity and support. Registered, it also involved blockading federal government office buildings. Within its first year, CISPS helped organize a national demonstration of 100,000 marchers in Washington to protest Reagan administration policies. In an October 1983 issue of Alert, a national newspaper published by CISPS, the organization stated, "The groundwork has been laid for a larger and stronger movement that can contribute to the defeat of the U.S. and the victory of the FMLN. Now we must build that movement." Degree. A factor in slowing Reagan's hand. Investigative journalist J. Michael Waller contended that Shafik Handel, General Secretary of the PCS, dispatched his brother, Fareed Handel, to the United States to set up a political and financial network in North America. According to this account, Salvadoran authorities allegedly captured Fareed's travel diary,
which revealed that the main goal of his trip was the creation of the International Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador, in effect, CISPS. Fareed supposedly met in New York City with representatives of Cuba's intelligence service and members of the Communist Party USA, including one of its visible leaders, Sandy Pollock. .1 * From this encounter, Waller 242 concluded, Fareed and Pollock then collaborated to establish CISPS, with Pollock serving on its board. In 1983, Pollock visited El Salvador, where she met with the FMLN. A biography written about her speculated, if the government authorities had known of her quiet visits, this leading architect of U.S. support for the Salvadoran guerrillas likely would have been tortured and killed. But she eluded the armed forces and death squads. In January 1985, Pollock was in Havana to present an essay denouncing American imperialism. She then departed on a Cubana airline flight for Managua that crashed right after takeoff and killed all aboard. She was buried in Cuba. Fidel Castro laid a wreath at her grave that read, "To Sandy, from the Commander-in-Chief." *3 Writing in the mid-1980s, CISPS leaders Barton Myers and Jean Weissman described the impact of the Solidarity Group's mobilization on Reagan's Central America policies, mass, military. During the early days of the Reagan administration, marked as it was by the crudely bellicose threats of Haig, Kirkpatrick, and Reagan against El Salvador and Nicaragua, and by the invasion of Grenada, the Solidarity movement was at its peak in its ability to attract activists and resources and to mobilize people for its activities. There is every reason to believe that this mass, military mobilization was a factor in slowing Reagan's hand in pursuing military measures yet more extreme than the ones chosen in El Salvador. Now, with the use in large part of surrogate troops, the decision to wage low-intensity conflict in Central America, the institution of democratic reforms in El Salvador and Guatemala as a cover for continuing militarist policies, and a generally lower profile in Washington for Central American policy, there has been a decline in visible protest. In part, the current size of the Solidarity movement is a measure of its success in previously slowing the U.S. juggernaut for. Also consider CISPS's own history, which was published on its website in 2005 during the 20th anniversary of its founding. In the 1980s, we helped prevent a full-scale U.S. invasion of Central America. It is noteworthy that, as is so often the case in our examination of the Salvador option, we once again have several interpretations of the key factors at play. Instead of attributing the lack of deeper American military involvement to the Solidarity movement's pressure, Reagan officials would have likely contended that the United States didn't need to pursue a militarized solution, since the light footprint of professionalizing the military and bolstering democracy ensured that the Salvadoran people would buy into the reforms. A government on the side of the people. In the early years of the war, some of the most heated opposition to U.S. policies came from an unexpected source: labor unions. During the Vietnam War, unions generally supported the war policies of successive presidential administrations. With El Salvador, however, a sharp divide emerged between the leadership ranks that backed Carter and Reagan's policies and the rank and file who opposed them. Here is how CISPS's Myers and Weissman describe the root of this opposition. The violation of the basic rights of Salvadorans to organize unions, the bombing of all major union halls, and the murder of thousands of trade unionists by government-supported right-wing death squads deeply affected North American trade unionists. *degree This awareness led to mobilization and action. In California in 1981, for example, the International Longshore and Warehouse Union announced they would not load any military equipment headed to El Salvador. Labor activists critical of the union leaders' general support for the Reagan administration's actions in El Salvador forced the first major debate in 4 decades to take place at an AFL-CIO convention. Kenneth Blaylock, president of the American Federation of Government Employees, gave a speech at the convention after having visited El Salvador in a labor delegation. As we condition our support for military aid in El Salvador in this resolution, we fail to mention that the activities and the campaigns of terror by the death squads have been replaced by military action, planned,
supported and connived by military advisors in El Salvador and our embassy in El Salvador. As I sat in the military commander's office last February, he glibly told us that we will have this little war wrapped up in 6 months, because we have adopted a policy and a strategy of sanitization. Now, for those of you who do not know what in military terms sanitization means, it means with foot soldiers, with artillery, and with aircraft you completely run all of the people out of an area. As I sat in a church late one night and listened to mothers who had come down from those areas tell about the atrocities being perpetrated against them and their families by this technique of military operation, it would literally bring 244 tears to your eyes. One would like for one time for my government to be on the side of the people, not on the side of the rich dictators living behind the high walls. Registered. A few weeks after the AFL-CIO convention, 7 national union presidents and more than 100 local union representatives sponsored a tour of the United States by 6 labor leaders from Central America in an attempt to swell American support for unions abroad and to advocate against U.S. military aid and the alliance between Washington and right-wing factions in their region. I've never been arrested before. Generally less ideologically and politically charged than, say, CISPs, church groups became especially active on El Salvador policy following the 1980 murders of Archbishop Oscar Romero and the 4 American church women. The Interreligious Task Force in El Salvador, for one, was formed in 1981 and expanded to 350 local committees in the United States. Its members included 20 leaders of religious denominations, such as Presbyterians, Methodists, Roman Catholics, and Quakers. 2 degree The following excerpt written by a member of the task force characterizes their impact. The solidarity groups can be written off as leftists by the public because they take a political stance. The church's position, which is not talking right or left, is harder to argue with. It is especially important because the administration is trying to use theological rhetoric to justify its position. The work in the religious community is the most important because it is the largest and most credible opposition. The Interreligious Task Force played many roles in opposing U.S. military involvement in El Salvador, from hosting panel discussions on Salvadoran policy with state leaders to organizing sanctuary for Salvadoran migrants in churches across the United States. Churches offering sanctuary became safe havens for migrants escaping the violence in El Salvador and also provided a means for religious groups to protest U.S. denial of political asylum to Salvadorans who sought it. 2 As the director of New York's Interreligious Task Force said, the United States does not want to recognize them as refugees because that would call into question United States policy, which has created war, death, and destruction throughout Latin America. 3 By the mid-1980s and likely a reflection of El Salvador becoming less controversial and Nicaragua gaining importance as the decade war on the group had changed its name from Task Force in El Salvador to Task Force in Central America. 4. The Pledge of Resistance. One of the most important protest documents during the opposition to the Vietnam War, published in 1967 and entitled A Call to Resist Illegitimate Authority, called American participation in the war unconstitutional and illegal. Several thousand citizens signed the call. The government prosecuted 5 of them in a high-profile trial in Boston in 1968, including the famed pediatrician Dr. Benjamin Spock, on the claim that they unlawfully, willfully, and knowingly combine, conspire, confederate, and agree together and with each other, and with diverse other persons, to commit offense against the United States. 5 These alleged crimes were to aid and abet resistance to the military draft. The ruling against the defendants was reversed on appeal. Registered. The Pledge of Resistance was based on the earlier Vietnam War call. At the time of the war in El Salvador, the draft was no longer in effect, so the acts of resistance were to be illegal acts of nonviolent protest and at times limited only to acts of legal protest. 7 The pledge form read in part: if the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America, I pledge to join others to engage in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience as conscience leads me at congressional field offices, the White House,
or other pre-designated U.S. federal facilities, including federal buildings, military installations, offices of the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, and other appropriate places. I pledge to engage in nonviolent civil disobedience in order to prevent or halt the death and destruction which such U.S. military action causes the people of Central America. 78. The first mass public signing of the pledge took place in San Francisco in October 1984. Within a year, more than 68,000 people had signed the pledge. It is interesting that, unlike a few years earlier, most of the concern in 1985 was to conduct civil disobedience if the 246 Civil Disobedience Pledge. If the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America, I pledge to join with others to engage in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience as conscience leads me at congressional field offices, the White House, or other pre-designated U.S. federal facilities, including federal buildings, military installations, offices of the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, and other appropriate places. I pledge to engage in nonviolent civil disobedience in order to prevent or halt the death and destruction which such U.S. military action causes the people of Central America. Name: Tel IESEEC. Have you had nonviolence training? Or Rep. Legal Protest Pledge. If the United States invades, bombs, sends combat troops, or otherwise significantly escalates its intervention in Central America, I pledge to join with others to engage in acts of nonviolent civil disobedience as conscience leads me at congressional field offices, the White House, or other pre-designated U.S. federal facilities, including federal buildings, military installations, offices of the Central Intelligence Agency, the State Department, and other appropriate places. I pledge to engage in nonviolent civil disobedience in order to prevent or halt the death and destruction which such U.S. military action causes the people of Central America. Why nonviolent resistance? U.S. citizens have a long history of nonviolently resisting injustice and war. Nonviolent direct action was used effectively by the women's suffrage movement to gain women's voting rights, by the civil rights movement to end segregation in the South, and by the anti-war movement to help terminate the war in Indochina. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, nonviolence, when effectively organized, is an unstoppable force. When people are caught up in what is right and are willing to suffer for it, there is no way of stopping it short of victory. Let U.S. pledge to stand with the people of Central America. The sheer danger of expanding an already long and bloody war in Central America calls us to engage in strong, dramatic, nonviolent resistance. Such nonviolent resistance to government policy is a very serious step. But the seriousness of U.S. escalation in the region demands that we consider this form of active, nonviolent witness. In the event of an invasion, tens of thousands more will die in a tragic war. The lives of the people of Central America depend on our joining together from every walk of life and every age group to nonviolently oppose this growing disaster before it worsens. United States invaded Nicaragua. Proponents claimed that the pledge led to demonstrations in such places as Bangor, Maine, and Decatur, Georgia, locations not traditionally associated with military protests. Asterisk. The following are testimonies by pledge signers cited in solidarity literature. We're being crushed under the avalanche of international press coverage. We had been totally unprepared for it. If there had been some structure to handle the press, some capacity to investigate charges and demonstrate what was true or false, we might have done better. As it was, FMLN propaganda almost defeated us by itself. 37 Interviewed by the author in 2008, former guerrilla leader Ana Guadalupe Martinez cited the enormous political significance of the North American support groups. We had 400 committees of solidarity in the United States. 38. They were funding some of the violence they so hated. Some critics countered that this ostensibly humanitarian aid was in fact funding the armed insurgency. One American diplomat recalled in an interview, My guess is that a major part of it came from church groups. It's hard to count it since they were not particularly anxious to have it counted. I think most of it was donated by people who really felt that if you said, this is only going for humanitarian stuff, it is not going for military stuff, that would happen. Of course it is a nonsense proposition. If you give money to the FMLN, it is really stupid to think they even have the accounting skills, let alone the will, to segregate the funding. Money is money. Those people who hated the US government's Salvador policy because we were supporting a government they didn't approve of, and because we were supporting a war which they didn't approve of either, concluded that since they had failed for a long time to defeat the policy and the aid in Congress, they would countervail with their own contributions to the other side. But countervailing did put them into a morally ambiguous situation because they were funding some of the violence they so hated. Point 3. While in the minority in terms of public opinion given how unpopular U.S. involvement in El Salvador was in the 1980s, conservative opinion makers lambasted the solidarity groups, especially the radical ones like CISPs. According to writer Mario Rosenthal, rarely has psychological warfare been as successful as it has been against the people of El Salvador. The myth of an oppressed people rising up to vindicate injustices by military death squads and voracious oligarchs makes for 250. Great copy, but it isn't true. U.S. media had cooperated wholeheartedly in blackening the image of El Salvador, often championing the guerrillas as machachos patriots seeking the liberation of an oppressed people. Equally important was the influence of different religious organizations that poured money into front groups that gave comfort and support to the enemy. Donations intended for the poor by misguided Roman Catholic, Protestant, and non-denominational congregations were invested in arms purchases for the FMLN guerrillas. During the current offensive, many individuals who had been working for and directing these groups came out of the closet, brandishing AK-47s and fighting alongside the guerrillas. *degree. Another critic contended that these groups' real influence was hard to detect. There is a well-organized network for the Salvadoran guerrillas, some of its components operate openly, like the Committee of Solidarity with the Salvadoran people, but most of the activity has been underground. 41 Another opponent cited an alleged Radio Vence Ramos broadcast from 1983, "We have organized a large solidarity apparatus that encompasses the whole planet, even in the United States, where one of the most active centers of solidarity exists." 4 In a criticism late in the war, a conservative Wall Street Journal editorial page attacked Iowa Democratic Senator Tom Harkin for appearing ready to oblige to the FMLN's 1989 peace plan. The editorial called Harkin's plan to place 50% of U.S. military aid in escrow until human rights and peace negotiations progress a full-blown propaganda offensive against El Salvador. 43 The article emphasized the role of CISPs in having up the volume to help the FMLN win in Congress what it can't win on the battlefield. The guerrillas